of the Imperial family, I most passionately welcome you all to this, our 5th annual general meeting. And I thank God and appreciate God on our behalf for keeping us alive to witness this day. And my prayer is that this solemn assembly will end well. On that note, I do hereby call this meeting to order. Silence, please. May you all take on seats. The AGM commences. Thank you.
Thank you, the National Secretary General of the Imperial Philantropic family. This meeting has been officially called to order. Please may we rise for national anthem, please. We move. May I respectfully call on the
full name of Jesus.
Amen.
The omnipotent and omniscient God, the Alpha and Omega, the Elohim, the El Shaddai. We have gathered again in our annual general meeting of that great family called the Imperial Philantropic family. Lord God, we are here to discuss the betterment of humanity. Lord God, when one or two gathers together, you are there. We believe firmly that you are here with us. Lord God, we present before thee our deliberations of today. Inspire us, guide us, lead us, so that the outcome will give your name glory. Lord God, we are here for selfless service. Bless our deliberations. Bless this family. We shall grow from strength to strength. No Jupiter will destabilize us.
Amen.
We shall be united.
Amen.
We shall be one.
Amen.
Lord God, increase the bond that is binding us together. Let no spirit of distraction find its way to us. We shall disagree to agree,
Amen.
but at the end, May your name be glorified.
Amen.
I cover us with the blood of Jesus.
Blood of
I
Jesus
cover
Christ.
this family with the blood of Jesus.
Blood of
I cover
Jesus Christ.
this meeting with the blood of Jesus.
Blood of Jesus.
At the end, your name shall be glorified in the mighty name of Jesus.
Amen. Tuoni igwe.
Wenite no onu wee tuo ya. Oye n'ife.
Let me respectfully call on the Chancellor of this great body to give us his goodwill message.
Firmness and responsibility. All thanks to you, it is no secret that we have become the gold standard amongst peers who are mostly mimicking us. I urge you to stay the course and continue to be your brother's keepers no matter the circumstances. Finally, I salute the President with his dedicated executive team, the Imperial the Imperial Commanders for their devotion, sacrifices, and invaluable leadership. I celebrate the rest of us for our individual commitments to the family purpose. You are all worthy ambassadors of the family. I wish us a productive AGM. Thank you. BC Guilo, Senior Advocate. Thank you.
Please, a standing ovation for the Chancellor. Standing ovation for the Chancellor. Thank you.
punctuated meaningful growth, development, and potential capacities, especially as touching on the very core of our humanistic worldwide. Regardless, the emergence of the Imperial Philantropic family, the IPF, about half a decade ago, has rekindled hope and reinvigorated the Southeastern spirituality that evinced that we are survivalists and conquerors. The Diaspora Committee has keyed into this positive construct that underlines our valued missions. Southeasterners like living and pursuing sundry entrepreneurial vacations across Europe, Asia, America, and the Middle East. We are committed to the duty of availing our people the critical prerequisite for growth, prosperity, and capacity building. In this wise, the Diaspora Committee of the IPF has set out to establish primary health delivery facilities like cottage hospitals, modern child care centers, homes for widows and the aged across the Southeast. To achieve these laudable projects, we have kickstarted definitive processes with the leadership of our organization. RIST also extending collaborative invitations to public spirited individuals and corporate bodies to identify with these worthy causes. Distinguished members, the diaspora aim of the AIPF seeks a much stronger engagement with our compatriots back home. The imperative for physical interactions and bonding underscores the need to periodically juggle our strategic annual meetings between Nigeria and a selected location abroad. We are earnestly desirous of building our membership portfolio and also executing a roadshow aimed at marketing the IPF as a vibrant humanitarian alternative to the malaise of dwindling social infrastructure and its resultant collateral effect to the well-being of the Southeast on the privileged demographics. Finally, the Diaspora Committee, on whose authority I speak as chairman, is unwaveringly in its avowed commitment and loyalty to our collective cause. We are excited by the tangible accomplishments of our organization in such a short space of time. We facilitate with the President and members of the Executive Committee for the wondrous task of steering the ship. We assure the IPF of our continued focus on our collective aspiration towards reducing to the barest minimum the scourge of material absences ravaging our people, whilst strengthening existing opportunities for immediate and future growth in Southeast Nigeria. May God continue to sustain our collective desire to stridently live for humanity. Thank you for your kind attention. Chief, if I can do it, for your nalo. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your analysis. National Secretary, come let's formally accept this address. Formally, on behalf of the entire members of the Imperial Philantropic family, receive the goodwill address from the Diaspora Committee Chairman in the person of Chief Ifeakandu Obido. Thank you. Let me formally call on the Secretary General of the Imperial Philantropic family for his welcome address. Hold on a minute, let them share the papers, please. Hold on.
I think we're good to go. Apologies for the short delay. To ensure that each and every one of us gets a copy and be able to follow. You can see I have a very beautiful voice this morning, or this afternoon. We're going to address by the Secretary General of the Imperial Philantropic family. Today being the 31st of October, 2024 at Intercontinental Hotel here. All protocols duly observed. It is with great joy and due sense of fulfillment that I welcome all distinguished personalities, our ranking commanders, our chancellors, our commanders, and chief priests and ambassadors of our great family, the Imperial Philantropic family, to Lagos, which is hosting our 5th annual general meeting. We are grateful to God for keeping us alive and in safety and robust health, especially in these times when multi-fellows, socio-economic, security, and indeed political challenges are bedeviling a beloved nation. To God be all the glory. My dear brothers and one blood, it is gratifying to know that though a young organization, the Imperial Philantropic family has made remarkable and outstanding strides despite all odds and challenges. In 2021, a handful of philanthropic visitations were executed to selected locations in the southeast and Lagos, where majority of us are domiciled, during which the organization dispersed impactful humanitarian gestures to indigent brothers and sisters, and held successfully their first annual general meeting, SEM 2021, and first extraordinary general meeting hosted at Transcorp Hilton Hotel, Abuja, one of the best hotels in Africa, in the year 2022. In 2023, we budgeted millions to alleviate and assist all those that are affected by the devastating flooding that cut across all the states in the eastern region. We equally had our first presidential advisory council meeting at the Ibom Golf and Resort Uyo in Akwa Ibom, prior to our AGM held at the Hotel Lagos, Sen 2023. This year, we had another successful Presidential Advisory Committee meeting at the foremost 4-point hotel in Akwa Ibom State, and now this our present AGM. Measures should be made of our investment same last year, which is presently valued at over ₦1 billion. I must salute our digital president and the hardworking executive committee members for proactively activating the membership to the rallying motto of our organization, Living for Humanity. As we all know, leadership in every sphere of human inclination holds the most compelling beacon and power for doing whatever outcomes are intended and projected. Having been entrusted with the duty of overseeing the secretariat, and to report that so far the organization has enjoyed seamless, convivial, operational engagements and communications interfaced, leading to the sustenance of a visible atmosphere of mutuality, especially in the exorable context of our organization's global membership, the organizing diaspora spread. To the glory of God, we now have a fully equipped and functional secretariat of the Imperial Philantropic family, located strategically at number 4B Oladmeji Alo Street, Lekki Phase 1, which will soon be officially opened. Please, shall we clap for ourselves? I am therefore enjoining all our esteemed members to approach or visit our secretariat for needed information, meaningful recommendations, constructive observations, and criticisms where and when necessary. And our websites and social media are active and functioning. At this point, I appeal once again for the creation of a budget or make a financial provision for the running of the secretariat and payment of salaries of staffs. May I conclude this address by calling on members to sustain, please, the current attitudes of support and cooperation to the executive committee while noting critical shortcomings with brotherly affection. As to err is human, and to forgive is divine. Once again, welcome to the 5th annual general meeting of the Imperial Philantropic family. May God grant us peaceful, healthy deliberations, and at conclusion, safe trip to our respective places of abode and business. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, the National Secretary of the Imperial Philantropic family. Thank you for that wonderful presentation. Thank you. Share my address. No, I'll come down. Let's welcome neighbor. Okay, right neighbor.
Take him, let you.
Kaka. Nye. Zibuka. Nye Chancellor. Na Osunebo. Dubam Chancellor. Two. Are you good? Everybody's okay. The Imperial. Please, can you get seated for the presidential address? Yes. I'm here to present an address with the theme, The Pursuit of Visionary Excellence, catalyzing inherent capacities for greater humanitarian milestones. Being an address on the opening plenary of the 5th Annual General Meeting of the Imperial Philantropic family. Standing on the already existing well-established protocols, I will crave your indulgence to continue with the address. And it starts with a quote from Bolo Ogumi, which says, weights and gains, gains and weights. Nevertheless, in all, humanity gains. The Imperial, rising this day to this unfluctuating reality of spiking inflationary rates over 35%, plummeting the value of Naira over 40%. Total removal of subsidy on the mainstay of our national wealth, colossal loss of global status and recognition, among several other dispiriting spreadsheets. The immensity of the importance of our 5th Annual General Meeting here in the Center of Excellence, Lagos, Nigeria, stares me in the face. And so, as I welcome each and every one of you, distinguished brothers and personalities, I am thankful to God Almighty for preserving our lives, families, businesses, and availing us of his journeying graces as we congregate at our 5th annual general meeting. My dear colleagues, you will observe my untraditional introductory opener to this address. It speaks to how much expectation I am hoping to achieve from this AGM against the rampaging threat of tempestuous tapestry in our national environment and its concomitant impact on our people in the Southeast. The collateral implications of our inelegant socio-economic impacts on the indigent, poor, sick, and underprivileged man, woman, and youth across Southeast Nigeria are all too threatening. Clearly, schools will remain. Discrete, ill-equipped, and uninhabitable hospitals will be functionally hollow, and infrastructurally decay-laden life mortality will regress, while crime and criminality, capped with drug, substance abuse, will assume an all-time high. Now, you can appreciate my fear and my worry. We thankfully can afford some measure of material comfort and mental stability. The same cannot be said about our loved ones across the Southeast, whose life systematically ebbed away before our eyes. Our rallying heart cry at this AGM and beyond should be a resounding agitation, advocacy, and utter rejection of this mindless abandonment of the less privileged among us. Consequently, I move to proudly inform this esteemed plenary of our operational readiness to tackle headlong these ambiguous roadmaps by our movement to an ultra-modern corporate office complex located in highbrow Lekki, Lagos, Nigeria. From this choice location, the Imperial Philantropic family, as a premium humanitarian and philanthropic organization, seeks to hugely invest in the completion of the second phase program to 500. These students are drawn from the 5 southeastern states of Nigeria. Our expectation is to ensure that no child of school age is denied the right to sound and qualitative education. Education, being the bedrock of national development and actualization of dreams and aspirations, remains a core agenda in our collective humanitarian compass. To this end, we have set to erect and equip a minimum of 2 classroom blocks in each local government area across the Southeast. This bold initiative, which kicks off in 2025, is open to partnership. Should any inspired, public-spirited member of our noble organization wish to replicate same in his community, a partnership of this nature will enjoy a 40% equity support from us. Furthermore, the Imperial Philantropic family is poised to kick-start the implementation of its legacy projects portfolio. To this end, we have shortlisted and commissioned a consultant towards the establishment of a cancer diagnostic center to be located in the Southeast. This consultant will be presenting a technical paper to this plenary in the course of this AGM. Distinguished members, in the light of the manifest predilection of Ndibo in commerce and business, the Imperial Philantropic family considers as worthy the expansion of prosperity and economic growth opportunities across the Southeast. Through the establishment of the Imperial Philantropic Family Industrial Trade-Free Zone, this initiative informed plenary that the foregoing capital-intensive projects are outcomes which emanated from the Presidential Council meeting held in Uyo early in the year. The resolutions leading to these bold outcomes were products of profound engagements, critical thinking, and thorough appraisal of realities prevalent in the Southeast Nigeria. Additionally, I am proud to report that in the course of the year, charity activities covering motherless babies' homes, homes for the elderly, and as well as capacity building events were carried out across the Southeast through our active charity committee. Pursuant to the furtherance of our core humanitarian roadmap, I proudly stand to report that within the year, the Imperial Philantropic Family intensified its focus on the upliftment of women and children by collaborating with the Empower Her project of the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs through clear and strategic engagement with the former Minister of Women Affairs, Honorable Uju Kennedy Ohanenye. Our engagement and commitment to this partnership stem from our collective desire to return joy to the hearts of our local women through startup packages and affordable small-scale prosperity windows, especially against the external reality of our dwelling national economic landscape. As I conclude, it is apt to return this esteemed plenary to the sagely quote in my opening page. In all the roads we have traversed as a body, in all the jabs, affronts, falsities, and needless egregious acts of blackmail, treachery, and diatribe flanked at this esteemed organization, especially its leadership, the ultimate gain remains our humble contribution to the betterment of humanity. I therefore call on this plenary to remain resolute, unfazed, and focused on our core values. The end usually is great gain. Sincerely, I am immensely appreciative of your huge material, intellectual, and financial commitment to this organization. I can only say, God bless you. Keep and continually provide for each one of you. On our part, as the executive committee, we have put our hands to the plow and will not look back. God helping us, we shall yet conquer many lands. Indeed, dear brothers, humanity gains. I thank you for your kind attention. Welcome to the 5th Annual General Meeting of the Imperial Philantropic Family. Thank you. So that some of our brothers who are here as presented by the screening committee will be formally inducted into our fold to make them eligible to continue with the rest of our program. And at the same time, we will also be inducting a commander into the board of the Commanders Council and the 3 members of this great body as ambassadors to this great body. The National Secretary, please can you join me in the podium? Let me have the Vice President too, please. Let me also call on the Chairman of the Commanders Council to come and receive his people. Because I think I forgot to report a protocol that is synonymous with this organization. Because at every point in time in this process, you are free to address us in our native language. Code mixing, code switching is allowed during and in the course of this program. Because I even the Igbo na asukwu Igbo. Manolo man for the hand there and there no Igbo, na go no Igbo for the purpose of keeping proper records and color to this highly celebrated and honor event. Before we call to the podium the members of a member that's going to join this council and the members who were nominated to join as ambassadors, may you kindly permit me to read a few words of address that has been that is embodied with this particular program. The Imperial, the engine of every good process is the people. Throughout history, great exploits in military conquest, technological inquest and innovation, and indeed human development in its entirety rose and fell on the people. It is against the foregoing backdrop that I stand today to formally inaugurate our new commander and ambassadors. For the records, the selection of these eminent personalities was thorough, rigorous, painstaking, and analytical. Each office in our noble organization carries the burden of administering our collective visionary and missionary ethos. Each office represents a veritable vehicle to our collective philanthropic and humanitarian destination. Therefore, as I salute our worthy commander and ambassadors who are being inaugurated today, I am minded to rally your sense of total confidence of living for humanity. May I conclude by reiterating that together, the roadmap to our intimidating, bold, courageous, and unambiguous philanthropic and humanitarian causes is seamless and insurmountable. As president, I always pledge to lead from the front. Together, the future is ours to convert. I, therefore, congratulate our dear new commander and ambassadors while heartily welcoming you to join your colleagues who have proudly kept the fire burning. May God continually keep you in good health and provide your material needs as you serve humanity. Thank you. May I respectfully call on Right Honorable Ofo Chukwuebo to come to this podium. Please let me respectfully call on Chief Obabuko Izuchukwu. Please come to the podium. Obabuko Izuchukwu, please come to the podium. Yeah, by the powers conferred in me as the president of the Imperial Philantropic family and the concurrence to the Commanders Council. Get the plaque. Get the plaque. My chancellor,
may I present the plaque accompanying this elevation and transition as an ambassador of this great body. Congratulations and thank you.
Osetiana maka na enyecha ihe niile a ekpubeghị ya okpu a ịma na anyụchala anya bụ ife akapịbaghị ya ọnụ ngolimenti ịmara m ugo anyị na-anabata na etiti ndị commanders asamba kunata wetrati isi you are full command, you are full ambassador. You are full ambassador.
Thank you. Welcome to the council. You might as well reconsider taking a seat, relocating to the front bar. Welcome. Get the second bar. My chancellor. Let's have Ezekwesili here. SSA, please come down there. I think that's your worthy brother. Chancellor, please come closer. Igwe, by the powers conferred in me as the president of the Imperial Philantropic family and in concurrence and adherence by our chancellor and ambassador of this great council, welcome to the Commanders Council. My chancellor, make justice to this.
Additionally, following this elevation, Here is also a plaque in recognition of the transition. Congratulations, and may God always be with you.
Imperial can examine ya afọ ya bụ eze kwesịrị ka mma na ambassador kwesịrị ya eziokwu wee isi wenu mee ya etu a mekwa ya etu a o kwesịrị
Thank you. You are welcome to the fold of the Commanders Council, and always note that this is a call to duty. You've been doing well, and we pray that you become better while joining this great council. Welcome. You might as well reconsider having a seat with the commanders. Thank you. The last. That's it. Let us respectfully invite High Chief Daniel Madueke. Ikembe Sofia. Let's have you. It seems the diasporans are taking over the situation. And if that is the case, I will call the ranking commander of the diasporan committee to also partake in doing this. Please come. The 7-star civilian general. Yes. You're blocking the chancellor. Okay, it's VP. Yeah. With the chairman of the Commanders Council and the distinguished members of this great body, High Chief Daniel Madeke is hereby inducted today as a member of the council, as a member of the Commanders Council, and as an ambassador. Congratulations. Welcome to this great body. My Chancellor, may you do justice.
Additional to the certificate just handed over by the President, this plaque is informal recognition of your transition and elevation as an ambassador. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, my Chancellor. Igwe umugehikwana nne. Igwe umugehikwana nne. Umugehikwana nne.
Presido, ihe a bụ empowerment ka ị na-eme mmeji wee fight ọ na-eme ha mụta kpo ibe mfa ọ mụ na fa ya emeghị ife ebe a ọ ife ekwuru ka a na-eme Ikembe Isiofia ofe itiri na ndị otu nke ọ na-eme ife ọ ma nọ mmemme ya ife wetara isi ọbara congrats.
Ikemba, welcome to the fold. You can as well consider joining them in the front row seat. Always remember that this is a call to duty. Thank you, my Chancellor, for this wonderful one. Thank you. Can go address. Please, you have just 1 minute more for this photograph. 1 more minute, please, so that we can continue with the rest of the program. Please, let's continue with the last ceremonial activities for the day. And we'll have a recommendation from the chairman of the screening committee and the person of a High Chief Ignatius Agowo Ugobuzo Nanibo Ozi Jele. He has submitted a recommendation from the screening committee that said that 5 applicants were successful in the last screening exercise conducted by that committee. And as such, a recommendation was submitted to the executive committee for the induction of these persons as members of this great body. This person had been reviewed also by the executive committee and found worthy to be admitted as members of this great body. Hence, I will read an address in that regard and have them inducted so that we can go into the protocols and procedures of the AGM proper. This is a brief remarks by the President of the Imperial Philantropic family on the occasion of induction of new members to the Imperial Philantropic family. My dear colleagues and distinguished members of the Imperial Philantropic family, it gives me great pleasure, joy, and a deep sense of pride to formally induct our new members today. Periodically, I withdraw to a place of introspection to ruminate over our journey from humble beginnings, encumbered by epic, rosely chiseled and ill-digested structures to where we are today, as arguably the largest, best organized, and futuristic humanitarian and philanthropic organization across Southeast and, I dare say, Nigeria. As a body, we have been relentless in our intentional template of making the Imperial Philantropic family the toast of members, locally and in the diaspora. Our collective resolve to constantly energize our vision and mission by breathing vibrancy, innovation, and courageous capital-intensive initiatives, which positively impact the critical demographic of the poor, helpless, indigent, and less privileged across the Southeast, has been most ennobling. Therefore, as we induct and welcome you, our new members, it is clear that your jobs are cut out from this day. We will hold you to the highest standards of loyalty, honor, trust, and dedication to our collective cause. I am convinced that your selection from a large pack of applications is an eloquent testimony to your capacity, ability, and the status. I congratulate you. Just before I formally induct these great sons of the Southeast, I wish to place on record my gratitude to the membership committee for insisting that only the best is good enough for the Imperial Philantropic family. I thank you. I am sure that during your engagement with these selected inductees, our rules of engagement, rights, and disciplinary ecosystem were clearly initiated to them. It is now my singular honor and pleasure to formally induct you into the membership of the Imperial Philantropic family, to the glory of God and service to humanity. Congratulations. May we have the new inductees. May you rise and come to the podium, please. Let's give them a round of applause. A good one, a good one. Welcome. Yeah, well done. Welcome. Welcome. My learned friend. The Imperial. Please, can we shut down the kitchen for 1 minute? Let's formally induct these members. The food can wait. Shut down that kitchen, please, for now. Let's formally induct these members, please. Shut down that kitchen for now, please. Give us 5 minutes to conclude this induction. We'll have time to eat. Shut down the kitchen, please. This is a formal proceeding. Please shut down the kitchen. We will consider it an indiscipline if you remain in that kitchen in the next 1 minute. Please leave the kitchen for now. Thank you. Where is the man? Barrister, where is the man? The man is not here. He cannot be inducted. Yes, you didn't. The Imperial will have 5 successfully screened and inductees who have successfully passed the rigorous process of the screening committee and was recommended for induction. For some reasons, we have only 2 persons here present today to be formally inducted. Any person who is not inducted today remains an inductee not a member until when he is formally inducted in either an AGM or an AGM. So therefore, we are only inducting these two inductees, two intending members here present today. I know their names. I know. Prince Temple Uchanade, can you step forward? No, Uche, Anazode. My Chancellor, please, can you add color to this, please? The learned sec will be administering oath of allegiance on these new members, after which they will be formally inducted into our fold.
This is a declaration of allegiance. Please say after me. I, Temple Uchenna Anazodo,
Uchenna Temple Anazodo,
do solemnly and sincerely pledge
duly solemnly and sincerely pledged
and declare my allegiance to the Imperial Philantropic family.
To the Imperial Philantropic family.
I promise to uphold the values.
I promise to uphold the family.
Values and principles of the family.
And the principles of the family.
To actively participate in its activities.
And
to actively participate in its activities and support its mission. I will respect and adhere to the family's constitution. Always strive to its vision and community. So help me God. You will have to sign. You have to be led to sign. You can use this. Okay. Just sign, then you can come out. You can complete it later.
Just sign later.
Complete it later.
The Imperial, by the powers conferred in me as the president of the Imperial Philantropic family, in allegiance to the constitution of our great body, and having fulfilled all the requirements as prescribed in our dear constitution, Prince Uchenna Temple Anazodo is hereby today inducted formally as a full-fledged member of the Imperial Philantropic family. Welcome to the great fold. Congratulations. My Chancellor, decorated. Yes.
This is also a symbol of your membership of this great body. Congratulations.
Pictures.
Welcome, my mom. Congratulations. This is a declaration of allegiance by the second inductee, as announced and presented to us by our president. Please say after me. I, Uchenna Nwodo. That's it.
I, Uchenna Nwodo,
Do solemnly and sincerely pledge
do solemnly and sincerely pledge
and declare my allegiance
and declare my allegiance
to the Imperial Philantropic family.
to the Imperial Philantropic family.
I promise to uphold the values
I promise to uphold the values
and principles of the family,
and principles of the family,
to actively participate in its activities
to actively participate in its
and
activities
support its mission.
and support its mission.
I will respect and adhere to the family's constitution,
I will respect and adhere to the family constitution,
always striving to be a respected
always striving to be a respected
and dedicated member.
and dedicated member.
With this oath,
With this oath,
I wholeheartedly join
I wholeheartedly
the
join
Imperial Philantropic family
the Imperial
and pledge
Philantropic
my loyalty to its vision
and pledge my loyalty
and community.
To a vision
Community.
And
So
community.
help me God.
and so help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
You are now a member of a proper member, standing on equal status. Aside the commanders, please receive your certificate.
The Imperial,
Living for humanity.
by the powers conferred on me as the president of the Imperial Philantropic family, in line with the prescription of our constitution and recommendation of the screening committee, Chief Uchenna Nwodo is hereby today formally inducted as a full-fledged member of the Imperial Philantropic family. Welcome to the fold.
Chief Uchenna Nwodo, this is also a symbol of your membership in this great body. Congratulations. Asanaka.
Thank you, my Chancellor. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I will call it. I will introduce him and bring him. Please, can you reopen the kitchen? We want to go into the real formality of the AGM. You have 5 minutes to pick up whatever you want from the kitchen while we will continue with our business for the day. Would you want to introduce him by yourself?
I can.
Okay. I'll just say a few things about him. Then I'll introduce him.
Okay. back, yell and shout. They can't scare away a lion from an animal that it has killed. In the same way, there is nothing that can keep me, the Lord Almighty, from protecting you. Lord, as a bird hovers over its nest to protect its young, so the Lord Almighty protect and defend you. Amen. We are calling her all sorts of names because she has no child. After all these years of barrenness, oh God, God, where are you? Thou shalt love thy wife with all thy heart, no matter what.
Biko, ihe anyị na-eli bụ a na-akpọ finger foods. The real dinner will be served soon. Biko, so anyị na-ataghalị ọnụ ka anyị were ya na appetizer ka anyị na-eli. In a very short while, dinner will be served properly. Thank you.
She cried with a loud voice. Sister,
Please, we are officially reconvening in 2 minutes. Please. We are officially reconvening in 2 minutes. We have a prof in our midst who needs to address us and make a presentation. Please, let's all be properly guided and conduct ourselves in a manner that is befitting of members of the Imperial Philantropic. Let's keep it 1 minute. Check the in. Keep in us. Check the in. Bring me those. John Bosco. No, don't worry. Do you know what you bring me the keys? I'll give him myself. Bring it to me. That's fine. The Imperial, and please, this meeting is officially reconvened. Let's who have been everything at every time and everywhere. But I'll try. Professor Chinedu Nebo, Commander of the Order of Niger, recipient of the nation, about an esteemed personality.
Thank you very much.
The President has already said it all. Practicing Christian, pioneer, Vice Chancellor of University on the Niger. We cannot have it better. Gentlemen, we present.
Thank you,
You may
very
sit down.
much. The President, and really appreciate the honor and privilege of being asked to come and share some time with you and discuss a very apt and critical topic for our times. I was once introduced about 3 years ago, and after the introduction, somebody raised up the hand and said they omitted one of my universities. They felt I wasn't tired yet. That's why I was appointed Vice Chancellor again. And I thank God for that privilege, which is service. And that's what you're doing. They heard about you. It was only at the invitation to come here. And I asked, what kind of a group is this? And Nani Boy, no nwere na-eche maka echi maka ife a ndị be anyị na-ekwu onye aghala nwanne ya. That's essentially what you're doing. It's one of the most wonderful philosophies and principles of an Igbo. Onye aghala nwanne ya. As God has blessed you in so many ways, for you to be able to be a blessing to the upcoming generation is something to be thankful to God. So I congratulate you again. Now, the topic is crystallizing southeastern Nigeria's capitalism as a hub for national and sub-regional development. Southeastern Nigeria, historically regarded as a region with entrepreneurial spirit and resilience, presents a distinct model of capitalism that has been shaped by its unique cultural, socio-political, and economic conditions. Its capitalist framework is built upon the principles of trade, industriousness, community-based economic activities, etc. While capitalism in many parts of the world is often associated with large-scale industrial corporations, the southeastern Nigerian variant, the Igbo variant, thrives on small and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs, familial businesses, and market-based economies sustained by an interconnected system of formal and informal economic networks. This paper argues that crystallizing the capitalist model of southeastern Nigeria could transform the region into a significant hub for both national and sub-regional socio-economic development. Let's never forget this. The country Nigeria today is held together by human cement. And that human cement is Igbo. Wherever you go in our country, you find Igbo. And Igbo are found all over the world. And I was told a story by a prince of the Benin Kingdom many years ago, that so long time ago, a very important high chief wanted his son, who insisted on trading, to start trading around the Benin area. The young man insisted he must go abroad. He must travel around the country to trade. When the father found out, after getting uncles to talk to him, the father gave him only one advice. As you travel, wherever you go and see Igbo, settle down and relax. Because the only place you will not see Igbo is where they eat human beings. So the young man believed his father that wherever he went to, he could see Igbo. So I'm saying this, that not only has God used us to keep Nigeria together, in spite of all the horrible things that have been done to Igbo. Think about the wealth of Nigeria. Much of the wealth of Igbo is in diaspora. That is why it's good that an organization such as the Imperial Philantropic family is thinking home, reinvesting of these things in our homeland. It is something remarkable. So this paper argues that the capitalist model of southeastern Nigeria could transform the region into a significant hub for both national and sub-regional socio-economic development. We examined the key components of southeastern Nigerian capitalism, its current role in the national economy, and the potential pathways through which the region can leverage its economic structure to influence broader economic integration within the West African sub-region. Historical and cultural context of southeastern Nigeria capitalism. Capitalism in southeastern Nigeria has deep roots in pre-colonial and colonial trade patterns. The Igbo people, the dominant ethnic group in the region, have long been noted for their enterprising spirit. In the pre-colonial era, the Igbo engaged in extensive inter-ethnic trade, and their geographic location as a bridge between the coastal and hinterland economies of Nigeria positioned them as a key commercial intermediary. During the colonial period, this entrepreneurial spirit intensified as colonial markets introduced Western education, new commodities, and external trade opportunities. The region became known for producing some of Nigeria's most successful traders and business magnates, contributing significantly to the country's condition as an every family was giving only 20 pounds. But here we are today, and that is all to the glory of God. However, we have challenges within our southeastern region. Some of these challenges include infrastructure deficit, power, road, rail, and health. 2, insecurity and conflict. We see what is happening in our nation today with kidnappers, unknown gunmen, and all kinds of conflicts. Fulani herdsmen that have invaded and sacked many villages. Insecurity. Another one is brain drain and skill gap. You know, that was a long time ago. You can imagine what it is now. When I was a student, an undergraduate in the United States of America, somebody asked me what Nigeria's greatest export was. And they were shocked when I said, it is not oil, it is brain. Because all over the world, we have Ndi Igbo, who are professionals and are the highest regarded and respected and highly remunerated wherever they are in the world. Some of them are here, and we thank God for them. In every profession, in every walk of life, in every field of commerce and industry, you see Ndi Igbo. So, that is this Japa phenomenon. It didn't start today, but it's worse today. But unfortunately, we are pained by the fact that many of our young people no longer care to acquire skills. If you're building a house, you want it to be well painted, you look for a Senegalese, Togolese, Dahomey, Liberian. You want to do POP in your house, the same thing. Because our people are running away. Everybody was doing Okada, from Okada to Keke Napep. So skills are lacking. And that is one area that I would challenge the Imperial Philantropic family to see what you can do to begin to encourage by having outfits that would train our young people to see the utility of these skills. Another one is limited access to finance. There are many great ideas that are left to die. And then, of course, regulatory framework that is not designed for strategic development and economic boom. So what are the key features of Southeastern Nigeria's capitalism? One is the informal economy and SMEs. The informal sector remains a cornerstone of Southeastern Nigeria's capitalist framework. Unlike in Western capital system, as said earlier, where large-scale corporations dominate, the Southeastern economy thrives on small and medium enterprises. This network of family-run businesses, sole proprietorships, and market-based enterprises serves as the engine of local development and employment generation. 2, trade networks and apprenticeship system. The region's trade networks extend beyond national borders, stretching across West and Central Africa, making southeastern Nigeria a commercial nucleus. The Igbo apprenticeship system, an indigenous form of business mentorship, where successful entrepreneurs train and support the next generation of business owners, has also facilitated wealth distribution and contributed to reducing unemployment in the region. I'm sure many of you know now that is regarded as one of the best systems of mentoring and providing capital for the next generation. We will come to that later. Number 3, community-centered development. Unlike the heavily individualistic capitalist models seen in some parts of the world, southeastern Nigeria's system prioritizes communal development. Investments in education, healthcare, and local infrastructure are often funded by town unions, families, and local elites like you, who reinvest in their home communities, fostering grassroots development. In other words, what we are saying actually is in tandem with what your wonderful association is doing. Now, crystallizing southeastern Nigeria's capitalism, what are the pathways to national and sub-regional development? To maximize the potential of southeastern Nigeria's capitalist model, deliberate efforts are required to scale up its impact, both nationally and regionally. The following sections outline how this can be achieved. Number 1, strengthening infrastructure for economic growth. For southeastern Nigeria to emerge as a regional economic hub, investment in infrastructure such as transportation, energy, and communication networks are essential. The poor state of infrastructure, particularly in terms of road networks and power supply, hampers the efficiency of businesses, increases operational costs, and constrains regional integration. Enhancing infrastructure will increase the region's capacity to export goods and services to other parts of Nigeria and West Africa, particularly through established trade routes such as Onitsha, Aba, and Nnewi. 2, leveraging the Igbo diaspora. I don't know whether you are aware of it, but a total GDP will not be up to what Ndi Igbo are sending back home from there. We thank God for the region's capitalism requires leveraging this diaspora, both as a source of investment and as a conduit for knowledge and technology transfer. Collaborative initiatives between the local business community and diaspora can lead to the creation of more robust industries that cater to global markets. Once again, I am glad that the Imperial Philantropic family has many members in the diaspora. That is very important. 3, formalizing the informal sector. While the informal sector is a vital aspect of the economy, established platforms for entrepreneurs to scale up global value chains. To foster socio-economic development at the national and sub-regional level, southeastern Nigeria must better integrate into regional and global value chains. The African Continental Free Trade Area, ACFTA, provides a unique opportunity to enhance cross-border trade. This is something that your family can also work on to make sure that the Southeast is integrated into this body. By boosting the production capacities of its key factors, such as manufacturing, agriculture, and technology, the region can serve as a hub for exports to neighboring countries and beyond, providing jobs and wealth creation across borders. 5, promotion of industrial clusters and innovation hubs. This is one thing that I challenge this family to do. Think about it, but I'm happy. It was mentioned that free trade zone you are creating now, it appears we are thinking in the same line. It's one of the things that I believe will help us. It can also be converted not just only as a free trade zone, but also as an industrial cluster there. Southeastern Nigeria is already home for several industrial clusters, notably in the cities of Nnewi and Aba, where local industries produce goods such as auto parts, textiles, and footwear. These clusters should be further developed into innovation hubs through partnerships between the government, private sector, and academic institutions. Encouraging research and development and innovation will create new industries, enhance productivity, and position the region as a leader in Africa's industrialization drive. 6, policy support and enabling environment. Governments at the state and federal levels must create a business-friendly environment that supports entrepreneurship and investment. I plead with your organization. This is a robust family. It is important that you seek for avenues to talk to our Southeast governors through their collective forum of Southeast Governors Forum. Because with such muscles that you have, you can impress upon them and cause them to do the right things instead of trying to fight businesses and have multiple taxations and so on, to produce a kind of system that will attract investors and not scare off investors. This includes reforms to streamline bureaucratic processes, protect property rights, and provide security for businesses to thrive. Additionally, policies to reduce tax burdens and incentivize industrialization will foster greater private sector participation in national and regional economic development. Now, what are the potential socioeconomic impacts on national and sub-regional development if we do this crystallization? Crystallizing Southeast Nigeria's capitalism holds immense potential for Nigeria's national economy. First, it would enhance job creation and reduce poverty levels as SMEs and industrial clusters grow. Furthermore, increased exports and trade relations with neighboring countries would drive foreign exchange earnings and balance of payment stability. The entrepreneurial model of southeastern Nigeria could also be replicated in other regions, promoting decentralized development and reducing the over-reliance on oil revenue as the primary source of national income. I was shocked when I read on my way to Lagos I was just at the airport, and they released some data showing that only 2 states in Nigeria can survive if they don't get federal government money. That is shocking, and that is painful too. At the sub-regional level, the integration of southeastern Nigeria into West African Trade System, AFTA, and other economic treaties could solidify the region's role as a trading and industrial hub. This will foster economic interdependence. It's time for us to know these things. The Southeast has a tremendous potential to play as critical role for Nigeria's economic development by crystallizing its homegrown capitalism as a hub. We take it seriously. It appears that that thing for which we are best known is gradually being scaled down because many of our young people are now more interested in making money overnight. From day one. And if they cannot, they look for ways, they go to native doctors and do all kinds of things, thinking that it will make them wealthy overnight. We need to strengthen what we have had in our culture of mentoring people. I remember when I was growing up, parents used to discuss among themselves, no na amu afia, omucha afia 5 years, 7 years, asina na adoka agreement. Eduoya afia, nye capital, nye shade, ona me na aganiru, omechekwa omendi ozo. This is multiplication of wealth. We should never forget that. Our apprenticeship model is now globally recognized as a most efficient, most effective, and greatest form of raising capital for business. While celebrating this, we need to deploy this same mentorship model beyond the trade and commerce sectors. People in various professions need to mentor others in their professions so that we will continue to grow and continue to do very well. We need to set up a Southeast Economic Development Council. The concept of SENEC, Southeast Nigerian Economic Council, and Southeast Nigeria SENDEV Development Council should be pursued until realized. Unfortunately, there were a couple of states who were not quite ready for that. I hope very soon that we will achieve that. It is imperative that we press on Southeast governors to create business and investment-friendly environment that is substantially de-risked, that is removing the risk, and with real opportunities for growth. There are policies. All of a sudden, a state government are getting a policy crippling your business even before it is born. This is the place that your family can intervene and try to sell the idea to our governors that these things are not good. Government should create an enabling environment always for business to thrive and not to be in competition with the business. To crystallize our capitalism to become a hub for national and sub-regional development, we need to embark upon a very modern state-of-the-art physical planning program that will study our present and projected future demographics over the period of 20 to 30 years, as well as our land, water, and other natural resources. If I na-ekwu abu ka akpọta ndị ma ife ndị ọkachamalụ ene ife anyị na-eme aghọta ebe anyị na-eje aghọta ife ji anyị na-ana ghọta ife na-eme ka anyị kunie amụtacha ife a niile ma the population shift, the demographic shift, a project anya extrapolate 30 years time with all kinds of data that will help us to now do our physical planning. For the Southeast region, data accumulated from such a study will then guide strategic planning for the following: proper professional planning of our land, which is finite. We don't have an inexhaustible amount of land. It's finite, small, to ensure its optimal use for food security and umunnam biko. We have a problem. If we all run away from agriculture. You know, by the grace of God, I also happen to be the President General of Nzuko Umunna, which is a global association of Ndi Igbo. And there was a time we took up, we have a monthly discussion, policy discourse every month, the last Saturday of every month, for those who are interested to join and so on. The last one was on education a couple of days ago. So, agriculture is so critical. We need to, how do we utilize our land? What about the water in our land? What do we do? We need to take very, very solid care of these things. So to ensure its optimal use for our land, for food security, housing, manufacturing, and other core sectors for sound and sustainable development strategies for present and future generations. Next, it will help to develop policies for optimal utilization of our water resources. We have water resources. What are the plans? There are essentially no plans for using these water resources. We need to do plans for them. Next, for stable, sustainable, and cost-effective energy supply to drive industrialization and other sectors. We have sources of energy. Are we using them? We need physical planning on how we can utilize these resources. Next is sustainable modern public transport infrastructure that will be beneficial and have multiplier effects on other sectors. Our transportation say, Prof, how can you do this to yourself? You know that's the fastest way to get cancer of the lungs. Or see, no buru na ya ga-adị ndụ nwee cancer of the lung. Ye kenebe chukwu. Maka many of his colleagues now on Nigerian roads because of bad roads and accidents. So that is the reason we need to make sure that we develop our roads and transport system where it is safe and of optimal value and service to our people. Some key areas of infrastructure that we need to give urgent attention include the following. Number one, a two-way railroad or railway network designed to run through major economic hubs across the region and connecting sea and airports to ensure commercial viability and sustainability. Two, a major region-wide capacity electricity transmission network to wheel electricity across major regional economic hubs to enable several power plants deployment across the region. Federal government has had the plan to decentralize the transmission company of Nigeria. If they decide to privatize it, let the Imperial Philantropic family tinyekwe anya adamama. O me buru na asi na decentralize ya, lee ya, privatize ya. Obukwala ndị ga-esi ebe ọzọ bịa ga-abịa go ya, aya na agbakwa afa boy n'obodo anyị. Third, a natural gas pipeline to sustain gas to power turbines and feedstock for chemical industries. Number four, exploitation of our vast coal resources. Coal within our southeast, Erika, we need to exploit them. We need to encourage people to go into mining and utilization of coal. If you look around, you'll find out that our forests are going. From thick forests, we are now becoming savanna land in the southeast. And very soon, that will also go. But if we can begin to do something, do some research, even using coal briquettes for our bakeries and for cooking and things like that, we will be able to do something for our families with coal, in addition to powering energy. In fact, akamasi na obu no ifege ekwu omume, I may encourage governors na ndị ọbụla na-achọzi ịbịa southeast to have power plants should use our coal to do that. That will create a lot of jobs for our people. Number five, a robust, commercially driven optic fiber ICT network database the backbone that is indigenous to the Southeast to ensure data security. Number 6, a well-deserved network of interconnected highways to link seaports to major destinations across the region. Further dredging of River Niger is recommended here. And then 7, promoting entrepreneurship and innovation through mentoring and providing resources for young entrepreneurs with viable ideas and business plans. N'obodo anyị Southeast, ụmụaka anyị ụfọdụ na-eme redio, ụfọdụ na-eme television, ụfọdụ na-eme telephone, onwere ụdị ifefa na-ada eme, ma ndị na-manufacture drones, onwere onye na-enyelfe aka, nobody listens to them. This family can do something about it. Have a talent show, a talent drive. Who are these people? Where are they? Gather them together. Find the best among them and try to give them muscles to push ahead. Promoting entrepreneurship and innovation. And then the critical sectors that should be used to drive the economy and create real jobs that will even generate IGR, both for government, parastatals, and so on, through tax payment include commercial agriculture and agro-processing clusters, manufacturing hubs, maybe for textiles, pharmaceuticals, machinery, etc., tourism and entertainment industry, great potential here, education and healthcare, security and emergency services to ensure safety of life, property, and businesses. And number 6, solid minerals. Conclusion. Southeastern Nigeria's capitalist model, rooted in commerce, SMEs, and community-driven development, represent a unique and resilient economic structure. By crystallizing this model through infrastructural improvements, formalization of businesses, and regional integration, the region has the potential to become a significant hub for both national and sub-regional socio-economic development. Leveraging its trade networks, diaspora connections, and entrepreneurial spirit, Southeastern Nigeria can offer a pathway toward inclusive and sustainable development, not only for Nigeria, but for the entire West African sub-region. The Imperial Philantropic family can play a great role in making these things possible by expanding your philanthropic activities to playing a strong role in advancing good governance in the region by holding the governors and governments accountable through direct and indirect intervention. To achieve this, coordinated efforts between government, business leaders, and international partners will be essential. The time is ripe for Southeast Nigeria to step into a larger role in shaping the future of capitalism and economic growth across the African continent. With God, we can do it. Without God, we cannot do it. And I would like to end on this note. In Psalm chapter 127, verse 1, we read something that is so simple, and it states, unless the Lord builds the house, they labor in vain who build it. And unless the Lord watches over the city, the watchman wakes up, but in vain. In other words, in order to have a formidable, strong, prosperous, growing, vibrant economy, we must put God first. Not only claiming to do so as a group, but in our hearts, in our lives. We need to surrender our lives to Him so that he will give meaning to us. I look at my life and people say, hey, Prof, you've achieved a lot. But if I think of what God did in my life, I could never thank him enough. When I was a little boy, I was given the name Half Man because I was so sickly that my parents never believed I would grow up to be a full-grown man. That was my name. And then eventually I had an accident a few days ago, marked the 62nd, that is October the 25th, 1962. I fell from a towering school hall and crushed my skull. The doctor said I would not survive. I was unconscious for days. The doctor said even if I had survived, that I would have sustained enough brain damage to render me mentally incapacitated for life. That was what the doctor said. But here I am today. Because I had given my life, thank you. I had given my life to the Lord Jesus Christ when I was just very little, just a few months before then. And then God started seeing me through. The only thing you see from me, it is the valley. You see I have a little bit of depression on my skull, and the fact that I have never passed a hearing test. I am so deaf to high frequency sounds and low frequency sounds. That's why when I'm in school, in class, I sit in front of the class. But the same boy who doctors said has suffered enough brain damage to render him mentally incapacitated in life at the age of 10, ended up getting distinction in First School Living Certificate, distinction in West African School Living Certificate, first class honors in engineering, PhD and professor, and 3 times vice chancellor in Nigeria. All because of God. All because of God. Because I give my life to him. While I was an undergraduate, people didn't know I was an engineering student. They thought I was a priest, I was a seminarian. But it's because of my experience and encounter. And I will urge you, I challenge you to give the Lord a try in your life. And as you do that, as individuals and even as a group, you will find out that you will develop such humongous spiritual energy that will give you the kind of motive force you need to be overachievers in all that you do. And because I believe God can do it, I say a big amen. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Let's have a standing ovation for Prof. A standing applause for Prof.
What a speech, what an address. I knew right from the word go that we made a right choice. Thank you so much, Prof, for the incisive, very incisive and enervating presentation. Lessons indeed has been learned too. Righteousness as well. I did observe that he is a practicing Christian. When I said that, I had just said to him, he was a minister. And people who served with him, I just notified him that I am defending the junior minister while he was his second. In other words, I'm defending him till today in the criminal court. But look at Prof walking free like the air. Please, another round of applause, please. God will continue to keep you, to continue to propagate what and replicate what you have just done for us this evening. Thank you so much, Professor. The President, even though we are very short of time, and then I know Prof, I mean, at the time he was in the university in Nsukka, he should be about 80 there, but look at him. So Prof, If anybody has any other thing to say, either commendation or a question, otherwise we'll excuse him to go and take his rest. 72. You look 62, Prof. Is anybody? Okay. Please, as brief as possible.
Thank you, Good evening, Prof. My President, thank you for bringing this great man to us. We are the pinnacles and zenith of the Igbo ideology, living outside Igbo land. And that's why we decided that in our hard work and our resources, we want to bring them back home to touch the life of our people. I remember with nostalgia when you were Minister of Power, January 23rd, to be precise, you were screened in the Senate. And during that screening, I was a child listening to you. You were asked questions, and you did tell them then that you do not believe that the power problem in Nigeria is a mirage. You told them that most often when light goes off, when there's power outage, that most people believe it is due to witches and wizards. And that you were going to, by God's grace, use the power that God conferred on you, which you used, to chase away witches and wizards in UNN, that you will chase away the witches and wizards in power. I want to know what happened to those witches. Because there seems no solution came after your tenure as Minister of Power. And in your lecture, you elucidated so well the importance of industrialization, entrepreneurship, innovation from among all of us towards the development of Southeast and our children's children. How can that happen without power? When the best among the best are sent outside this country, in Europe, in America, to head agencies and ministries, like you did, we expected that the results would be enormous enough. The foundation will be laid, the structure will be strong to continue to improve. From that 2013, when you were expecting 40,000 megawatts to date, we have not improved up to 5,000 megawatts. What really happened? Did the devil metamorphose into something else in that office? Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you.
That's a good one.
Very, very apt question. You know, the problem with Nigeria is multi-dimensional, multitudinal challenges everywhere. You know, we didn't last because by 2015, we were swept out of power. We had so much on the ground. And some of the things you would have noticed was that while I was minister, we demonstrated that we could give power supply using solar technology to a whole community 24/7 for 365 days. We did that. And it was celebrated on the 14th of January 2015. 2 different communities. The third one, we had challenges. Then, what happened was, we were planning to promote essentially distributed power because it takes so much time for you to conceive an idea about a power plant, make the plans about the plant, go through all the kinds of design and then the economic, financial closures and so on, and then eventually deploy. If you're going to get about 300 megawatts, 500 megawatts or what, it might take you 6 years from concept to production. So we devised a way of saying, let's do distributed power that doesn't even have to pass through the transmission network. So our recommendation was that power should be taken to where it is needed. Small power plants, mobile power plants, so that there will be a saturation Because deploying such power plants will take 6 to 12 months. You have about 10,000 megawatts deployed in the whole of Nigeria. But I can assure you that the government we handed over didn't even open a single page of our recommendations till today. That's why we are where we are. And you know, in Nigeria, normally from engineering perspective, if you have 1,000 megawatts, your transmission facility should be 1,500 megawatts, and your distribution facility should be 2,000 megawatts. In Nigeria, we don't have that. That was why, even when I was was Minister of Power, whenever we came to close to deliver, wheel out 5,000, the whole system will become, imbalanced. You will see all kinds of disturbance in the system, and because the transmission infrastructure could not carry that. So, I tell you, nothing that the government will do, even if you allow them the next 50 years, unless we go back. Because one definition of insanity in China is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result each time. It will not work. Take power to where it is needed. This organization needs 2 megawatts, give it to them. These people need 10 megawatts, give it to them. And that's distributed or embedded power that can go directly to the people. That is the way that we'll be able to saturate everywhere. Because to do the transmission infrastructure that will give power to all Nigerians to the level we want will cost so much money that government will not attend to any other sector unless the power sector. That's why we are where we are today. But hopefully, some of us are now promoting, looking into possibility of getting coal-fired generators that will be just about 5 megawatts and things like that, so that we'll begin to popularize this. And before you know it, business clusters, agricultural clusters, manufacturing clusters, institutions, and so on, will begin to have power dedicated to them. That's the way to go about it. Thank you very much.
Congratulations once again. Well, thank you. Thank you. You have something here? Okay.
The Imperial, the Imperial, the Imperial, the spirit is low. The Imperial, the Imperial, the Imperial, the Bible says, "Nantina no ife denime ayi jokwa na bobia." Weluzente weno ihe prof walai. We'll get a copy of this presentation and make it public on our platform so that members who are not here and those of us who didn't listen attentively will be able to learn and adopt some of the models that have been proposed by Professor Chinedu Nebo. Prof, thank you for finding out time to be with us. We hope to have you some other time so that you can continue to impart more knowledge and show us the way to a better Nigeria and southeastern Nigeria in particular. Thank you so much, my prof, my mentor and my teacher. Thank you. We will continue with the rest of our program for the day. The next item on our program should be the reading of the minutes of our last annual general meeting. But once we've indulged in this, we might not be able to come out of it in a few hours, and we might not be able to digress to attend to the consultants who are waiting to make presentations to us. In view of that, I will crave the indulgence of the Imperial Philantropic members who are present in this AGM to call to the podium a consultant that was invited by the chairman and the members of the Investment and Property Committee, who has done a presentation with us yesterday at the Commanders Council level, to come up to the podium and make a formal presentation on our proposed cancer and diagnosis center proposed for the southeastern Nigeria. I think it will be most proper for us to bypass this protocol, have that presentation done and concluded before we enter into the official business of the day. My apologies. May I respectfully call on Mrs. Clara Omoteshe, the CEO of JNC Nigeria or International Limited. Please come to the podium, madam. Hello. Are you all set up to display? Are you set up? Okay.
Good evening, the president of this very distinguished family. Good evening, the executive committee. Good evening to all of you who are members of this very distinguished family. My name is Claire Omashaya Ni Onoha. I'm a very proud Nigerian and a very proud citizen of Imo State. My Igbo, unfortunately, is very bad, so I don't want to say something that I will have to pay and buy lots of cola nuts for, so please forgive me today. I'd like to thank the President and the Executive Committee for this invitation to speak with you today about a very important investment. When I look at your website, and I've had over the last few months the opportunity to get to know this important family, the Imperial Philantropic family, I see in each and every one of you distinguished Nigerians that want to make a difference in the southeast of Nigeria, and I dare say in sub-Saharan Africa. And to be able to do this, and to be able to get to good philanthropy, we need to make great investments. Across this room, we have gentlemen who have made huge investments in our country and are making a difference as we speak in various areas from your own business and through this family. But today, I'd like to present to you a special opportunity, which is the Diagnostic and Cancer Center, which could potentially be built by this prestigious Imperial family. On the screens on your right and left is what I'd like to present. I will try and keep this quick because I know you have your AGM coming up immediately. But I'll give you an overview of what's happening with non-communicable diseases in Nigeria, which shows you the importance of what we're about to talk about. A little bit about who we are in JNC, where I serve as the MD. I founded JNC 21 years ago. It's a proudly Nigerian company, now West African company. And then we'll go on to the project itself. And finally, we'll now look at what it is that we can do and how can we make an impact. Next slide, please. So first and foremost, if I look around the room, I'm sure if I ask you questions, How many of you do not know a person who has had cancer? I didn't say die from cancer, I said had cancer. I know the result already. The result is 100% of us. Cancer is a killer disease that is unfortunately ravaging low and medium income countries like ourselves. In our country, for men, the #1 cancer is prostate cancer. If you're above the age of 40, by now you should have done your PSA test, you should have done a rectal examination, and you should have also done some other tests to make sure that you can screen for cancer. If you've had prostate cancer in your family, the likelihood that you could potentially get cancer is very high. But if we screen and we catch it early, there's longevity. And I think all of us would like to live a good, healthy life. It's not enough to be 80, 90, 100, but we want to be able to live to an age where we can continue to serve our community in a healthy way. For women, breast cancer and cervical cancer are #1. We have over 128,000 cancers every year in our country, with 80,000 people dying. And these are statistics as of 2022. The latest statistics are even higher than this, with over 100,000 people dying of cancer. And we have such a prevalence that is really, really high. Next slide, please. Over $1 billion is lost every year on medical tourism. People leaving Nigeria to go to India, to go to the UK, to go to the US, South Africa, Egypt, to seek medical care. Of that, there's a huge percentage of that is going for cardiovascular disease, which is heart disease, cancers, and orthopedics. So there's a huge opportunity. Now, what is the challenge? The challenge is that for you to treat cancer effectively, you need to do two things. One is called radiotherapy, and the other is called chemotherapy. Radiotherapy is the use of radiation to shoot a tissue, shrink the tumor, and get rid of the tumor through the normal body. Unfortunately, in this country, we have less than 10 functional radiotherapy machines. The radiotherapy machine is called a linear accelerator, or a LINAC. With only 10, 4 in Lagos, 2 in Abuja, 2 in Maiduguri, unfortunately underwater after the recent flood, 1 in Calabar, and 1 in Enugu. That is not enough for the 230 million Nigerians. So even with that, we're all business people. The business case for doing a cancer center is already there. We haven't started scratching the surface, and we're even losing over, huge amount of money every year just to Ghana. People are paying in Ghana anything between $5,000 to $10,000 per treatment in Ghana, just Ghana. In Kenya, $5,000 for the treatment. In Nigeria, we charge 3.5 million naira for that treatment. In some teaching hospitals, it's as low as 500,000 to 800,000. In the private sector, it's 3.5 to 5 million naira. In Luth, it's 3.5 million naira. We've done a business case, shown the numbers, and showed the payback. You not necessarily having the most commercial pricing, but again, this is a business we're talking about. Healthcare is a business. If it's subsidized by somebody else is paying, but it is a business. Now, we have the opportunity of making a difference, and the only way to be able to do that is to be able to provide radiotherapy equipment. In 50% of cancer cases, you need to have radiotherapy. The other half, you use drugs like chemotherapy, hormones, or surgery. So it shows the need. Now, again, as I said, the second challenge is the fact that most people in our country present very late. They do not diagnose cancer on time. And by the time they now go to the doctors, they're in stage 3, stage 4. So there are 4 stages of cancer. By stage 3, stage 4, you are just doing like this and asking God, please help. And in most cases, medicine will not give you the best results. But if we can catch it early and get people to take their own health into their hands and have wellness as well as sick care. So we want well care and sick care. So the center we are preferring for your organization is a center that will be able to do wellness. People will go for their checkups. We will take our families, our mothers, our fathers, our brothers, our sisters, whom we love, and many of them are back home in the Southeast. And charity begins at home. We must start with ourselves, with our families. Then we can move on to others. We can then attract and do medical tourism into the Southeast from Nigeria and eventually become a Mecca, a Jerusalem for healthcare, quality healthcare in sub-Saharan Africa, starting with West Africa. So that's what we really want to do. Next slide, please. Now, who are we in JNCI? Next slide. We're a proudly Nigerian company that has grown over the last 21 years. We have won awards around the world, but the most important one is the recognition at home. They say an apostle sometimes is not recognized at home. So for us to win consecutively for the last 10 years, the Nigerian Health Excellence Awards, it shows we're doing something right. But most importantly, as businessmen, you want to be able to make an investment, but you also want to get a return on your investment. So we have 26 Nigerian biomedical engineers that not only install the equipment, but ensure that there's uptime. So uptime is when you go 2 years later, 3 years later, 4 years later, is the equipment working? If you look around most of our government hospitals, they don't have after-sales service. They don't necessarily pay for the after-sales service, and a lot of equipment is broken down. Not for us. We are private sector, we're in business, and we do it to get a return on investment and to help humanity at the same time. So we have 26 biomedical engineers that will not only install the equipment, but make sure it continues to work for 18 years. When we buy a linear accelerator, we buy it for 18 years. The average equipment in hospitals internationally is about 5 years. For a CT scan and MRI in Nigeria, it's about 7 years. For us, CT scans and MRIs, we sweat their asset beyond 12 to 13 years. One of our oldest is we have one in Abuja, called LifeBridge, Senator Abana. That center is almost 12 years old, and MRI, CT, everything is still working today. We have in the Niger Foundation in Enugu, a CT that's working beyond 10 years. And this is across Nigeria. This is normally, if you don't maintain it, will pack up in 5 to 7 years. Now, when it comes to the linear accelerator, we'll buy it for 18 to 20 years if we look after it, and we will look after it. We represent exclusively 30 original equipment manufacturers. Many of us here represent companies internationally. We represent 30 companies, and most of them are top 3 worldwide. For what we're talking about today is Canon. Canon is the new name for Toshiba from Japan, over 125-year-old company. And from that, we do the CTs and diagnostic equipment for the prevention. Medtronic is the largest medical technology company in the world, and we do equipment for repairing the heart or doing interventional cardiology. Somebody has a heart attack, and you need to quickly go in and unblock the heart and put a stent in there. We do the stents, the guide wires, and so on and so forth. And then specifically for today is Elekta, number 2. It is the company with the largest global share, especially outside the US. And that company makes radiotherapy equipment, both the linear accelerator that I talked about and something else called brachytherapy and other things. The machines we're talking about will not only do radiotherapy, which means shrinking tumor, but it'll also do what we call radiosurgery. So instead of going to a hospital, somebody has a tumor in their brain, and you have to open up the skull, do an operation, and so on and so forth. We can use radiation to do surgery of the brain, to shrink the tumor, and the natural lymphatic system takes away the tumor. And that's what we're going to be able to do in our center, should you approve this. Please go ahead. Next slide. These are other examples of companies we represent. I will not go into them. So what do we do, and what do we have internally in terms of project management? We will work alongside you to conceptualize the design. Once we are given a location, anywhere in the southeast, any of the states, preferably with close proximity to a state that has an airport, because we want to attract medical tourism into the place, we need to make sure that our patients, our potential patients, can also come quickly into that city that we choose. We will look at the land that you now give, and based on that land, if it's big enough, we'll go horizontal. If it is small, then we'll go vertical. We will look at you with the budget and conceptualize a design and make sure it feels like a 5-star hotel. Gone are the days where you go into a hospital and it smells like Izal. Today, we want to go into a hospital that looks like a 5-star hotel, that feels like the room we're in right now, but gives us care. I don't want to go to a hospital if I'm sick. So there'll be 2 sections, one for the wellness center and one for that's the diagnostic center, and one for the treatment side of things. We'll then define the scope, short, medium, and long-term objectives and budgets. What do we want to achieve out of it? We'll look at the equipment, and we can then either do it at once or decide to phase it. We will do this together. We'll make general recommendations. We'll then do the building alongside whoever you choose as your builder, and then we'll work alongside you to provide the equipment. And should you need an operator, we can also bring an operator to run it in the short term once we get Nigerians to be able to take over the center. But I do believe that we have in the Nigerian diaspora more than enough elites from the southeast Nigeria that can run this center. The likelihood that you walk into any hospital in the US, that at least 40 to 50% of the time you get a Nigerian doctor is very high. And when we think about associations like AMPA, the Association of Nigerian Physicians in America, or MAMSAG, the equivalent in the UK, we have a huge number of Nigerian doctors, especially from the southeast, that are ready to come back home, but the reason they say they can't come home is because they do not have the tools, the infrastructure that you require, that they work with abroad, that they want to be able to work here. So we can do the conceptual designs from either, simple things as you see on the screen there, or next slide please, or do the complexity. Now I'm saying this because this is not a regular building. Some hospitals look like hotels, but this is not a regular building because they have a special part in blue called the bunkers. The bunker is like how they had in the old days, or even they have right now in certain parts of Israel where people have to go underground because of the bombing. This is not that kind of bunker. This is a bunker to keep and retain radiation. Each of those linear accelerators shoots photons and electrons, and we do not want anybody else to be exposed to it if they don't need to, so we need to contain it inside this bunker. The minimum thickness, and I know some of us are into real estate and construction in this room, the minimum thickness of the wall is 1.5 meters, like this. That's the thickness of the wall. But in the center, it is 2.5 meters of pure concrete. And we're talking about almost 9 feet of concrete all the way around, plus 2 meters of concrete on the top of it. So it's truly a bunker. That needs a specialized design and a specialized kind of builder. It's not our normal way of building. We need to be able to do a monolithic pour of the concrete. From the minute we start to pour the concrete till we finish it to the roof level, we can't stop because we do not want any leakage of radiation. Now I'm going to this extent to say a lot of work has been done already behind the scenes to say these are the kind of designs. This is another example. There you can see the bunkers on the right-hand side. This is what the linear accelerator looks like. Next slide, please. This is what the linear accelerator looks like. The head of that machine is where it shoots photons and electrons. The patient is lying on the couch. Before the patient lies on the couch, they have to go through a CT scan, not your regular CT scan, a very large bore CT scan. With that, we'll take an image of the body. That we plan the treatment, and the treatment plan goes into this machine. We need radiation oncologists, medical physicists, radiation techs, radiographers. There's so many different people we require to do this. It's a multidisciplinary team, but this is a state-of-the-art machine. On the left-hand side of the machine, you can see a blue circle in the middle. To the left-hand side, there's a panel. That panel is what is called a cone beam CT. Shoot the wrong tissue. And why am I saying this? God forbid somebody has a tumor in their brain. Imagine if the tumor has moved a little bit, and you now shoot the optical nerve instead of that tissue that is the cancer. That means the person will go blind. So that's how important it is. Precision radiation therapy. It is high tech. This is the rocket science of cancer, of even any equipment. There's no equipment worldwide, even robotic surgery, that is as high as this technology. And we have 3 fully trained Nigerian engineers with over 15 years experience that fix this. In Abuja alone, I have 3 guys who are just there only for linear accelerators. So these are the considerations when you're building, for those of us that are in civil engineering: the radiation shielding, the workflow, the filtration of the air, the HVAC, maintenance, all of these things are considered. Next slide, please. All about patient safety, regulation safety. In-house, we have over 31 project managers and engineers, 26 biomedical engineers and 5 project managers. These are the qualifications of each of them. As you can see, most of them have had OEM training, but they're also Korean certified. They have all the various certification. From Nigeria, we're now doing the design for West Africa. Next slide, please. Next slide. So what are some of those solutions? In the wellness center, it starts with basic consulting rooms that will look and feel like offices. It then goes on to a state-of-the-art laboratory where you'll be able to do your bloods and other things, because we want to talk about wellness. And then we'll have a diagnostic center with high-end diagnostic equipment. The CT scanner will be a 160-slice CT, one that can also do a cardiac scan. Many years ago in South Africa, I wanted to do a checkup, and they said, how much time do you have? And I didn't have much time. So they did what is called a low-dose, full-body CT, where from head to toe they check you. They check your brain, they check your lungs, they check everything about you. But it's a very low dose of radiation. They can also do what is called a virtual colonoscopy. So many of us have done colonoscopies. This is a virtual colonoscopy. That's the kind of technology that we're talking about. The second is a 1.5 Tesla MRI, and then so on and so forth. Mammography is for women. It's an X-ray of the breast. They compress the breast tissue and check to make sure there's no calcifications. Next slide. We will also be leveraging on technology. All our doctors do not have to be based in the Southeast or in Nigeria. They can be in Lagos, they can be in the US, they can be in the UK. We're going to be able to do teleradiology. And these are some of the other equipment. Next slide, please. Again, panoramic x-rays for dental. Next slide, because it's also part of your checkup. But when it comes to radiotherapy, these are the 3 or 4 major pieces of equipment. On your left side is the digital linear accelerator that I talked about earlier. In the middle is called brachytherapy. The difference between the two machines is that the brachytherapy has an active source inside it. And that source leaves the machine and goes straight to the tumor. So women who have cervical cancer, there's a tube put in through the lady's reproductive area. It goes straight to the tissue and then shoots the cancer. After 6 times, the tumor shrinks and disappears. That is the kind of treatment that are being done here. That's the large bore CT. And to check all of this, you need to do quality assurance, quality control, and so we do that. These are some of the things that you use to do your screening. I think most of us have done our cardiovascular checkups where you go on a treadmill and you do your ECG, your stress ECG, you do your echo, which is the scan of the heart. All of these are equipment that are used for screening. God forbid we find calcifications in the heart, which could lead to a blockage. Some of us are on statins to reduce cholesterol, but this could lead to blockage. Then these are some of the stents that we use in a cath lab. This cath lab is First Cardiology Consultants, where we have the largest installed base of cath labs in the country, and that's it. This is UCH Ibadan, where we have an open heart surgery operation going on live. So we will also have theaters in this hospital to be able to do lumpectomies and so on and so forth. This is Eurocare, not far from here in Lagos, just to show all the things that go into a theater. So let's just go through quickly now, very quickly, through the slides. Please go ahead. Just go ahead. This is for endoscopy. This is for critical care. After you've done surgery, you need to go into ICU. Sometimes we have sick babies with cancer, and we need to have some neonatal intensive care units in the hospital. Please, next slide. Just be going faster now. We have services across Nigeria, including, of course, the Southeast and so on and so forth. We have a 99% uptime on our equipment. This is commendable. The world standard is 90%. People strive to get 95. We measure online real time, our reactive time, our response time, and our uptime. This here shows the clinical applications going on the machines. This is in Calabar, where we're doing applications training of the various teams. Next slide, please. This is in Calabar again. Next slide. This also is the large bore CT in Calabar. Next slide. Now, what is the project scope? Go ahead, for your hospital. We are thinking of, this is one conceptual design, under no pressure at all. But this is potentially what your center could look like. If we have lots of land, you walk into the place, it feels like a resort. You already feel well before you go into the hospital. Next slide. Okay, we're going to go fast right now. This is on the ground floor, what is on the wellness center. If you see me do like this, please just go to the next slide. This is where your equipment will be. The next floor could have the operating theaters. We will put in suites and so on and so forth. Again, we said that because this is a business, we want to attract the best of the best, and we need to cater for presidents, not only of our country, of any other country around the world, or VIPs. There's no reason for anybody to leave Nigeria, to leave the Southeast and go for medical anywhere else, because we'll have the state of the art. You want a room that looks like the Burj Khalifa? We have it in our hospital. So we can have rooms that look like this. Go ahead. Can look like this. To private rooms that are semi-private, to 2 beds in a room that look like this. This is the idea for our hospital. Please go ahead. Next slide. For our CT room, again, a lot of people don't like seeing big machinery. They get a bit afraid. We'll make it friendly. Here you can see it looks like a garden. Next slide, please. This is the MRI. Again, very welcoming, and you know you're in the right place. This is an operating theater, state-of-the-art, that again, you can do your various surgeries. And as I mentioned before, we have put a short video, but because of time, I won't go through that now. But these are some of the projects that we've done before. Just go through fast, please. Ibom Specialist Hospital, Bayelsa Diagnostic Center, Afe Babalala University Teaching Hospital in Ado-Ekiti, National Hospital Abuja, University of Maiduguri Teaching Hospital, Eurocare, Lagoon Hospital, National Hospital, Duchess Hospital in Ikeja, Ibom Specialist Hospital in Uyo, State House Hospital for the President in Abuja, Nigerian National Petroleum Hospital, NNPC Hospital Abuja, the CT, the MRI. This is in Zaria, ABU Zaria, the MRI. This is Iwosan Lagoon, again not far from here in Ikoyi, Victoria Island. This is in Calabar. It's just to show that a lot has been done and will be done. And partnering with JNC, you can be sure that you have a partner that will work with you short, medium, and long term. We do not do deals, we do not do transactions. We are interested in partnering with you to ensure that you have the best center in sub-Saharan Africa that attracts medical tourism from around the region and puts our region on the map of the world. And they will see when men come together and decide to do something great, that yes, we can make it great in our country. And this is what the Imperial Philantropic family can and will do in Nigeria. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Clara. Thank you for that wonderful presentation one more time. We had an exhaustive session yesterday with you. I never knew you would have the strength to be here again today. Thank you for always honoring us and with the promises of having a fruitful relationship. The Imperial, the Kanku number 99 if I didn't I think it is time for members to take turns to ask questions, constructive questions, informative questions, things that will make us have more insight into the project we are looking at. We call it the legacy project, the project that will put us and put our name in gold, the project that will sustain and then transform the life of just not the Southeasterners, Nigerians, with possibility of bringing also forex inflow into our system. A project that has ROI of less than 5 years. What do you say the ROI is? 5 years. That's the business model we are looking at. So please, let us quickly and constructively take turns to ask questions. Please start by telling us your name and you ask your question.
Standing on the existing protocol, my name is Engineer Ike Agwanomo, Nzoju Moji. Thank you so much, Madam. Very wonderful and very interesting lecture and everything about cancer and cancer treatment and cancer diagnosis you have given us this evening. So many of us will be listening. We are listening and all the machines, the structure, and all has to do with it. But what we didn't hear, which I think is the most interesting aspect of this discussion, which all of us will want to know, is from beginning, from start to end of this center, what do you think it will cost this family to achieve it? Thank you so much.
Thank you for that wonderful question. Ms. Clara, did you get that? Okay. Do we have more questions or should we take them all at once? Engineer Osi, please, let's have you. Dr. Osi, sorry. No, you're very knowledgeable. You can as well be a doctor, an engineer, and a professor. You can join that all together.
Mr. President, anything you say I am, I've become. Mr. President and members of ESCO, our dear commanders, distinguished great members of our club, Madam, we're happy to have you as one of us, since you say you have an Igbo blood. So your name must be Chiamaka or something. Adanaya, lovely. Yes, my name is Dr. Gideon Osi, a medical doctor, so I understand everything you are describing here. It may sound a bit painful, but it's the truth. If we are 200 in this club, by the time God keeps us and we get to the age of 60 to 70, about 30% of us will need this service, one way or the other. I don't want to say 60% so that you don't get afraid and you will not drink tomorrow. So please enjoy yourself. After I will now give you the real statistics and we'll start preparing. This is an investment for us and for the community. However, I want to know, have you been able to do your environmental impact assessment of this project vis-a-vis the radiations that will come out of the equipments for that community? In Nigeria, we are used to building without any control because there is no system in place to checkmate those of us who are on top of the ladder. Number two, I want to know, have you done your business analysis? Because apart from giving us the cost of this investment, we are also interested in a return of investment. We are a philanthropic organization, but this time around what we want to do is investment so that the result of our investment can help to sustain our agenda. And finally, we know that the building does not make up a hospital. The equipments are nothing without the human resource. And over 70% of the best medicals within this country are all living in Nigeria. If we are going to run this center, I'm certain that will require a whole lot of expatriates or intellectual virtual communication to help us run this business by Nigerians who are not within the country that have the skills. How do you synchronize the resource at home and the resource outside home to ensure that this investment will not become moribund due to insufficient human resource availability? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Osi. Do we have more questions so that she can take it all up at once? Yeah.
Thank you, my president, and members of the Imperial Philantropic family. Just a quick question to, okay, my name is Okonkwo Chiduben Peter. I just want to ask a few questions in addition to what Doctor has already asked. He made mention of return on investment. So in addition to that, I want to equally ask, what are your financial options available? Then it will equally be good for us to know if, as a philanthropic organization, and since what we are doing borders on impact, are there financing that has to do with grants, applications? Then finally on financing, what are options that has to do with joint venture partnerships? Or any form of collaborations at all in your financing? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Do we have any more? Any more questions? In the absence of that, Ms. Clara, you have the floor. I think you have your mic there. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you very much once again to this great family. So there are quite
Please
a lot
listen attentively. Sorry, madam. Please listen attentively. Listen attentively is very important, so you don't ask these questions again. Go on.
Thank you, sir. All right, so I'll take each of the questions. There are about 6 or 7 questions here. I'll start with the first one. The first one is the cost. What is this going to cost the family to be able to do this? So if we decide to do everything, and everything here world-class will be a minimum of 2 linear accelerators. That doesn't mean that you must buy the two at the same time. We may decide to buy one, and as we do the feasibility, we now put the second one in, and we agree what is the trigger for the second machine to go in. But let's assume we do everything at once. The equipment will cost in the range of $12 to $15 million, the equipment. Okay, that is for the linear accelerators, all the diagnostic equipment, what goes into chemotherapy, and the theaters. For the building, is it too small? I like this gathering, sir. It's too small, right? Okay. So you wonder why we don't have enough of them in Nigeria. The truth is that, ask the doctor. The average doctor cannot afford to buy a machine that costs $3 to $4 million. They can't. And therefore, we do not have any. We're waiting for government to buy. So for the family now to decide and do this kind of investment, we're showing a serious example to the globe, not necessarily to even Africa, of what can be done when you put your mind at it. The cost of the building depends again, finally, on what design we want. If we're to build this building in Lagos, it will cost a lot more because of the piling. But in the east, our soil is a little bit more compressed. But again, you must do a soil test. So without piling, assuming we do not need to pile heavily, this building will probably cost around $10 million, maximum $12 million. So if we put 12 plus 15 together, the highest this will cost is $27 million. And that is with all the bells and the whistles and everything that you need, the finishing that we require. I love this gathering. $27 million only. Only. All right. All right. The second question. The second question.
Please, one house. Please, one house, please.
Whether we have done an environmental impact assessment. First and foremost, as many of you are in the construction industry, we can only do that once we have chosen the land. For now, I'm not sure that we know exactly where it's going to be. All we know is that it's going to be in the southeast.
Please, hold on, please, audience, please. We still have someone making a presentation. Please, audience.
So the environmental impact, thank you very much, Mr. President. The environmental impact assessment will be done when we have chosen the land. Most importantly, we need to start with the soil test. Then we now go on to doing topography testing. With that, we'll now know the type of building, and then we can finish the environmental impact assessment. One of the things we would definitely advise is today everybody's talking about climate change and ESG and sustainability. We need to build a green building, one that bears in mind sustainability, where we can catch the rainwater, use it to flush the toilets, catch the rainwater, use it to water the plants, use solar energy to keep the MRI on, which from the day it comes from Japan to the day we decide to say goodbye must be kept on permanently. So we can use solar energy. Those are the kind of things that we can do. But in terms of doing an EIA, we will do this together. It's not a problem. But we cannot do that until we choose the land. The next question was on the feasibility study. So we have done a lot of feasibility studies because we're working with several clients across West Africa. But when we do the business plan, we already have an outline business case. The final business case will be done when we roll up our sleeves together and you give us 1 or 2 people to work with. But based on the facts of the number of cases of cancer and the pricing, it is going to be able to pay back in, I'll say, worst case scenario, 5 years. It could pay back depending upon our pricing and the number of patients earlier. The IRR, for those of us that very like all these financial terms, has an IRR of 21%. As you know, any project above 18% is a very good project. So at 21%, you're going to get a good return on investment. And you'll be able to break even. You will have positive cash flow from year 2. Straight away, you have positive cash flow. We have assumed in this business case that you will be borrowing money, but from a development finance institution. So in a feasibility study...
Sorry, madam. Please. If you have this noise one more time, I'm going to use my executive powers to do something crazy. Let's listen to this, please. We are all adults.
Thank you. So to be able to do a proper feasibility, we need to roll up our sleeves together. Whatever we write will never be done until we sit down with some of the experts in the room, like the doctor who spoke a little while earlier, so some of us who are engineers, some of us who have boots on the ground in the East, and are able to give us the final stats. But there are a couple of levers that you play with. First is patient throughput. We have done a business model based on 4 different tiers: a low case, a medium case, a good case, and a high case. So 4 different tiers. The second is we've chosen, and based on that, that will determine the prices that we charge. We have assumed that we're going to come in with an average price. You and I know that we're going to give those that can afford it, they will pay full prices, something like 3.5 million naira or 3 million naira. Those that cannot afford it, I would assume that we'll have a poor program, a charity part of the arm that will do the assessment of those who are truly can't afford the service and be able to give them service. But majority of the people that walk in, we've assumed that 80% of the patients are in the mid-range. So we have put pricing of, say, 1.5 million naira. But I'm telling you that in Luth it's 2.5 million naira. In another hospital it's 3.5 million naira. In Abuja it's 800,000. In Maiduguri it's 500,000, but Maiduguri is a bit different. And so this is something that we need to work on. Once you play with any of these levers, your IRR improves, your payback gets better. So we've done an average case. We do not do the high, we do not do the medium, and we do not do the high. So these numbers, we will sign a non-disclosure agreement because it's a lot of intellectual property to do this business model. We'll share those business model and we'll work on it together. And this will become our outline business case and our feasibility should we need to raise any money outside this room. The next question you asked is on human resources for healthcare. You're absolutely right, sir. We are going through a crisis in our country, a crisis of confidence in our country, where young people do no longer see Nigeria as a place to invest. And I'm really happy that today, especially what I heard from the prof earlier, that we really want to attract and retain our talent in our country. And how best to do this by giving and putting infrastructure in the Southeast that will keep our people, our guys at home, our young ladies, our talent in country. When it comes to medical, we've lost a lot of our doctors, our nurses, our pharmacists abroad. But if you ask any of them, if you had a good job that was stable and you had the right kind of enabling environment and the hospital, would you want to come back? The answer is yes. If you speak to the average person in the US, in the UK, they all want to be able to come home. So when we build this center, we will attract the best talents around the world. We have had preliminary conversations as we speak with the oncology doctors, Nigerian oncology doctors in the UK. And they're very interested in any state or private sector investment that is able to put up a state-of-the-art cancer center. They've given commitment to support, even pro bono at the beginning and so on and so forth. So once we get this going, we will do a roadshow to the US. We will go to AMPA, the Association of Nigerian Physicians in the US, and we'll attract our biggest and brightest brains. Even if they don't come full-time, they can agree to some kind of rotation and come back. Now in the short term, because you cannot base your business model on people that may or may not come back home, we have a partner in Turkey called MMT. MMT is 30% of MMT, 33% of MMT is owned by the IFC. IFC is the private arm of the World Bank. That shows the hospitals. They run the radiotherapy and radiology departments. Their sister company does what is called nuclear medicine. I haven't added the nuclear medicine onto this. Cyclotron. A cyclotron manufactures radiopharmaceuticals, and that is what is injected into somebody, and they go into a PET CT. And the PET CT now picks up if you have any cancers in the body. It glows like red. And if the person already has cancers, you use it to check how well the cancer treatment is doing. So we do need to have a PET CT in phase 2. This is a phase 1. Now that is also something very important. They run in Kuwait and in Abu Dhabi, in Dubai. They run their centers for those countries. They also have investments in Moldova, Bulgaria, and other places. This is a company that is ready to come in, move to your facility, work there until we can train enough Nigerians to be able to take over. In this country, we have less than 100 radiation oncologists. And we need a radiation oncologist, we need medical physicists, we need radiation techs, we need radiographers to work in the radiology section and the radiotherapy section. We also need to have medical oncologists. So it is quite high tech, but it is something that we can do if we put our mind to it. So I hope that answers your question there. In the final questions, it was to you, sir, where you talked about what are the options for financing. When I mentioned the amount in this room, everybody said it's chicken change, they don't need the money. But just in case we decide that we would like to do some financing, we have options for financing. We ourselves are able to finance with our partners in the UK and Sweden. It is called SEK, Swedish Export Grants. Cost the money, and we would have to put in equity of maybe 30–40%, and they would finance the rest. It could be over a 7-year period. The only challenge I have with this kind of financing is what has happened the last year and a half in our country with the dollar and the naira. It is important that if we think that it is important if you're going to get your payback in naira, that as much as possible you should reduce your dollar exposure, because the naira went from 750 to 1,750. I mean, imagine the difference in having to pay back. It's harder to pay back. So we believe that you should take your dollar hit once. Since most of the equipment, 99.9% of the equipment comes internationally, let's borrow the money or raise the money, take that dollar hit once, and then reduce foreign exchange risk. That is the risk in the transaction. And with that, that reduces the number of options we have. If this is not a problem, we also have the African Development Bank and AFREXIM. AFREXIM has a longer lead time on getting approvals up to a year, but AFREXIM can do this in a shorter period of, AFDB can do this in a shorter period of time. They are already very, very interested in the private and the public sector. To be honest, in Lagos State, anything that we require as gap financing in Naira, and that it comes from one of two sources. The best source is that we can then talk to the AFDB to provide a partial risk guarantee. With that, they can give you all the money as a single obligor. Now, right now, if you go on your own as an individual, it's about 5 billion or 5 to 10 billion as a single obligor limit. So you need to get several banks to provide a bank guarantee and do a joint venture there. So Bank of Industry is our first and best choice. The second choice is using a bond, to raise a bond. And I know many of us are in the finance sector. We can raise a bond in your name, the name of the Imperial Philantropic family, and people can co-invest in that bond, and it's a cheaper source of finance. The third option, again, is to use a company or a fund, an infrastructural fund, like what's it called now? Chapel Hill Denham. Chapel Hill Denham have an infrastructural fund, or if you want to liaise with the federal government, we can use InfraCredit. InfraCredit is another company that we can use to raise, again, a partial risk guarantee, and we can get the funding from any of the banks in that way. So we have various options that once we're ready to cross that bridge, we're in a position to help out. Now, the final question, sir, was whether we're able to do partnerships and joint ventures. And the answer is yes. In fact, a lot of the things that we do, we are the ones that started PPPs in healthcare across Nigeria. From a small scale, we started in UCH Ibadan, where we put in a 64-slice CT in the diagnostic center. We built a whole cardiac center. In Aminu Kano Teaching Hospital, we have the diagnostic center. University of Abuja Teaching Hospital, we have a diagnostic center. In Lagos State, we're putting a state-of-the-art cancer center as a PPP in Lagos State. So the answer is yes. However, because of the investments that we are doing right now, we are stretched. So your project, I think, would take off very soon. It's not something that you're talking about for a year or 2 years. So it means that there's some limitations of what we can do. We need to be upfront. So we can co-invest with you. It would probably in the range of maybe 5 to 10% as against being 30 or 40%. But if I look around the room, I don't think anybody would really want to share that more than 10% with anybody else. I think you need to keep it at home. So that is also possible. On the grants, grants are also possible, but harder to get. We have to get grants, because we're doing this as a business and not as a social impact investment. To get grants, we have to do one of two things. Either change this from a business that is purely for profit to a business that is social innovations or social impact investment, where we're looking at developmental statistics in addition to the financial return on investment. So the return on investment will not only be in the number of in the profit. It will also be on the number of lives touched, the number of jobs created, the number of women employed, things like that, that people who want to give are looking for, how green the building is, so we can find sustainability partners, and that's possible. If we work with the likes of an AFDB, they can, and in some of the projects we're working on, provide a $1 million grant for transaction advisory services, so for the architects, for the lawyers, for your pre-occupational expenditure, they can do that. The last way, which we think is very important, and I think is more sustainable for you as a family, is to set up a cancer health fund. The cancer health fund is a catalytic fund where you put in some money yourselves, you show the impact of what you're doing with the money. For example, we decide to put 500 million naira aside, or diagnostics. When that's finished, we give them a maximum of, say, 3 to 4 million naira. It's all digital, and we treat patients, and we show the impact of what we're doing. With this, because there's transparency, to have its own independent, you have corporate governance, to have its own separate governance. So you have a chair of that board, a board of trustees. We will make sure that at least 90% of that money is solely used for patients. With that, it's catalytic because other people, when they see transparency, they will put in money too. So you can attract the likes of a Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation to provide money, Clinton Foundation, MacArthur Foundation, MasterCard Foundation. A lot of American foundations will put in money, but they want to see governance, they want to see transparency, they want to see that the money is applied for indigent patients. Then we can attract and get grants to come into this investment. The final one will be the AFDB, alongside some other banks in Africa and around the world, have put together a fund called AIF, the African Investment Fund. You can apply, every December in Rabat in Morocco, they have where you do a business case presentation. You can decide to go there, do a business case, and you can get people who want to be able to have and give money as grants. So that's also possible. I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Clara. Mrs. Clara? Claire. Yeah, for that one. And we'll ask you to take a leave. We'll deliberate, and we'll definitely reach out to you on the possible way forward. But before you go, please, there's some persons brought are here, and they are the members of Investment and Property Committee. I want them to come to this podium for recognition and pictures. Please, the chairman, can you bring your members to this podium? If you're a member of the Property and Investment Committee that is making this happen, please come to this podium. Is it only two of you? Ako, where are you? Simple, are you part of them? Yeah, sure, you can. That's the essence of coming out.
My team members to come.
Come to the where is the team member?
Eric Amadi, please come forward.
Please, can you join this photograph? Let's have a good one.
And the consultant, please come forward.
You join us. At the center, here, come to the center. Chancellor. The Chancellor, come. Chairman of the Commanders Council, please come. My VP, come. Okay, you get the labor. Thank you. Nice having you here. Please, before we proceed, it is 6 o'clock, and we understand that most of us are 50 and above, and they do not eat after certain hours of the day. We are declaring dinner open. Let's have dinner and now continue with the AGM proper. Please, let's do that in an orderly fashion.
Line by line.
In an orderly fashion. We'll have enough to go around, please. Serious problem. I'm a one on my general Please, let's get seated. Let's get seated. Let's reconvene. Let's all get seated, please. Let's all get seated, please. the Imperial, the Imperial, Igwe, ọ dị ka ya gbasazi, ọ dị ka meeting na-agwụ na ahapụ m nkịta eke nwa 1 billion aka mmanụ ụlọ aga ebido meeting na ụnụ tụnye ọnụ n'okwu a Igwe 15 billion for you. Anazi Igwe na nkịtị 15 billion Igwe ha na nso mba Igwe niile a na-etu ya bụ na nkịtị Oyikwu ime ihe mere ya n'Igwe ka members of Commanders Council kezie ego a unu kwụwala anyị no problem. Biko quietly, let's start. Can I go on the minutes of our last AGM? Biko, we've come to a minute. Do we unveil the maze? Watch him unveil the maze. Oh, dear. Did check him? About what I say, there's no way that's what he did. The Imperial. Please let's settle down and have the minutes of our last annual general meeting of 17th October 2023 read to us by the National Secretary of the Imperial Philantropic family. But before that, I'm a man of a protocol, and I like to follow protocol to the letter. But on a Afife Kubi, Eloba, I was meant to understand that one of our inductees, in the person of Honorable Emmanuel Omade, who was supposed to have been inducted earlier, and who was absent due to medical concerns. And on that basis, I'm going to revisit that process again. Otherwise, it would have been on an AGM. I declaration now, George, before I sign. Ka I join the idea who can I pathology with the one who know to about $100,000 brother. I hope when I say name daughter, Yankajalo no to dollar no 1,780 or senior daughter. onye si mee next year.
So Tampa Bay should
James Webber and Dan, $100,000 kind of material. Honorable Umadi, let's have you here. The Imperial, according to the reports of the screening committee, Honorable Emmanuel Umadi have successfully completed and passed all the criteria prescribed and enshrined in our Constitution to become a member of the Imperial Philantropic family. As such, he was recommended to us by the screening committee, and the executive met and formally accepted that application, which is giving rise today to his proposed induction as a member of this great body. Therefore, the Honorable Secretary General, who is the acting as Commissioner of Oath, will administer an oath of allegiance on him, after which we will formally induct him as a member.
This is our Constitution. We are going to do an oath of allegiance. All right? Okay. Oath of allegiance. Okay. Okay. So, this is a declaration of allegiance to the Imperial Philantropic family. Okay? This is our Constitution. So you say after me, I,
Umadi Manuel Azubike,
do solemnly and sincerely pledged and declared my allegiance to the Imperial Philantropic family.
Philanthropic family.
I promise to uphold the values and principles of the family. To actively participate in its activities and support its mission. I will respect and adhere to the family's constitution. Always striving to be a respected and dedicated member. With this oath, I wholeheartedly join the Imperial Philantropic family.
The Imperial Philantropic family,
and pledged my loyalty to its vision and community. So help me God. Thank you so much. So come over here. My present. I swear the oath of allegiance.
having successfully signed the oath of allegiance as enshrined in the Constitution of the Imperial Philantropic family, by the powers vested in me as the President of the Imperial Philantropic family, Engineer Umade Emmanuel Azubike is hereby inducted today as a full-fledged member of the Imperial Philantropic family. Welcome to the fold. Thank you. Welcome to the fold. Please, let's proceed with the minutes of our last annual general meeting. Please turn to page turn to page 13. Turn to page 13 of the presidential address brochure. Page 13. Bikun, Anachego minutes to commence this program officially. Onyebana Nadana, be attentive to Ihaneme. Because very important. This is a time to concentrate, listen so that you can contribute effectively. Bikun.
The Imperial.
One family.
The Imperial.
One family.
The Imperial.
Living for humanity.
This is the reports on the Imperial Philantropic family induction of new members and annual general meeting held on 20th October 2023 at this same venue, Lagos Continental Hotel. Commencement. The Secretary
sorry, Sec John. Please, Zebuka, please desist from the sharing of alcohol henceforth, please. Let's maintain normalcy. Okay, please stop sharing. Because I also want us to adopt a particular order in the reading of this minutes. If you look at it, it's very voluminous. Some sections of this constitution I want us to read up by ourselves. So the commencement, the opening prayer, the presidential address, the induction of new members, presidential address on induction of new members. Please, let's read up all these sections by ourselves. Let's go to page 16, where we have the annual general meeting. I think we'll have basic information from those from that section. Let's keep this protocol and save ourselves time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Please go to page 16, the annual general meeting. The secretary called the meeting to order, and thereafter he read the Chancellor's Goodwill message to the family. In his message, the Chancellor, Chief B.C. Iwilos, SN, in his address, the Chancellor congratulated the family for the growth it has made in its young life. He congratulated the President for convening the third AGM. The Chancellor's address also identified the family challenges like budgeting and finance and the need for a strengthened organizational and administrative structure. Subsequently, the Secretary General gave the remarks, addressed members of the family. The Secretary General thanked members for attending the AGM. He noted that their attendance was testament to their commitment to the growth of the family. Following the Secretary General's address, the diaspora coordinator of the family, Chief Ifa Kandobido, addressed members of the family. Delighted by the milestones reached, he was particularly elected by the inclusion of members in the diaspora, as this makes for better representation in the affairs of Ndigbo and the family. He reiterated the commitment of members in the diaspora to the philanthropic goals of the family and urged the House to consider fixing AGMs in September, as it is best suited for international travels and will consequently lead to increased participation from diasporans. Presidential address at the commencement of the annual general meeting. Signaling an accession in the course of events, the President again addressed the members present at the meeting. He welcomed members to the third AGM. He stated he was eternally thankful to God for the domestic and international achievements of the family, done with verifiable strengths of funds. He was also thankful for the families of members who he stated often bear the burden of the demanding lifestyle of members. The President stated that despite the pummeled economy of the country, the family has continued to stay true to its goal. In the face of enormous political, social, and economic challenges, the family can take on projects like material interventions at Oshu, Obodo, and Izobe. He also informed members of the fact that the family has acquired 300 square meters of land at the Imperial City, Elegushi, Lekki, Lagos. More still, the family had amended its constitution, inaugurated a Presidential Advisory Council, concluded the process of certification of members, and was in the final stage of procuring a befitting corporate secretariat. Finally, the President reported that to honor the founder of the family, Chief Izunda Okubeleze, by gifting him a property in Lekki, Lagos, with additional monetary provisions. In accepting the gift, the founder urged members to be relentless in their commitment to the family and pray to good Lord to continue to bless the family in all its endeavors. After his address, the President craved the indulgence of members as he stepped down the reading of the minutes of a talk by Mazi San Ohabunwa. Mazi Ohabunwa introduced himself as a trained pharmacist and a serial businessman. He stated that he has served in several presidential economic councils and that he is currently the chairman of the National Economic Summit Group. He stated in his speech, that his speech will be anchored on Nigeria's economy with a focus on the Southeast.
Secretary, please, I think we are reading the speech of Mazi Sam Ohabunwa,
yes,
which was a paper presented to us. I think members should read that up. Proceed to reading of the minutes.
All right. Thank you. The reading of the minutes. The minutes of the last annual general meeting was read by Secretary General of the Family, Chief Fernando. Chief Kenneth Ifebudo, Abalanzonya Kachuku Nozo, moved the motion for the adoption of the minutes, while Basi Kano Akakaka seconded the motion for the adoption of the minutes. Matters arising. His Royal Majesty Igwe Onukwo commented on the time limitation on the constitutional review. He asked if it was at this point that members could come forth with their comments on the Constitution. In his response, the President informed him that going by the adopted minutes, the Constitution took effect 90 days after its presentation. In a further question, His Royal Majesty Igwe Ebike Onukwo stated that within 90 days, members, including him, have submitted comments on the Constitution and that they had not been made public. The President stated that it was only His Royal Majesty Igwe Onukwo comments that were not in alignment with the proposed adoption of the Constitution and thus was not a popular view. He stated that in these circumstances, this view could not elicit an action from him and the Executive Council. Abalanze Kenneth Ifebudo stated that indeed The comments were not all tackled, and some of the issues raised were still vague, but that he will refrain from making further comments until a later date. A member of the family stated that the Constitution was adopted before the stipulated date. He stated that he had suggested that the Constitution go through a second reading, with comment publicly dealt with. The President insisted that the Constitution, as it had been adopted, could not go through further deliberations. A member sought clarification on the decision of the family on what currency was adopted for the saving of monies. He stated that given the fact that the family primarily operated in Nigeria, the Naira was the proper currency. Responding to this, the President stated that given the instability of the Naira, it was better for the savings of the association to be done in US dollars, as to avoid the negative effects of inflation and the constant fall of the Naira. The family officially accepted to this decision and adopted the saving of its funds in US dollars. The President and members of the family presented the founder of the family with the documents of ownership of SME, the title place. This was well received by members who accepted to it by a voice vote. The President celebrated the founder with glorious equipments. A Royal Majesty one who presented the gift which the founder received. The founder thereafter thanked the members for appreciating him and for believing in him. He prayed that they continue to progress in their endeavors and the family. Committee reports. Investment Committee report. Chief Chinedu Charles Ozombachi, the third Vice President of the family, read the Investment Committee report. He stated in his report, as an interim report, he stated that following the resolution of the House in June 2022, the committee has found land in Lekki. The choice of Lekki was informed by the high appreciation of returns on investments in that area. The committee at the year meeting recommended that the family buy land at Lekki Ezom Amozel, Orange Estate in Lagos. A sale was done, and the committee recommended the purchase of land. Chief Chikezie Wankwo and Kene Machuku were assigned by the Executive Council to aid the Investment Committee in negotiating. As a result of these efforts, the family has now acquired 300 square meters for 290 million naira at 140,000 naira per square meters. Screening committee report. The report of the screening committee was read by Chief Agowo, once Imperial General. He stated that at the 2022 AGM, the admission of 10 new members into the family was approved. 15 people indicated interest and bought their form, out of which 13 members were considered. 10 members were successful and inducted earlier. The motion for the adoption of the report was adopted by a voice vote of all the members. More still, a motion for the increase of the application fee to join the family to be increased from 23 million naira to 30 million naira was adopted by the members via a voice vote. Education Committee reports. The report, as contained in pages 61 to 67 of the program of events, was read by Chief Chikezie Okonkwo. He reiterated that members should send the names of schools in their communities for proper representation in the scheme. It was adopted by a voice vote of the members at the annual general meeting. Finance Committee. The report of the Finance Committee, Sir Henley Olabuchi was absent, so no report was read. Humanitarian Committee. The chairman of the committee read the report. He stated that the committee's activities have been paused due to insecurity in the southeast. He stated that since the last EGM in Uyo, the committee has been comatose. The chairman stated that the committee could do better, allowing them to be more proactive. He has also lent a voice vote to the president's directions. Sports and Youth Development Committee report. The committee chairman in reporting stated that at the last AGM in New York, there was consultant authorized to organize a befitting competition for all schools in the Southeast, but this secretary in the region marred these plans, and the consultant recommended that this plan be paused. He also stated that efforts to start scale acquisition program were halted for the same reason. The president empathized with them, but urged the committee to be more proactive in its execution. The Ethics and Privileges Committee. The committee was admonished by members and encouraged to step up their duties, especially as it concerns members who do not attend meetings of the family. More still, the committee's attention was drawn to the habit of lateness, who are becoming prevalent and was affecting the activities of the family negatively. The president of the family lamented the less fair attitude of members and stated that this was not only diminishing the reputation and impact of the family, but it was also costing the family financially. He stated that the family paid well over 6 million naira to local Continental Hotel for bookings and reservations made by members who neither attended the event nor bothered to cancel the reservation. Such as expenditure, he remarked, was the antithesis of the values of the family, and the Ethics Committee should checkmate this. Diaspora Committee. The chairman of the committee read the report. He first stated that the date of the AGM should be scheduled in a way that makes it more convenient for the members of the committee to attend the events in person. They proposed that the day be moved from the traditional October to September. The report was received via a voice vote from the members present at the meeting. There was no response to the proposal for the date change and was thought declared dead on arrival by the president. Okay, put your one. Stated that the activities of the scholarship and endowment scheme was laudable. He said that it was a shame that many members Alakadeska in engaging with the scholarship committee and recommending schools. He urged the president to deploy a plan to ensure maximum engagement of members. More still, he stated that the activities of the family be made known to the government, especially relevant agencies like the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Minister of Education, and this will aid the family in attracting the entitlement of recipients of the scholarships and also respect and patronage from government. Chief Gideon Chidebele of the Gideon and Joy Foundation said that he is experienced in scholarship schemes and can foresee impending challenges from structural lapses. He suggested that the scheme should be designed in a way that ensures merit is preserved, but also achieve a change of environment for the students, and this makes for better enlightenment and proper acculturization of the students. Financial report. The 2022-2023 report was presented by the Financial Secretary. It was received as a working document, pending the report of the Finance Committee, certifying the report. This was done by a voice vote. State of affairs, the Imperial elevated. No comment were originating from members. The president admonished the members of the family on their laissez-faire attitude toward the AGM and the official affairs of the family. He cited the lateness of members at the meetings as an example and declared their behavior. He called for suggestions on how this menace should be tackled. And the SOB moved a motion for an adjustment of the time as most members are busy businessmen. He suggested 6 p.m., preferably on weekends. Afọchukwu stated that no time was convenient or perfect. He suggested a move from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. to accommodate persons who may have had late nights. He suggested a fine of 250,000 naira for lateness. Abalan Zekene Etifekodo stated that the issue was not timing, but passion. There was a lack of commitment to the family by members, and a fine for lateness or absence would help if the family helped if be exempted. But people present tripping members of membership of the family should use of the social repetitive process of skits and jokes. And this is a distraction from the information meant by members, causing communication gaps. Aris Ejiba stated that in addition to the baseball hats members wear, brooches should be made for members to wear, especially for individuals who are not comfortable wearing hats. This suggestion was well received. We've reported his earlier sentiment that there were lapses in the leadership and especially of the family. Ifeanyi Ibekwe agreed with the earlier members and called for more engagement between the Executive Council and the members of the family. Honorable Sude suggested that social and sporting events will bring unity and accord to the family. He also suggested that signature greeting lines are needed for members. One for Chris Ifeanyi further stressed the need for the President and his council to be more engaging and accommodating of members' suggestions and to carry them along. He will urge the President to listen to the members' comments on leadership style and be more engaging with the floor members. He proposed that the minutes of the AGM be published in the next 30 days. He suggested that the Executive Council employ technology in the administration. He suggested that Zoom platform be used for convening meetings conveniently. The President stated that the minutes of AGM would be published within the next 30 days and the 30-day preceding to the next AGM. He also said the Executive Council will consider using Zoom in administration after the consultation with the Chancellor. AOB. The President informed members of the 20th marriage anniversary ceremony of Chief Emeka Ike Ezugo and the bereavement of the Chancellor. All members attend these events and be there for their families. The family received an invitation card from Mr. Harry, a trained engineer and developer, a non-member, to his wedding on the 11th November 2023. It presented a unique situation, and the House weighed in on this. It was resolved that the invitation be accepted, and members interested could attend. However, attendance is not compulsory, as he was not a member. His invitation and gifts were received. The President also informed the family that Honorable Ifekodo will be celebrating his chieftaincy title to be received from the Obi of Nnewi and the commissioner of some of his projects on the 2nd of January 2023, and the college members to attend. Crucial. The motion for adjournment was moved by Emeka Ike and seconded by Obi Ogbuefi. The closing prayer was said by Kenneth Ifekodo. The meeting closed at 11:30 p.m. That's the reading of the last minute of our AGM.
Thank you, Honorable Secretary General, for taking our time and eloquently reading out the minutes. Thank you. You can return to your seat. The Imperial, we've all heard the minutes of our last annual general meeting that was held on the 20th of October 2023 in this same hall. Can we quickly make corrections on these minutes? If there were things that was not said correctly, names that were not properly written, and things that was not properly represented, let us quickly correct it and move over to the adoption of the minutes. Please. Provost. Where's the second mic? Look out for members who want to make corrections.
Imperial.
One family.
Imperial.
One family.
And Imperial.
Living for humanity.
I stand to be corrected, page 17 and 20, where the 300 square meter was mentioned. I guess it should be 3,000.
You're 100% correct.
Page 17 and page 20. Thank you.
Yes, and the amount is not 290 million. The amount is 420 million.
My name is Engineer Ikagwan. My correction is on page 20, under screening committee report. The secretary reported that 10 members out of the 15 members that collected forms were considered, but we understood that it was 12 members that were accepted, even though 2 were absent for induction. 10 was inducted, 2 members were absent, and they are to be inducted at a later date. So it is 12 members, not 10. Thank you.
You are 100% correct. National Secretary, take note. More correction on these minutes. On page 20, Finance Committee, the report of Finance Committee of the Finance Committee, Sir Henry, is not Olabuchi, it's Orabuchi. It should be R, not L. Page 20.
Imperial.
One family. Go on, go on.
Imperial.
One family.
Imperial.
Living for humanity.
My name is Okenwachuku. My correction is on page 23. I think we agreed on a fine for anybody that checked into the hotel but didn't attend the AGM. I think we have, if I stand could be corrected, we have a fine for that.
Which of the particular paragraph are you talking about?
You only mentioned of lateness of 100,000. So you didn't state the one for absentee or person that checked into the hotel but didn't attend the meeting.
Yes, and I don't think it's captured here.
It's not captured.
Yeah, I think we'll say the fine of either 500 or 1 million. 500,000. Yeah, if you checked into the hotel and you didn't appear in the AGM, that you are owing us 500,000. At this point, I think that money is very small. We could reconsider that here and make it 1 million. It's not enticing. There is no justifiable reason why anybody will check into the room for the purpose of attending the AGM and end up not attending. 500 is not ideal. If we have the mandate of the House, we can make it 1 million. Straight on. Do we go with it? So you have the intention of staying in the room. That's why I say 500. So let's stay with 500. So you correct from 50,000 to 500.
Imperial.
One family.
Well-read minutes. Thank you, the able secretary. Just a little observation. My surname is Ifekudu, I-F-E-K-U-D-U, but you wrote Ifekundu. That's just my observation. Thank you.
Thank you for that wonderful observation.
Imperial.
One family.
Yeah, my name is Chukura Samuel Oster. Because actually, how do we know those who check into the hotel and have our AGM? Because already we after this AGM I may naga print the names of those that checking into this hotel and name the attendants. It will help us at least from the accreditation I may it could have be able to assist us. But can you maleba and you already which madam argument was an ego on an fine here. And the Kaiwa one and then a town ever, I didn't feel the more cheated. Because I see these things are way on them, but I personally I'm more than fear and some cheatings here. You got an now. On your own and about 1,000 say I got check in Hagabia de la. I don't think in this place no more there will be nothing like Imperial. Oh Madimelo, no. Thank you.
Thank you. I would have stopped that submission, but on the spirit of moving forward, we will treat it at once. Ordinarily, I can, on a correction of minutes, would have adopted the minutes before treating that matter as a matter of procedure and protocols in the meeting. But however, I think it's better we handle it so that we'll stop going back and front. The procedure is very simple. Upon accreditation, you signed in by yourself with your signature and you are given a tag, which means that we'll have accurate number of persons that attended this AGM. And at the same time, we'll have an accurate record of persons that checked into their rooms. When we reconvene after the AGM, we'll look at the list of the members that checked in and compare it against the list of members that got accredited. The difference says it all. There is no need for argument. If you are not here, you are not here. If you tell us you are here, we will play the visuals of this AGM meeting and prove that you are not there. But if we have to go that far to prove it, you will give us 1 million. So be rest assured there will be no errors in doing that. And at the same time, there are other things that we need to implement. It's not just paying that 500,000. There is a constitutional provision that says that if you do not attend AGM for 3 consecutive times, you do not need to be expelled. You've been expelled already by the Constitution. We don't even need to pronounce you. And I'm telling you, we have a list of 229 members. Over 16 of them are not members. We don't need to pronounce them. We know they are not members. But the day they will come, we will tell them. I'm telling you. There are some members of this great family who has never attended an AGM. And this is the 5th one. And in their minds, they are members. But they are not. But when the time is ripe, we'll call their names. We've given them a little time to repent. And obviously, at the end of this AGM, some of them are all repentant. So by the end of the year, during our financial year, whether they pay or not, we'll bring out a list of members who has been expelled by the Constitution of the Imperial Philantropic family. There is no two ways about it. We must live and stand by our Constitution at all times. Thank you. More corrections. More corrections. Correction. Okay, sorry, madam.
Imperial.
One family.
In addition, and we're to gap. If I okuru gap the neavu, onye be able accreditation. Or nachiazu, Barana Runya J 3 by 1 telo. Iji Nenezai now qua non de Bialefa, why no nya had however. And we're gap there. And my president executive, Amaka is we close that gap. that no ebia dafa kedu ka isi wee mara na ọnọzi ebe a ma ọ nọ ebe a nọ maka dintas na kemgbe nnụnụ ji wee mụta ebe ebe efe ka o ji wee mụtazi atụ so uche unu gaa na that one onye bịa mee accreditation pụọ kedu ka esi wee track ya ma na ọ nọ ebe a ka ọ nọ ebe a. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's a place the founder was honored. Page 17. Instead of Chief Izuna MSM, it was written Chief Izuna Okumereze. Then in brackets, Eze na Ukpo, which I feel is wrong.
Yes, please note that correction. His name is Izuna Chukwukadibia, MSM. Do we have further correction? In the
still Engineer Ikagwano. On page 19, starting from the bottom, the fourth line, where we have inflation and constant fall of the Nigeria. That Nigeria should be deleted and Naira should be put in.
100% correct.
That's the correction, sir.
Noted. Any further correction?
Imperial.
One family.
Imperial.
One family.
Imperial.
Living for humanity.
Ebokum Nagawu. Afamo Chief Donald Uzetu. Watching Amaroji Nozobo. Ebokum Nagawu. A member. Torotia Manobiaho. Imperial.
Let's adopt this constitution and get to that point. But if I will answer you so that I won't go back and front, it doesn't matter. The constitution did not ask you the constitution is explicit and clear on this. If you do not attend AGM for 3 consecutive times, that you remain expelled. I had to go onye ọbụla nwere ego ọ bụrụ ka onye ọbụla kwụọ ụgwọ ya onye ọbụla ebe a kwụcha ụgwọ ya na ọ na-abịa Imperial were aka azụba onwe ya. Very explicit on it.
Okay, the person who seconded the adjournment was Okwi Ogbuefi, not Ogbi. Okwi Ogbuefi.
Yeah, Ogbuefi, yeah.
The last page.
Page 24.
24.
Motion for adoption of this minute. If you must move this motion, you should be sure you were present in that meeting and that you were in that meeting from the beginning to the end.
Imperial.
One family.
I've been raising my hand. My correction is, my name was written wrongly. My name is Honorable Ibe Abuchi Osude.
Which page, sir?
Page 23. So apart from that, I'm moving motion for adoption of this minute.
Let's have your name again.
Ibabuchi Osude.
Ibabuchi Osude. Page 23. Does someone second that motion?
My name is Chief Nnamdi Emeshebe, and I second the motion.
Having have a motion moved by Mr. Osude and seconded by Mr. Enechebe, the minutes of 28 October 2023 annual general meeting is hereby adopted. Matters arising from the minutes. Members are free to also raise matters as it concerns this minute quickly so that we'll proceed with other things. If you look at page 22, page 20, where you have the investment committee, where they were mistakenly wrote 290 million. I think what they were applying to imply there is that as at that time, we made a deposit of 290 million and had a balance of 140 million, which was paid a few days after the AGM. It was paid off. Any other matter arising from that minute, it means everything is well now.
Imperial.
One family.
As regards the matters arising.
Yes, sir.
I think the right thing that should be done henceforth is for the secretary to bring up the matters arising. It should be in this agenda. After reading of minutes, matters arising, those things that were discussed in the previous meeting should now, the ones that are yet to be treated or treated, should come up as matters arising. It is when we didn't see anyone that we did not see in that matters arising that we can now say, okay, this one, you didn't put this or you didn't put that. But the agenda should not just come up like this without listing out the matters arising from the minutes.
Thank you for that wonderful observation. But previously, I've always raised most of the matters arising. But if you look at these very minutes, it looks like the executive on our own, we are up and doing. As such, there are not so much matters, or there are no matters arising. If there were loopholes on it, I would have called them out on my own. I'm only leaving it open to the General Assembly in case there are areas we failed to have covered that you felt, oh, it wasn't done properly. But on our own end, we don't have anything arising from this minute. So in the absence of that, do we read the minutes of the Presidential Advisory Council meeting? Okay.
My name is Chief John Wabisokoye. My observation here is on page 23 about fine on latecomers. I want to believe that the latecomers are not treated fairly compared to those that have sent from meetings from AGM. Though the Constitution stipulates that if a member fails to attend AGM for 3 consecutive times, that he will be expelled. But I'm looking at it as in the area that those that attend meeting that come late are not really encouraged. That expulsion after 3 consecutive absenteeism, is a time of expulsion. But what happens to those that fail to attend meetings at all? 1, 2, 3 years, somebody can asthmatic us. After failing to attend for 2 years, the person can make it up on the 3rd year. So how have we encouraged those that are coming? Rather, we find those that come late and leave those that fail to attend for 2 years go scot-free. I want us to look into that matter and see how to address it. Thank you.
Thank you. That is a wonderful submission from Onyego. Please, I want members to react to it immediately. Members must react to it, and then we'll get an expanded view before we can say anything on it.
Still standing on the existing protocol. My name is Engineer Ike Aguadomo. It's a very important and vital matter. I go straight to suggesting what should be done.
Go ahead.
And each time a member fails to attend AGM, that member should be fined 1.5 million. And if after 3 years the person didn't attend, the Constitution has sacked the person. That's my humble suggestion, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. More opinion on this?
My name is Chief Chukwuyo.
Address us properly.
Imperial
One family.
My name is Chief Chukwuyo Akazuo Mokija. Eventually, you prove that I'm meeting over and I'm going to you. Or the guy and I'm not serious. I know at this table. If a lot of people richer than me, many are banana in their rooms. And one of somebody in the checkmate from this door. And then when meeting over and then we'll let come. One of you actually proper no excuse. Man, as such things is I should maybe AGM. And maybe I observe. So I like Bikono. Can I put on when I am spell? Then can I be many be that are here. I got this pocket for accreditation Emily. If for that name, a number of accreditation Emily here, but then the number of people sitting here is not encouraging. So now my young Kamala fine I put the ABI meeting, Obra meeting Abasaba, and they are fine. ABI late. And my announcement in a meeting and I commence like today we know by 2. The ABI by 3. No go on each member yaku. That's my own humble submission.
Yeah, I think he deviated from the place in Chok I finish here which he has. It's very easy to checkmate. A possible maybe the expo. Let me solve the problem. Be an office, some of us who good system in their office. If you take thumbprint, you clock or in. If you was on a gate, you need to thumbprint by 2:30, no problem. What they recorded. Abasa is open yes and at before meeting Abasa. So we make it electronic and that will kill it. Very simple. We make it electronic. As a so it's easy go. Very simple. But meanwhile, only mayor of Nekosompo, Jinaka. So the two should go in pari passu. Ndena biaro AGM at all. Kede iwuha. Ebob no onye bia late in 100,000. Onye bia lono bage no 500. Onye abia zabia kede hebu iwuya. Okwe behind ekwu. Okay, I took what I had on 1 million, call 1.5, call 2 million, call 4. So others America, other people are okay. Let's vote on the amount. Let's have 2 amounts and vote on it so that we move forward.
Imperial.
One family.
My name's Anthony Obela Okunzagota. My question goes like this. For those who are expelled due to non-compliance of the 3 AGM attendance, it was not stipulated under what condition they should be readmitted into the system back. So I'm just wondering, is there any other condition under which such a person will be readmitted? Thank you.
I don't think now we're process of readmission. It's okay readmit a ballot form. I got 50 million can or 60. You go for I had to wallow. I have my people I try mother, you go. I want to help over. Oh, no, buy here, I have a him. So you got to buy him back and they found him. So, oh, you got to do it, screen and keep as well. I had to show. Again, as well, I hear. No pass you the more pass upon a Malankai and near Malankai, the Macanacobani, equal be apa. Go to a code. No, watching them. However, the Constitution also states that any reason why a member will not attend an AGM, he should put it in writing and he should reach us at least 2 weeks before the AGM. If that letter is found tangible, such a person could be excused from that inclusion. Mostly it should be on a medical, certified medical situation. Or medical treatment, they certified, who honor it. Manobo na ijebe chuego na China, or in India, or wherever. Ichutege isikwa n'ime ego a echuta nyekwa ya ụfọdụ. Anyị wee na-aṅụ champagne.
Imperial.
One family.
Imperial.
One family.
Imperial.
Living for humanity.
My name is Dr. Augustine Okechukwu. Nwachi na mere n'Umuoji. Biko, there is a little deliberation going on. Nke a na-ekwu that na ọ bụrụ na ndị na-abịa hall convention, na-aya adaha nha. I think we have to take the cognizance of ndị na abroad. Okay? I know I do come, but sometimes I might not come. So, you might be saying that do you for now, my habia ho. Okay, na dying a flight. I will get a flight in Abu from US to here. Like somebody like me, I just came in for yesterday and I'm going on Sunday. So, if I have 5 days, Gambia. So, or somebody in America or
South Africa or anywhere abroad, I think some rules need to bend based on the location. Thank you.
No, she never blunder joto. Every organization I belong to, and I'm about 7 different clubs. Diaspora members, every organization, now could double of every payment and name at that organization. Annual dues only are double. Or 2 abonanato, or the double payment. Because no one bundi need you if I name. To you, if you need it, you go, when you go up eating it, in the Ugo. Flight from here to US, we come on 4 million, the China Ugo. Man, a year to year in America now, all on that ego. I put every 2-3 weeks, I about flight to 700,000 Jaba and Igbo. I do an Igbo, I make money at 2 ego, non a hotel, Bigaria Cars and Dogger, to near 1.5 million Chiatazo. After 2 weeks, I eat Yako again. He never had a GC America after 1 year in Ego. Going forward, then there's a double payment of that money. Because still on that fine, let's make a decision. Chineji, I move to your house. Do we adopt 1 million or 1.5 and then I better? Let's vote on it. Give her my balance the microphone.
Imperial.
One family.
Biko Afambo Ifekodo Kenneth OFR. Biko Yenchiku before untinya amount. Bo. Ife Jukwano debe meeting I once a year. Boko yale baka again aro. Once a year, once. And once a year, a mayor dilonyo bana comfortable. Enyegi hotel room. Nye feeding. So from why onye follow organization ananya geji we yale megene ebian. Except health grounds, health nature iche. Manobulu business. Trade fair China or no trade fair China, you can always adjust it. So because to me, makano for people they take it be serious. I may vote 2 million.
Wonderful. Very good, very good. Go. Let's have one more opinion from there, so we'll rule on this.
The Imperial.
One family.
All protocols observed. My names are Emeka Judowoka, watching Abalog 1 Norifte. Please, I want to support 1,500,000 for anybody out there this any AGM because I want to be for the reason. So because 1,500,000 can now support for anybody out there. Now using the executive again, Kabambo. If you bust out like this, if you the labor keta, from Wesley, I want Belabia, he created a quorum, maybe I get that and attended this AGM. Because when we appear, Mogo now, a time, Dechi and in our names in the Nabia. This they should try. The secretary should do more. Our money may at least our names in the Bialabia on all there. I am Malumako Mado Nebiano. Bogol minute Yogana go minute. I was expecting Kamfu, na total roll call. Members attend the day in the pool, matter 1 or 2 or 5. But all those things are there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That is a wonderful submission. Honestly, yeah, it has always been like that. If I watched our previous minutes, if you watch the minutes of the Presidential Advisory Council on page 47, if you know the idea, but the rapporteur that recorded this minute the last time made a fatal blunder. That's why you don't have it there. But if you look at the second minute at page 47, you will see the roll call of the members that attended that meeting. So going forward, we will always have it there. Thank you.
The Imperial.
One family.
The Imperial.
One family.
And the Imperial.
Living for humanity.
My name is Dr. Ibe Ezekiel Ifeyi, Ezugumba, one of Ihiala. The executives for giving us a listening ears and laudable suggestions in this meeting. And to give a support to Abalanze. I got meet here 2.5. Mandela sana 2 million naira. Then there was a time the president made mention of how we can be clocking in and clocking out, maybe in our next AGM. I walk with a little bit over. So many people pay attention. Money here is binding. We can equally adopt that if that is the case. But please, I make the meeting now that too short. Because when you in there, on base no when there go 50. They didn't not like it in mortgage 6. Oh, when you may not like it at 1 and again. So when I now clock in, now clock out. At time of the meeting, now the moderate, so I can be able to stay till the end of the meeting. That is my only contribution. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Zogumba. But I also want to respond swiftly. The time of the meeting is dependent on us. I am opening time and I am closing time. Obu if I higher noge, I am noge. In Kai 1 million na 2 million. Naturally, 1 hour, and I able to be meeting. You man 4 o'clock, I do another. My analysis time of flight, I get by flight. I you white already. I move what DJ. Are you white and I do say about the manager?
Imperial.
One family.
My president, because actually make a little bit suggestion. Our Chief Samuel.
Are you debating?
No.
Open about debating. Let's vote on this so that it becomes a new matter. No, we don't want to digress.
I made debate, my president.
Okay.
Because Ana Mikumaka define and chain from the most of the diaspora members. Adema Azochitekwalonya owner, but I'm saying. Iman onye no n'ụzọ ada aghọtacha onye no na amaghị onye no n'ilo n'afụ. My plead that matter ndị diaspora una aka yetituwori ebele pending because most people na-enwe immigration problem hapụ maka na anyị nọ ebe onwe na-achụgharị anyị n'akwụkwọ. Many people ma ihe onwe ndị akwụkwọ ha mere expire o ji ego inweta ihe ọwụna but akwụkwọ mere expire o ya emenwe ihe ọ ga-eme nwe ihe ọ ga-emenwu di ya. So biko I know na ihe anyị na-achọ ka anyị move forward but that matter ndị diaspora nwa sị ka hand go over to our diaspora coordinator and assistant anyị ka anyị nebe anya wee bughachitekwala unu ndị executive biko no ka anyị ghara iji ịkwụ ọtọ gbujie ji anyị nwere ike imebi ihe unless achọ ilu ụzọ anyị nwa then we can continue. Thank you.
Thank you for that wonderful representation. But I must tell you that what you have is a diaspora coordinator coordinating you. You do not have a diaspora coordinator coordinating the Imperial Philantropic family. This is an AGM, and whatever that is determined here is binding, both on you and your coordinator. So you have 1.5 million and 2 million. In support of 1.5 million, say aye. In support of 2 million, say aye. The 2 million have it. We want an all-inclusive meeting. I actually met a meeting here. Ụfọdụ anọ na bịa palọ na-ekwu na ha ekwe n'ihe ekwu na ha na mgbe ekwu na ha aja ekwe na ọbụ ndị Ọkịja. Ịchọ ịbụ ndị Imperial ịbịa na meeting ndị Imperial ịbịa ebe egwu anyị opinion o. Once in a year I draw too much. The sacrifice bụ onye nwere a little love for this family o nwere ife ọ bụ. Enwere so many CEOs n'ebe a na lose millions of naira and dollars for staying here. but ha hapụrụ ihe niile a every year fa na-anọ ebe a ka fa dị sure na ha nwere impute ebe a ha belong, ebe a ha nọ, ebe a ha fụrụ n'anya. Ọtụtụ n'ime anyị bụ sọ ebe a ka ị afụ ha, ha ya bịa occasion year to year, ha ya bịa ihe ọbụla, erukwazie AGM a ha ya bịa. Onwe ka nne onye a nwanne ya si nwa, olu ha na-amụ mma na phone so much. My own president, the digital president, na president ebu m anya mmiri, esi ọgịnị ọsọ ma mother just nwere arụ m. President ebi ka ekwe na-ewe ka ekezi platform, esi awuchi platform, also condolence platform. Onye a na-agwakwa gị ha wee ka ọtụ ebe $1 before, ma ọ bụrụ na benchmark of 100,000. Ọbụla oge ọkpọ ọsọ president biko wee ka anyị esi mee ha ka o yie ife ịmago ka emee ka ndị mmadụ tiela anyị arụ. Ihe a niile ebe afọ president na-ata onye ọbụla ya na-abịa na meeting so na-apụta njem. In the course of this meeting we have to touch on every aspect of imperial life. Ịchọọ ndị kwuru so na onye ribe amara ya azụ ọ dịrị gị chọọ ka anyị kwuru n'iru. Fuel agaraga ọnụ na the cost of ịkwụ V8 n'ụzọ 3-4 pieces na convoy a na-agbakọzi. Ọ bụrụ na ya dị afọ iro inye anyị kaadị anyị efekwara gị aka tụkwa one family one love. Ebe a ka anyị na-eje nke ikpeazụ a biko ka anyị gbapụ ya ọsọ 2 million bụ egwu eji na ihe a na-eme. Note where 2 million for ndị na-abịara abịa, ndị bịara gbagoro elu 500,000, ndị bịa late 100,000. Let's get serious. Ihe mmadụ kpọrọ ewu ya ka ọ na-aza. Second, I want to ask the members of this family ka ọ bụrụ our own decision. Do we go ahead and read these voluminous minutes of our last presidential council meeting, or do we read it up? Can I follow other things I want to go? The decision is yours. Can I follow other things? So you have another name here. So the minutes of our last presidential council meeting is hereby anonymously adopted. The Imperial, one family. Because let's have the investment committee. The chairman of the investment committee, please can you present your report swiftly? Don't worry, you want to speak, I sit up my face. Please go ahead with your report.
The Imperial,
one family.
The Imperial,
one family.
The Imperial,
living for humanity.
Mr. President, please permit me to stand on existing protocol. The report of the Imperial Philantropic Family Investment. Diversification of family investment to set up a legacy project. In our last report, titled Current Investment Report, we recommended, among others, that the family should diversify from investments into landed properties into other areas with considerable prospects. At the Presidential Advisory Council meeting held in Ikote Bene, Akwa Ibom State, on 13th July 2024, the meeting deliberated on matters and eventually resolved to set up a specialist hospital in the southeast as one of the family's legacy projects. Our committee
they are mandated to do if research and feasibility studies with the family of the consultant in the area and report back on how to go about the project. The committee contacted a consultant in the field, one Mr. Uche, who eventually linked us to JNCI International Limited. After our interaction with the said consultant, they reviewed all the circumstances of our case and advised that we should rather go for a diagnostic center as against a specialist hospital. In our last Commanders Council meeting, we invited the consultant with the director of JNC International Limited, who presented a demo yesterday night. Today again, she was here with us and gave us demonstration on visual explanation. Based on this, we are looking for the House to take a stand in our proposal. Thank you, and God bless you. I hereby present the report to the President. Thank you.
No, I'm coming down. On behalf of the great members of the Imperial Philantropic family, we do hereby receive a report, an investment report from the chairman of the investment committee on behalf of the members of this great committee. Thank you. Thank you. The Imperial, because Agama like ka onye ọbụla at this point ocha ntị ya ọfụma ka ige ntị okwu abana n'ego onye nwe ife ọma aghọta after this point ka ọ jụọ ajụjụ maka na oge a ga-eji wee ha ata n'ọka eluo na igwe se ngwa ọnụ ya kwụwa 1 billion ọnụ ncha niile mana akwụsịrị ya mbara ma ya ekwe. Enwe a proposal before now by the Presidential Council meeting Nigeria in Uyo of how to indulge in a legacy project, a sustainable one. And then were 3 proposals brought to the floor. One was a school of thought who said that the place I know today, today, be a monopoly. Now the whole of Nigeria as a whole, there will only 3 hotels only in Nigeria that can accommodate the members of the Imperial Philantropic family, which means there will only 3 hotels in Nigeria with a capacity of taking 300 persons at the same time. And none of them is represented in the Southeast. And based on that, some members said, well, the Pamma, Naim Marriott, or Naim Hilton, or something of that nature, somewhere in the Southeast. That way, Nayama Jesuyo. That is a school of thought. And when another school of thought that said, Nokakwamma, Nai establish an industrial trade-free zone somewhere in the southeast. That is another school of thought. Abiam was the last school of thought who said Kailo Hospital or a diagnostic center, that it's going to go in line with the ideology, the thoughts Ejue found in this family. And at the same time, not going a more rapid ROI, which is return on investment. Support the ideas and the foundational principles AJ found by this organization. After so much deliberation, the members who were present in PAC, the Presidential Advisory Council meeting, agreed that na reach out for consultants, advise properly on which of the projects I got indulged in. And well, in that presidential address, I got a report from a consultant on industrial threat-free zone. The person I engage on the issue of hotel is asking for our head. And so many school of thought said, na hotel at the long run are rather sustainable, and that it does not go in line with what we stand for and what we believe in. So the emphasis was laid on the threat-free zone and on the hospital / the diagnostic center. Based on the report I went from the consultants, the investment committee do a major mostly on the diagnostic center. The ROI on it is small and the management is lower or the easier to manage than a hospital. Hence, the presentation I will about today. The presentation is not endorsed unless you do that. It might still be open to other consultants, but we need to set the record straight and have a direction. And before we continue, we want to first of all reconfirm that we have all agreed to have this legacy project, and that we have also agreed that is going to be in the line of the medical field, which is a diagnostic center, which if our funds can carry it, or we so wish, we can inculcate hospital into it. Manon manana bokoba if we unable. So we need to agree in principle on a high chair before we go into the modalities of how it could be achieved and the time frame that will be attached to it. Thank you. Also, I want to say something. Why we deliberate on it and they ponder over what we were told. I want to tell us a truth. The person who spoke to us was economical with the truth. She didn't tell us the whole truth because she didn't want to scare us. But somehow in the art of her speech, she also said the truth. When she was talking to us, she told us that na otu aine na eba na bona the 200. And then we're likelihood that after the age of 60, na bona nene we ke esi jebe na enwere ike obona 30 ga-enwe need for that. She was economical with the truth. She didn't tell us the truth. The truth is that after the age of 60, 65, over 70% of us will need that facility. Our families will need that facility. Our parents will need that facility. If we are not going to do a project like that for money, we will do it for ourselves. Because na woro onye mo otu oga ade na nka, onwere onye mo efe oga aya, onwere onye mo onye oga abo. Obulu ndị Anglican ha na-abụ ababe mmadụ nwụrụ, a na-asị ọbụ ka ọ bụ gị na amara onye ọ ga-abụ. So let's quickly have a few comments from members why we will say that matter and go into the modalities. Thank you. Provost. Yeah, Mike.
Imperial.
One family.
Afambo Ifakodo Kenneth, OFR. President, thank you. This dream, to me, will be the best gift. More I realize in Woya, yes, the volume is high. The monetary involvement is super what? High. But don't forget, now, this journey or this idea solve like two things. One, humanitarian aspect. Two, massive return on investment. Many of us never went hotel. A low hotel, if it's a low hotel, they busy so break even now from 8, 9, 10 years. But this business in question, I took our time to talk with her further yesterday when she finished. Return on investment, also can add this low now is 5 years. Health matters a lot. People now, my father died of prostate cancer of blessed memory. At our age, those of us name PSA and MTS, not the one they do with blood. Blood will not give you the accurate thing. If you prostate enlargement, apart from it, personally, in cancer, mandi colon cancer, mandi breast cancer, 30, 31, many of them are ungo, including my cousin, 50 years, prostate cancer. So what am I saying? This is a business. Are they guessing? Moga work, monoga work. Issue of working is there. Then it will be run in two ways. When we target average and above class, the luxury aspect. Then on the humanitarian aspect, which most people name IVF name like DIV. DIV, IVF here, no selection. $10,000, he converts it in Naira, 15,000. Or convert at the current rate. That's what he collects for just IVF. Manon the humanitarian angle, Muniana run. Nkabu, Aquana line, now, form. Enogata, OPK, computer, like a PQ phone. Those people, they reduce the cost for them. A man in Abia on the NGO wing, or the lay cheap. By that, we are saving life. Then on the side of targeting the average people, we are making money. The competition is not much because of the monetary involvement. But if you guys see now okay, it will no. And what they said is that they can run it for you. We can decide now. Let's say if I can worry for what's alive. Final analysis. How much do we make in a month? If in every 30th, nothing on thing come, it comes. So, because I will encourage all of us, this is the only dream. Apart from the fact that it will help most of us in aging, and it will help most of us to assist people we love, it will equally help us to save money that we will use in our old age. Imperial.
One family.
Imperial.
One family.
Imperial.
One family.
Imperial.
Living for humanity.
My name is Nakavaitus Emmanuel, Gentle Grover. Okay, from my own perspective, I want to make it straight that there is no comparison between hotel business and hospital or school. It is far difference.
Number one, there are lots of advantages in saving life. Something like hospital or something thereabout. You will be a proud dad, either of your daughter nor your son finish school and this is our own on something medical. He or she can get admitted into the facility very, very easy. That is number one. Number two, I stand with the commander here. What and how to generate income in a hospital or whatsoever is far high. And if it's something like hotel, 5-10 years, it now start going down the rain. Maybe based on the management I said. But if it is hospital or hotel or school, the more it's aging, the more it's becoming original. They will tell you that is a long-term hospital. They knows what they are doing. Means the more older, the more better. The more older, the more better. While hotel is next 5 years, we are looking where is the new one, the latest one that they just built. So the both are not in same category at all. Finally, before I drop, going to this in terms of investment, I will also advise the president, the executive, and the council behind this. If possible, if maybe we adopt it as something we want to do, if there is an angle or arm they will open for whosoever want to invest, probably like a share. Do you understand? Someone that want to buy a share into the facility. I'm just saying, so let people be encouraged, because going beyond every member must pay a social amount. Someone may have something somewhere that he feels like, instead of you borrow from here or whatsoever, that whosoever make investment, what is his return in the investment. So as I stop here, I stand on hospital than hotel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Imperial,
one family.
Imperial,
one family.
Imperial,
living for humanity.
Afambo, His Royal Majesty, Ojawa Emeka Francis. The last person who could Kanchoro, he helped Niyoku, because Niyoku did okay. Hospital, mainly the area of this diagnosis is better, perfect. But then when eventually you're the president, and that in a bow, I want to tell you, Imperial alone, she take this project. It may take Imperial 10 years to finish this project as Imperial. But if President, you and the executives, we come together, budget the amount that are required to do this, and divide it by point, because there is a club I am. This is what they did. They divide something, they have a project, it's called Legacy Project. They divide it per point. Maybe a point, maybe 10 million naira. Somebody may decide to buy 10 points. Another person may decide to buy 20 points. Imperial as a club, we also buy points and have their point on it. With that way, you can see somebody, like Abalanza, go 100 points. Abalanza was. Yes, before you know it, I want to tell you, maybe 1 year, 2 years, this project, I finish with, because when you are investing that at the end of the day, there's a return coming to you as a person. Imperial will also buy point from that project. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a good one, but please, direction. I want us not to go back and front. So one thing is critical. Let us first of all adopt this program before we go into the modalities. Onye chọọ ikwu okwu bụ na ihe ọ chọọ ikwu the modalities. Nye nwee ndidi a jide anụ egbe n'aka ewe jụọ na nwaanyị a na-erikwu ya. Ka anyị hapụ ịtọ nwaanyị afọ anyị gbagotu agbago anyị agbada ka anyị confirm nwanne na ihe a bụ ihe anyị eme. Then we will now sit down here and go into the modalities proper. Please, one more opinion. We'll put the voice votes.
Imperial.
One family.
Imperial.
One family.
Imperial.
Living for humanity.
My name is Basil Kano Akaka Kanandi Zog. I were options. I discussed about free trade zone within the southeast. Nuche Mwa. If we concentrate, if we put our effort na the free trade zone idea, na oga aka nyere anyị aka to get where we want to be. First, all na free trade zone within the southeast. As a matter of fact, utu anyị niile nọ here going forward. Everybody, we are all thinking home. Believe it or not, we are all thinking home, considering the way this country is. And when we have such free trade zone within our own area, it will bring a lot of industrial cluster within that southeast. And having that, it will help us. Our families, our kids will get employment. And it will provide a whole lot of job opportunities for our own people. And that will signal growth within the southeast, which is what we are all praying for and fighting to see how we can get to that point. For instance, today, go to Lekki Free Trade Zone. I don't know how many people that have had the opportunity to be there. You see, there are so many industries there. So many. Till you get there, not only Dangote, there are so many industries there. And why? This is a free trade zone. And our people, the way I know our people, if we have such within the southeast, that would be a turning point for our zone. So, Nuchem, I would rather we concentrate more on this free trade zone, because with that, we will get all these other things we intend having. Thank you.
Thank you, Akakaka. Let's have Ojichukwubulozo and then will speak to us.
Imperial, we are here on a basari manner in a mess of. You are not sure of tomorrow. In a hospital, you are work. Boom, the owner, the business of man. Then, Kogareo, nine Arafsio, Kune guy. Okama, all these things, our own estate, cultural, hello, fine. All the organization easy to manage. Our own hotel, all the organization easy to manage. But only business now I require the owner. Ijakaya marriage. I had a feasibility study. Each one emenshọnụ anyị ewe nwayọ họọ kọmitii ya eleba ya anya wepụta the two sides of it before na conclude. O nwere project anyị abanye like my brother said 10 years a finish boy, and 10 years time our zeal may not be the same. Our People's Club. So Okama Owen Kanka Yeme, I cook we Hayeme, Eme Yozbo. Thank you.
Thank you, Chike Menike. Thank you. More opinion on this. Doctor. Let's hear from the doctor.
The Imperial.
One family.
The Imperial.
One family.
The Imperial.
Living for humanity.
Afam Chief Dr. Wafe Fire Increase. Iken Golumba North. Almost even to the last speaker kwuru. Maka na onye ọbụla ibere ihe presentation ama ngwa gị na ọma work. Onye ahụ akwago na oje ha work, ịma na onye ahụ amaghị ọrụ ya. Ọmakwa business aha. The last speaker ekwugo ihe bụ uche m, mana ihe m na-eti ezi n'ime bụ na ana m support ihe o kwuru. Ka ime anọ m into pharmaceutical. Oge ọ na-agosi dosis na ọ na-agosi, ama agwa ndị anyị na-anọ na ihe a abụghị ihe ọha na-eme. Onye chọrọ ime, you must do it with the professional. Ga-enwekwa percentage. Ọ ga-enwe percentage o ji ga-protect that business. Ọ bụ ka onye rụchala ụlọ ọgwụ were enye medical doctor to manage. Ịbata ebe aha anya ka ị ga na-eme because you are not part of the business. Biko nu, like the last speaker said, ihe ọ bụla ị ga-eme na anya mma bido nwetara the profit in 5 years. Let us not do it. Mbido na-adụ good, mana nkwụsị ya ka ekusi ga-end. President na ebe a today, ọ na-eme ọfụma, ọ dịghị easy. Ama m how long ha megoro meeting na. Mana another person, ọ dị ka Nigeria, another person will better tomorrow. So one of those things emere na elo. Mana ọ bụ na a personal business. Ime elo, you swallow the saliva. Man kwupụta ekwupụta. Because ihe ọbụla anyị na-eme with the Imperial or ebe ọbụla anyị nọ na group, let us choose the best. And for us to know the best, I got for Obona this diagnosis something easy. What was not the only 5 places in the whole Nigeria. And the NNPC, government parasita, these people, is a very wonderful project. But if you don't know and stay into it, you just have all the capital intensive. You know, almost I paid about almost more than 60 billion. No, I have worked for you before you buy nan. It's more than 60 billion. It's more than 60 billion. And that 60 billion will not finish it. Imagine for you to do that kind of thing, it is your own electricity. Because those machines there have home machines, single phase. All of them must be 3 phase. And to Obon Gora Abanakota as no Okomero. So all the very, very important. It's a very wonderful business to do. But all the very capital intensive way, Abo Haga, Abo Emecha Abenya. Thank you.
Imperial. I want to say Imperial.
One family.
Imperial.
Living for humanity.
I'll give you the mic, but just hold on. I want us to calm down. It might be the truth, but not make kura no kwego. Onye abona aga. Onye kanju ese onye abona go chanti ofuma. Onye abona go chanti ofuma ka got ebe a na-eje. Ka eji nwa agụ nwatụ asịrọ agụgburu ya. Akpọrọ $15 million for $27 million. Obi mapụ ndị mmadụ. Mana onwebere onye agwa onye weta $15 million. Ekebere kwa na otu kwuo na onye ọbụla ya akwụwa $1 billion. Ma ọ na ya akwụ $100 million. Ka anyị na-ejizi na personal interest or because na anyị feel na ha nwere ike involve na anyị ga-etinye ego ma na ya ma etinye ego wee na-akalụ ife na-adịrọ mma, ife dị mma. Na NNPC nwere ya. You also had na clinics nwere ya. Ezudo na nka nwere nke ọ na-alụ individually as a person. Individuals na alụ ya. Our member here will a diagnostic center in the person of Callistus Ifenokeke, single-handedly, and he's doing very well in the southeast. Oh, my MRI machine, I know where he bought it. He bought it about $1,200,000 5 years ago. And he's doing well today in Nnewi. In fact, my father named Onweko Oside Baokaneje. But it is very saddening, very, very saddening that I know say about Imperial one family. And as a billionaire, and I bought champagne, now champagne, Nikukasiuku. A total look I swear, lower ebe, nana now. Ebe bonatela can well endowed and so. A hobona me modalities age. If you listen to Emeka Ojabambone active, every member game when I hear when he almost about 5 million. The remaining money for ego column with the man or Bronya Bonaka call. Oh, when they want to go. And when members who are willing to pledge $5 billion to this project, in Kagapota, Kainage na makana neku na ego where Kalwai fed them. The way Imperial is today, I'm going to whether an aloefa other aloefa, we have to recapitalize Imperial against ego. Most members know here are drug committed, 100 million. And try basa next year, Bokakozo. A man or come on, I meet you, basa. Manobo na no, oge we high mepotalana fuanya. Onyobona Wenditi. Let us get involved. Onyana Sike feasibility study. Which better feasibility study next year is quite a better feasibility study. The only way to start, the only way to win is to start. Some of the billionaires then when the world failed several times, they try, have failed, have tried, have failed. At some point, they took the sky. Elon Musk failed several times. He launched his rocket several times and in a failure, but today he's the richest man in the world. You cannot succeed without trying. That is the truth. And we cannot be together as a group of this size and magnitude without having a direction. If the projection is that every member of this family, now 50% of us, they're likely to use their facility in the near future. What are you talking about? You are investing in hotel. You are investing in trade-free zone. Or you their benefit. Kelwa ono, lwa estate, kimwete ego, egi ne debele nest of kin. Kede makandogi, kede makagoa no mwelo. As a person that is still living. Ndi na bulega, ndi nest of kin na onye mwefe hagi ejia weme. Kayo sobagodo mwai. Nest of kin. Let us make meaningful impact in our community, in ourselves. No, after you, mgbe enwugolu kedu ihe ndị debele eji elota gị kedu ihe imepụtalụ mgbe agha inwere ego a. A lot of billionaires in Nigeria today, their family did not take after them. So many, so many families, the richest. Today, what you have done, what you have done for humanity, will continue to live after you for generations to come. Let us think positively. Let us do something. And I guarantee you, you are talking about $27 million, $15 million, $6 million, another million. But we didn't listen to that presentation. We didn't listen to what that woman said. Or say that you can get grants, you can get funding, you can get people who will get these equipments. And the Bank of Industry things like this. Some of our members in the office had to all machine. Like a Bank of Industry has $6 million. How do we go to that machine? And how you better go in 5 years' time? If Bank of Industry can give an individual $5 million, why wouldn't they give a collective like us $10 million to do this? What are we talking about? Ihe ebuna buy and at a good deal of hanine where you put your buna buy that's what I will be like Kalawaya Kowega Lebon Obiho. Come here to near 5 million more, 10 million more, 1 million. Can I go my Zoku? Onye Bataleba Chena the soap to this Bataleba Bakane Jakwa Mozu, Kane Jeria event, Okwasi or Bokwe Zoku. Ihe Beleba to do philanthropy. And if we are here, we won't be able to do anything meaningful. If we are here, we won't be able to use our might to attract things down to the southeast. There is no reason for us to be here. And we have any single reason. Debate. The truth is that we'll do something. Wherever we stop, Bank of Industry will come. If Bank of Industry does not come, some of our brothers not in the diaspora, if we don't allow the need the MRI machine, need the NK. Someone like Dr. Marika Wiki said, you need the MRI machine beyond sitting nearby. Did you consider that? That's what I would. But we need to put a structure on the ground. You're going to cost to that structure, before TBA machine. Maybe $1 billion, maybe 1.5. What is $1 billion now to a group of 220 persons? If all of us raise 5 million, we will raise 1.something billion. And that project is as good as done. If we have a structure, the rest is history. And a member, Onyibo, Onyanambra by, Kanye Kuna Militopo machine na Medugri last week. Onyibo, I we volunteer $1 million. See, you got a machine, budget what makes you believe in our that same person won't donate 1 machine or 2? Why are we like this? Why? It's very saddening. Let us look at the collective implication of the decisions we want to take. Very important. And someone also raised a very vital point. Also, Keriki is a doctor. Iwejelo na ogu. Kekage is a manager. Have a personal understanding. St. Nicholas, when the doctor. He's been there since over 70 years. He's running. He's being run by a management. St. Nicholas, manager. He's a business running on its own. What matters is management. All the Marriott's enough, one hating enough, one them individually. But how will you hating to manage for them and give them returns? The problem I been onye chọọ imepe company, onye chọọ ime business, ọ chọọ ka ọ bụrụ Okeke and Sons Nigeria Limited. Na onye na ụmụ ya manage ya ka ha wee ghọrọ mgbọ nọ n'ime ya. At the end of the day, because he lack expertise management of elu, onye asọ na ihe agha aga. Kpọọ ndị ọcha kpọọ ndị America, kpọọ ndị Turkey mepee business, were enye ha sị ha manage, hapụrụ ha 40 or 30% were 60, that business will last for a lifetime. People like us at our status, individual status, should stop getting involved in businesses. We should learn to do businesses that will live after us. Iwu abụrụ na ị ga na-agakwa ọfịs every day ka anyị nyere onwe anyị aka, nyere arụ anyị efe. Agbaka m mbọ bụkwa ego nri ọgaranya na-esi na chi. Ka anyị dozie na be anyị, ọgwụ na kọrọ m n'ọnụ. Thank you. One family.
President, I thank you so much. Imana ane ekwu na-eme presentation ụfọdụ adị eme gịnị agent. Onye emela presentation ka ọ kpọọ ife anyị na-alụ first of all is not hospital. Diagnostic center. But the cap of it is the cancer ward center. Over equipment and machines. Also not the 10 in the whole of Nigeria. Over demography or statistics, madone na ya cancer enwe na Nigeria. All the facilities enwe boronu bundi na analyst 500,000. Okulego nini na ana. The number the overwhelming, the facility the small. Then other areas out of that 10, the follow the about 2 or 3. Others was done by government giving contracts. And the urban one yesterday on my presentation, I say why most of the government own fail is that Abia kita machine nka enye contract onye go in a Canon. Enye another person contract go in another company. Because the 2 machines don't pay, it collapses all the time. Njoji wenye good example bo Life Bridge Abuja. Onye one Life Bridge Abuja. Life Bridge is about 12 years now. I mention you here. Senator Abana be a businessman. He's not a medical doctor. And if you decide not to be involved, they will do it for you. The analysis, what she said here, I can't repeat. Nobody the target, name were low, middle, and up. That was why she showed us hospital rooms to the sick and hotel room. Then go see now, these are the main targets. Then we're medium, then we're low. So open and I actually involved, they will manage it. From the analysis, they will tell you what you are to get every month because of the number of patients. Abuja, when my dad was sick, it's in a national hospital. Let me shock you. National Hospital Abuja. With your contact and everything, and I'll be able to my father from the same hospital, from the executive wing to there. If there are people who not about the small, on when they about 2 days waiting for their turn. Just kafa make chemo, 2 days. People about, but that machine works twice in a week. Or there's only mother. So if I have cancer, I had a run about hospital. And these people can do it for you. And you don't need to be a doctor to do this. It's a money spinner. Go and ask question. Anything cancer. And she said it. Na family fa or 1 year or year I have a cancer. So you need to read and went down to my destiny again return on investment. We don't need to get involved. Family analysis, I be there, and the funding. The basic thing is what? The land. Second one is the what? The building. Once we get the building right, final design, made the way it's supposed to be, we can face it. Facing it in the sense that all the banking facilities so can come in. We can start with one phase, which is maybe only one segment, MRI, this, that. Then the scanning, the chemo machine, 1. But from the drawing, they made provision for 2. From the money generated, it go the second one. So because I really did discourage, this is something we can do, is in line with our mandate, which is helping humanity.
because no one did ever cancer name after me chemo, people are dying. Open yesterday make a presentation. Also now, machine no Kabajani failed because of government contract, national hospital. People say about blue from east, Burundi, Madana, Burunu. Almost when next Boko Haram because of what? One is cheaper, two their own is new and is the newest, and they are the one that installed Boronu. The media Putana Dam destroyed it. What did their company do? The company said they are going to restore that Boronu machine for free. And what we ever, yesterday, maybe a good of my year. Yesterday on a presentation because they are the one that installed it. Media Putana Dam to Boronu, Toya. The two machines there, their company said they put a brand new one to replace it. Because nearly cost about $2.5 million. They said they are replacing it. So when you work with them, they have been the representative of all these top companies of Olafa for 23 years. And all the ones, Lightbridge, they did Lightbridge. Why Lightbridge is successful and still working? Because they did Lightbridge. Lightbridge is cancer machine, MRI, and echo scan and all those things. But it's a money spinner. So if they do it for you, one, you have guarantee. They are not leaving you. They are giving you after-sales services. They are there to partner with you. And that is why she said they can even contribute up to 10 to 20% stake to show you that their money is there and they are not running away. So, Bikonu, Kairu Nwayoka, Ndi Manya business, any overflow this thing to understand business. Then apart from business, saving lives, it is very, very key that we venture into this. Imperial.
Imperial
one family.
With due respect, I think this decision, this business decision we are taking is being overridden by emotions or excitement. By the special grace of God, I've been exposed in the Western states, whereby I know that every business owner somebody get into, there is something that is called business plan. And that will establish both the risk assessment, due diligence, and everything. We haven't done that. And if we are now NATO, President, there's a lot of questions you still have to answer us. Because I said it yesterday and I'm still saying that. Because here in Ekuna, we're talking about business of something million. And also, before you get $1 million, even if we have a land and have structure in it, they still have to access it, know the value. And they won't give you more than the value. And we still need to establish all those things, and you still need to answer also all those things. Like there is a vital question that gentleman there raised. We are not young. Most of us are approaching 60s, some are over 50s. We don't want a project that will take us 10 years to finish. You still have to answer us, if we're going into this project, how long will it take us to accomplish it? And every business owner has an entry point. Even if it's a low, medium, or whatever, if we are getting into low level of it, how long will it take us to accomplish that? Then we still have to balance all those things, you know? And all these things are very, very important. Because now, or not alone. It's not that easy as we think it is, you know? And we still need to consider our capacity if we're going for a loan. Because if you now tax everybody to raise 5 million, after 6 months, you call us again for another 5 million. I don't know the capacity here, how many people that can be able to afford that. So we still need to sit down, analyze this business, and actually get involved. Water the nitty-gritty about this business, both the risk and every other relative factor that surrounds it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. First of all, I want to respond to that, so I want to give them the guidance to what they're saying. in response to what he said about getting involved, there is no way you can get involved without getting approval to get involved. Let me tell you, there is no way you can engage a consultant to do the business model and do the business plan without paying these consultants. We can't go into your pocket, take out money, go and be doing a business plan of a project that is not approved. You will need to agree, oh, we want to do this. Then that is when you can be able to employ consultants, form committees on committees that will work with those groups to build a business model, to build a plan, to get a template that will be, oh, based on the existing templates, we are doing this or we are not doing it. How can you be able to go and engage someone, spend public funds without approval from the AGM or from the owners of the funds? Oh, we want to give this a trial. Even if we want to get involved in housing, or get involved in hotel, or get involved in trade-free zone, you need to engage people to do that, and they will not do it for free. There must have to have been an approval in the AGM. Oh, we are ready to do a legacy project. Okay, go ahead, employ these consultants. Let them get us the business model. Let them get us the pros and cons of doing this. You can't just engage into that. And tomorrow, I spend the 5 million on. Then will only employ. So there must be a consensus agreement. Oh, no, the man I alone now. You people should go into it. Let us get the business report. Let us get the plan. Let us see the pros and cons. At least, imagine that this project. Then we will buy into the modalities of how to do it. That is the message. It does not mean now based on now. But you need to get certain approval to have things done. That is the news. We go more opinion. One family. One family.
Yeah, my name is Chief Anthony Ifeanyi. Coming to the aspect of what we're arguing for. I'm on a business of health, lucrative. It's a very, very nice something to do. But sometimes most of the businessmen are also because it's not something they can be able to manage. I have some of my friends that have hospitals. And when you join hospitals through diagnostic center, it does not work anyway in Nigeria. But what we're trying to say is this. I'm not this diagnostic center or the form of the way they can franchise something on it, like the way they have like hotel, which you can be able to lease like 30% or 40% of it. They can complete it by themselves. You still answer the same name. So if it's something that can work without being us piloting from the beginning to the end, I think it will be easy to do. But I don't know, or they like in form of like Charlotte or like Intercontinental where we are, which is franchise, we can contribute like 30% or 40% of it, then the other one will be carried up. I think it would be a nice business. But another one is location. And again, the benefit of the members on the same issue. It shouldn't be like the way some churches are doing, building a hospital whereby the members cannot be able to attend, or school whereby the members of the family cannot be able to attend the school. So that's the only things, the modality of the things we have to list out here, so that we can know where we're heading to and what we're going to face in future. Building or whatever, going into business, It's good. Everybody knows that there's nothing like business health. I go. Life from chemist to the end. I go in my business. Anything personal health. You can never go lose on it. Thank you.
Imperial.
One family.
President and my name is Augustine Oko. The medical thing, because this is my profession, is good and it's in line with our mission and goal. But I'm gonna stand or tilt towards here 7-star General Oku. We have to look at the risk management. We have to look at the risk management. I'm going to give an example. It belongs na People's Club, USA, Houston branch. Okay? We built a structure. Okay? And then after I went Semoku. And then when we had a division, some people move. Then who owns the structure? On our court up to today as I'm talking. And this has been going on. In line to this, Obonamuabu a member, God forbid, upon Imperial, and I have invested 10 million, 5,000 US dollars, 20,000 US dollars, and then I'm poor. How am I gonna get my return? Or akupum noko, then ego maburo, bye. So those are the things. Those are the things based on empirical evidence. Mfo ni hembe na Houston. How can America? In America state, if you go to our president, you talk to him. That now we have to look at those things. Because I will sue. You know? So how come I want to say here now? I'm a business in Nigeria. I'm not a businessman. I'm a medical practitioner. But hearing some of my friends see America now, be a Royal Hospital Noka. After 2 years, they ran back because of maintenance issue. Okay? The gassing for you to monitor. See, one doctor not here. You know, we gotta look at the number one. How I'm not the company that lady could have now. They can get staff to manage it. Yes, all here. But a lot of doctors are not willing to stay here. If you're gonna pay me $100,000 a month, I will stay here. But if you're not gonna pay me that, and the doctor not here, and what off an American, I'll pay 100,000. Do you think he's gonna stay here? So if we're not now, we keep on having reputation of the doctors, and when you have inflows and then frequent changing of the doctors, you are losing the business. You are killing the facility, because the hospital management, yes, all the highly recruitive, very, very good. I'm not a hospital here. I have a diagnostic test. Okay, but we gotta look at that CT. That CT has a maintenance, and then the company has to come there to maintain it. It's not just any standby mechanic you gotta maintain. It has to run on generator 24/7. Phase 1, but then I store now the man think of a generator. As soon as you come in, a generator. So that's his need. So we have to look at those risks. All where I stand. But whether that the mission or the line with the goal and objective of this, excellent. But the risk and then the lawsuit.
Thank you. nke lawsuit a nwa na-atụkwa egwu maka mmadụ ije nga. Nekwa mmadụ nekwa nga.
Imperial.
One family.
My name is Oku Ogbuefi, Ebubagona Nibo, a fine artist. I read fine art, now run hotel. I did not read hotel business, and my place is doing very well because of the good management. So, if you have a place, you want to do business, you don't have to put fear in it first, because the fear here, all the palpable. Egu people do na first. You are venture into anything each of you may. When a business ain't with a risk. Business no but I with risk. You just go to jail pattern one and knows on risk. So when it came with a risk. So we have to forget about fear. Because this idea, or super idea, very super idea. So I think the first thing for us to do is to agree that we are going to do it. Or you accept to go do. Because if we are here to preempt what is going to happen in future, as regards that means we are not going to do it.
You won't finish here. You got forever. No. You don't need to talk.
Imperial,
one family.
Imperial,
one family.
Imperial,
living for humanity.
Okay, aha wo Chief Emeka Iken Ezogo no mo ha kabia. Ụmụnne m ma asụ Igbo ofuma. Ịma onwere in this life ebe o si ewuteji m na-akpọrọ ahụ ihe na-atọ si suzuru our names stand as Imperial Philantropics and the si suzuru ụmụ ihe na-atọ họteelụ ọ ịrụ ihe gbasara hospital ka anyị nwee ike na-ajụ ndụ ndị mmadụ even ndụ nna anyị na ụmụnne anyị ya na ndụ nke onwe anyị na irume 60-70 years ahapụ ikwu ekpere m hospital ekpere m hospital because of uru ọbara gbasara aha anyị na-akpọ onwe anyị ihe a na-agbakọgodi na odeme nke ọbụla a ga-ekwu a ga-agbakọ genu a ga-enweta ya before arụmanya o mekwana onye ma ọ ga-anwụ n'ụwa. He can pay everything as a big man, but he can never pay who will lay your coffee on the ground. Ije akwụ onye dị eligi na ịwụ ụgwọ. Ịma onye dị eligi before ịkwụ onye nwere ike ọya eburule n'ụzọ nwụọ. Onye nke ga-adọkpụ dị n'ime ala gọgọ ịma anya ịma ndị niile beta ịma onye nke ahụ dị akpakpụ dị. So biko ayịyọ nna ya onye ọbụla burugodi aka ya na-agbala agba ihe niile nọ ebe a ndị amamihe nọ ebe a ndị senior advocates na among our mates ụmụ onye wụ ụmụaka ụmụ onye ọbụla jiri okwu ya kwuru ka ọ na-eji okwu nnukwu. The truth of it ka anyị jiri egbu mọ because meeting gbasara n'oge na anyị nwa mere anyị agbasara n'oge but anọghịde ebe akọnyide ọgụ ụra ga-atụma ndị mmadụ asị na ofu okwu egwuregwu na wara ulo ya this thing onye kpere na ọ ga-emegide ihe o mewulie ya ị gaa na Rwanda gaa some other company most of the project is done by individual collective effort. Iburu naanị iwe na-ewe nwụdere most of us we n'Igbo na-ebu project rụman naanị anyị 5-3 years 10 years before you know it nwoke nwere ike BP egbuola ya ihe tax gọọmenti ọnwụọ the investment ụmụ ya eregharịa ya ebe ọrụ debere I have to tell you truth. Go and check many places. Mostly, Joe where I'm at hotel. It's a room that 18-story building. The thing up all about them. Up all the days, really like we hear pros. Nearly like unkutu. So, because I don't know them. Can we keep go there? Eperem na hospital this hospital. Then by then, and then weaponizing modality. I am not to them to ideas me or Baba Wulie. Instead of in there before, equally before, maybe only can after I parent no hospital now. Then a weaponizing modality. More talk am aputaku. What? Than the government center. Yes, we know that only can raise now. Something like this problem self. Now spend the ego. And then one yana buy yoga yaka. And okay, the Yoruba, some country self, even some African country and I be a visit because of this. Ahayana potana no super pota. Kai pregodi, I plan. My plan, my George work. I withdraw my buy. Instead of ibidome, I am game me but I'm on eba na preni game me it's withdrawing. Emene business fail or does not mean that you will not fly where him fail. So let us forget about booting on a wooden that na I am this. Then we talk about modality. We buy. And that time, no one can raise now. More lie no cargum because I handle puta. And when you can raise now, then I dream I can see now from me go share. You go share, percentage in care. Or na Imperial go see one share. How you bala magic is me? Always the first thing in history and maybe. Oh no, so being my like a guy, he again nebuta high with like anything concerning hate. Because I'm sorry to say this. If you doubt me, out of 60% of us, some of us will all go in so we are not, nobody is free. Most of us, if sugar, BP, cholesterol, we are fighting for a different problem. And as far as it cross 40 years now, you are not anything when you keep the by then. He gave me can do get more global, not to give me investment to raise on our bata or Rosie the Jeria, Unde Jriama, Otuhasriga. Alolam, thank you.
Thank you, Ezuyo. That is a wonderful one from you. But then when came a question on your was not Jang, when I went and Nayakata. And when more, do them know John Bosco? Do them
Imperial,
one family.
My name's Martin Chokoka. In fact, I must thank our president for this issue and a treat. But eventually, is this. Obianyani 3 but 2 kind a treat. Hospital and free trade zone. Yeah.
And the hotel.
And the hotel. But I must tell you, anything health is the best. We know the nature of Nigeria. Even another project maybe is that Odika Onyana Alono Ebayania or maybe Apple Gagana Yalon Ubiamapoye. Money will carry ban after foundation, the house is finished. Yes. I will know medical center now Nibo. All the very, very good. The woman behind leisure. Only no to quando money somehow. Mana, I believe na this project I can finish here. Because all the large order the money gets the most important thing in that hospital are not the equipment. For me, and I'm a support here. And I think if I get more, let's support Ndihulu. Now free trade zone will be better. Yes, Mvadekwa right, because we know the nature of Ndibo. Free trade zone, the better development na Ndibo. Everybody will kill. Mana, you cannot compare it with health. And if also the modalities we hear, relax. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Can I move to this side?
Imperial, one family. Imperial, one family. Living for humanity, Imperial. Because Oku are very technical. My name is High Chief John Bosco Onungo. Onwa. Here are one of the cardinal reasons I were members of this club. And Oku are bagona technicality. Even you know no one here, they in order. And you watch here a funnel men of proven integrity, because in anything I name, you weigh the pros and you weigh the cons. Because first of all, for us to even decide on these three things, Ogosina Ayagaga advanced level. We're buying on Yabo Continental Hotel. And they make it a business again Continental Emmanuel Bogoto. Club buying also on a continental level. IJ we have Maka tomorrow. Tomorrow, they are very, very important. Only here, we have to take into consideration negativity. Onye KJMwe consultancy, onye KJMwe advocacy, onye KJMwe risk management, onye KJMwe technical partners. I wager all these options. Projection. Prezo, I'm kind of worried because I can make like a consensus added them, a conclusion the next stage. Because when they are at that next stage, like for me, where I'm interested in the hospital aspect, but my experience and my things around me. My wife was a doctor, served on a national hospital. From the door to serve, we could about these machines. We could have the greatest problem in Nigeria. Bought these machines. And they all specialize in all these tests and all that. So they back a good day. And don't make it go abroad. We specialize everyone are with that area corner. I'm not saying no because of that. No, but the things in people. I'm even talking about the survival aspect of this business first. The consultancy aspects, I will read the certain things of in terms of the risk management at these things. And I am ambido this thing go back to the highest level. I be from play a multiplayer. I am at the lower level. Even to this lower level, what these machines are scarce. I'm not a professional in the medical aspect, but
as a professional in oil industry, one of the reasons in the oil industry na inwero a boy awobajodara I generally free medical. I know somehow because as a member of Imperial, ma can wear for juju no even at at the end of the day medical issue the complex can that is even one of the main reasons we're proud to be a member of this club. That is number one reason. I had as well here okoro. The reason me $10 in the save market tomorrow of my medical and the people around me. Then I know that na against the day. And professionals that will manage it. We risk managers. Only na member choyepo. Lawyers I everything or the encompassing. That now among what problem in it? We are already professionals. We do the D's and the dots. So my club, because even if it will take us a little bit more, can I agree, Godi? Can we a working document where we will get the nitty-gritties of this business of getting these machines? Or the very important, or your help, why? Above all, abroad. If na problem lack of it dictates certain things no get before I get that place. So all the complex I understand. But the reason why we are here is to get all these problems we take as a working document when we're perfection. And at the end of the day, I have about comprehensive insurance. The insurance company you sign here, only one I go ready, man not go certified under insurance. Now what do you lose in a name? I am with serious people and we are here for serious business. Knowing fully well, even everybody in order. But all men but cowards are willing to take risk. And the taking of risk is the essence of gambling. And let us gamble this because 90% of successful businessmen are giant gamblers. And business speculators are also essentially gambling. Thank you.
The Imperial,
one family,
the Imperial,
living for humanity.
Because I think we've gone through this for too long. And I'm on just one committee report, and it have taken hours. Dubem, listen to me, I'm talking.
I'm with you.
I think it's time, if we want everybody here, this issue, a procedure, a meeting, so that we can proceed to other things. We will put this to vote, real vote. Let's know if we will proceed or not. If whichever way the vote swings, we'll proceed to the next thing. I will not work out the number. Because Provost to be here. Someone else should assist him. Okay, we are here. Because let's not create complications here. The members in the church, the way we vote, I give vote here, I count or I count or I sure now whatever we do here will majority opinion. And I count here side by side, can I want an error? Because members in the church, I know a legacy project in southeastern Nigeria and Nahachoro, Kobulo in the area of medical, like cancer diagnosis center, like was presented here, because indicate here by raising up your hands. I I count you. I go to one side, I go on one side. I go off carefully. No, I go to Eba, I go Eba. I do show that transparent. Go line by line. No, so be no, so many hammer.
Okay. Kebiku. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. No one here. 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32 here. All right, over here.
Oh, yeah, over to this side.
Okay, let me start here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39.
40. Count the table here.
Okay, over here.
So you have 40 here?
Yeah, we have 39 here.
How many here?
39 here. Okay.
Also, then we're 39 here, 39 here.
39 here. Okay.
So hold on. So you have 40.
Okay,
41.
40. Okay, 41 here.
How do you go?
42.
No, 41.
Okay, 41 here. 39 here. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
10. So you have 41 here.
39.
41 plus 39, that's 80. How many do you have here?
10 here.
That's 90. We have 90 in support. Please, a round of applause for them. Because Ndejo na ama investment na Igbo na amalo na ogwu na iya to na anu campaign woni na aka na enu vote kwa o Ndejo na amalo na ogwu na ama investment na Igbo na amalo na ogwu because woni na aka na enu. I have a problem. You must vote somewhere. I had 90 in the hall. Who will vote? With a vote of number 90 in support that a medical facility of Cancer Diagnosis Center established in the Southeast is carried with 90 votes against 0. Because Charity Committee, because present your report. Charity Committee, man the podium. Imperial, one family. Imperial, one family. Okay. Hagaba.
Because let me stand on the existing protocol, my president. Because Mboto Delu. My name is Chief Dr. Evans Metu. It gives us great sense of fulfillment to present this report
which more or less is our scorecard as a duly legally, okay, excuse me, hold on. Yeah? No, go on. Okay. Legally established standing committee provided for the Imperial Philantropic family constitution with the responsibility of formulating, capitalizing and setting up machineries and apparatus come process the authorization of the aspiration of the Imperial Philantropic family as a charity organization. Please, one house. To this end, we have embarked on various charity work on behalf of this noble family, such as visiting the state in southeastern region to render helping hand to the needy, the motherless babies, the homes, the motherless babies home, orphanage, and so on and so forth. Presently, my chairman, please. We have visited. Chairman, hold on. The Imperial. Please, for want of time, I come with so many things to do. I want to crave your indulgence to allow me to accept this committee report and post it on our official platform after now. The report will be a bit voluminous, and with the pace before I go to we may handles on 1 o'clock. Because let's accept this. Since we are not adopting, we are only accepting and publish it much later. Do I have your mandate to do that? On behalf of the Imperial Philantropic family, I do hereby receive the report from the chairman of the charity committee in the person of High Chief Dr. Evans Meto. Thank you for this report. The General Assembly will hear. Thank you. The Chairman, Youth and Sports Committee, please present your report. Come for, I'll have a voluminous. Imperial, wait, Imperial, yeah. Please, we also have a report from Chief Okorie Madabuchi Collins, who happens to be the chairman of Youth and Sports Committee. This report is about 4-page documents. Please, let's adopt that same protocol and post it on our official platform. Please. We officially received the reports of Youth and Sports Committee from its chairman in the person of Chief Collins Okorie. It will be published in our platform for further reading. Thank you. The chairman, Ethics and Disciplinary Committee, please. Please, I was opportune and privileged to have seen this report before now. I don't think it's very voluminous, but it contains certain elements that is very vital for the growth and sustenance of this great family. We want him to read this report. Maybe in our next EGM we will discuss it, but all the very vital, very important. Thank you. Imperial, one family. Imperial, one family. Imperial, living for humanity.
I'm the chairman, Ethics and Privileges, Ethics and Discipline Committee. Our report shall be brief and straight to the point.
Obatumeni, one carton crystal.
Yes, Obi. My name is Obi Chigozie. Our report shall be brief and straight to the point. We appreciate our great, the Imperial family, for finding us worthy to serve in this very important committee that ordinarily is one of the bedrock committee to keep, maintain stability, and when needs arises, restore sanity in our family at all times. As a committee, our duty and responsibility are well entrenched in our Constitution, and we are expected to discharge our duty with due diligence, devoid of biasness and respect to law that establish us. During our various meetings, our members felt very seriously that the fact that no single matter have been forwarded to us, have been forwarded to our committee since inception to handle nor to make any input. Therefore, we resolve to make an appeal, if it's possible, before any member is suspended, whether for a period of time or indefinitely, that such matter should be referred to us, firstly, to handle and to make just recommendation. This will meet the cause of the justice and to enable the family to get the roots of the matter and the cause of the issue and possible nip it to the board. And to encourage cohesion and greater unity among us as a member of one united family. We have equally adopted Zoom in addition to physical meeting as our sitting mode to save costs and to ensure that means of obtaining justice is less expensive and with the reach of all and sundry, apart from helping us meet the emergency of time. In addition to the aforementioned, we are recommending that every member of this family should be given a copy of the Constitution free of charge, and the WhatsApp phone number of the chairman and the secretary should be made freely available for easy communication and report. We have equally observed that no terms of reference was provided for us, and we plead that it should be made available to us. With the attendance template, or we go ahead to do the needful to assist us in discharging of our duty. We assure all members of the great family of our determination to discharge this honorable duty responsibly with fear of favor, so help us God.
Amen. On behalf of the Imperial Philantropic family, I do hereby receive the committee report from the Ethics and Discipline Committee. Thank you for a job well done. I think this is the first time we're having a report from you in 5 years. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The Imperial. The reason why I wanted him to read this is to point out a few things. We had a constitution adopted 1 year ago. This constitution was available in our last AGM. Most members did not pick up this constitution. Most members that was given left it on the table and went home. But every day, issue I now act on the powers of the constitution. Madam the lawful one Niajakwe, Niajakwe, Nihabre Hepuru, Ebezakano Epu, Ebobono name constitution. I book copies of this constitution where be a bar. Manaya constitution be a very vital document, and I chorokai case I na table in the mother adobe awena. If you need a copy of this constitution, it is free of charge. Before you now reach out to the secretary here, a copy of this constitution, where they are Nabana Begi Jedebia, where now Malayfe Awi Kulu. Bikono. That is it on it. Secondly, the next person who was able here about the Constitution Committee, we got a call from the Constitution Committee chairman this afternoon that for some medical reasons that he's presently in the United States and is unable to come back. And due to the unforeseen circumstance that surrounds the mission he went for, he didn't delegate anybody to present this report on his behalf. And based on that, we will sustain the report from the committee. But however, there is also a constitutional responsibility that we need to carry out in a few minutes that is very vital to our survival, our growth, our unity, and sustenance. And the Education Committee, while we are on this too, he developed a medical emergency that made him leave this venue. But on education, I will be able to say a few things on his behalf. It's been all good. He's one of the most active and working committee of the Imperial Philantropic family, together with the investment committee. They were able to successfully carry out the second phase of our scholarship scheme. Today, we are proud and we make bold to say that we have 500 students in our scholarship scheme that is currently ongoing, fully paid for and catered for by us. Because 500 as of today. That is it from the Education and Scholarship Committee. Then we've treated the legacy project. Before we proceed on finance, and before I will go about the constitutional inclusion that we want to introduce, I will first of all want to do something. Because normally, give me your ears. One pallet of plywood here beyond the Imperial. One pallet. I lazy over the guy. As so big, you bring one truck of ties. Because when he had a line, Otega Kubelokua, Onyana, on a Quakwana, Joajo. Manai, Madam, will I. Onyana way for a joke or a botanian or a by way, and I went Noyano. And I know if I could, Macanai in Wano. If I don't have science or her mobile by a blown Imperial Balalo, Manona Bobendozo. A great son of this great family. Aboloku. Kojeno Chitanyai na Abuja. Mano dem Madobania. Okaneche Oyabea. Kono Oyabea. One Miaka Onyakwe. One Miaka Onyajo. Ona someone Abukana Yakwe fire. Ma ọdịzi aka ya sị na obi dị ya ụtọ n'ihe mere nwanne anyị nwe ebe agha na-asị ya ka ọ jee mana mmemme ka ọ ghọta anyị na-atụkwa alo na-agwa na ọ bụkwa na ijere ife a na mmadụ ga-eji ya ma ọ ga-adịkwa mma ka nke a bụrụ nke anyị mana na ya bụ nwoke mmasị na ike ya ka nke maka o ji okwu bi m kwuru ma wata ata na wee kwuru mana onye fọ onye ka obi eri ya aga m akpọpụta ya ebe a bụkwa nwere ike nkwucha ahụ ekwesịpụta mana m na-akpọpụta ya ọ bịazi ya gwa m na ihe mụ na ya na-adọ wee jụọ ọnụ n'ụlọ ya na nke o kwuru ka nke a m kwuru bụ nke ya ka mma. His Royal Majesty, with all due honor and respect, please let's have you to the podium. Tony Igwe. His Royal Majesty, with all due respect, please face go to the podium. Ka hana firu ka malum mgbe gwara Yesu ko na mgbe sela ya ase. Biko na-ene ha anya. Agbanyeghị na igwe bụ anya mmiri n'anya. Ayọ na nwa eburukwu anya mmiri n'anya. Ada enwe vacuum in power. We lost our beloved brother, Senator Ifeanyi Oba, a while ago. And INEC has declared his seat officially vacant. Now call for election to replace that position. Igwe na-azụ ahịa, bụ an industrialist, ọ bụrụ a politician. And ọ bụ anya mmiri na-akwado ịkwa nne ya. Mana certain stakeholders in that constituency, very powerful, very influential, have called on Igwe. Wee sị ya na ọ ga-amasịfa otu ha si mara ya na otu o si eme. Na ọ pụtara ka o jee nọchite anya anyị, nọchite anya fa na that senatorial zone. Ụnụ akụzi n'aka na ọ kwara ekwe, ụnụ akụzi na ụnụ ya gwa ụkwụtazi ahụ ya kọba. Ọgwọ ya ekwe ya by force. Ọ bụ na ọ kwara ya chụọ ya ebe a. Igwe nna mma isi na ya work against me. Mma eji ndị otu ya work against you. Ọ bụ ji Mike nwee ndidi. Igwe wee na-ekwu na ya na Ifeanyi dị na mma. And na ya bụ anya mmiri n'anya na ya ma na-ebu ụzọ akwa na abụ. A na-asị ebe aje ihe dị ele ọra. Nwee gwa na Senate Nigeria bụ 4 years na ihe ya eyi akwa ụjọ bụ 6 months. And onye nwụrụ anwụ anwụ na obi ntezi ọzọ. Na nke abụkwa nke bịa n'ọkpa na anyị. Na mma agwa ụnụ ka ụnụ soro m gwa Igwe na anya bụ oku akpọrọ ya na ọ ga-azụ oku ahụ. Na ọ bụrụ na Imperial family na ọ bara alụ ọkwa na ya ahụ. Biko, we want us to speak to Igwe, maybe 1 or 2 persons here, but very brief. Ka ihe ọ na ya, on my own honor as the president of this great body, na Igwe ga-azarịla oku ahụ akpọrọ ya. And na Imperial family nwee senator, nwee governor, nwee House of Rep member, na ngabasị ya ihe nne, anọ ya bụ all good na ihe ọjọọ adịrọ n'ime ya. Igwe nwee na-agwa on behalf of this family, wee na-asị na oku ahụ akpọrọ na-eyazi ya. Ibechi ificha anya nne ya nwa na ọ ya pụtazi. Ifeanyi bụ nwanne anyị fụrụ ya n'anya. We were solidly behind him, we were supporting him. Mana ebe ọ bụ na ọ nọzi ya, ọkwa mmadụ ya nọchitekwa anya anyị, nọchite oke anyị. Ebe ọ bụ na the stakeholders of that constituency na-esighị anya wee kpọọ so na ya azụ oku a iwe na-echi ya eche. Anyị bụ ụmụnne obu ofu ọbala bụrụ ofu elili na akwakwazi ụtata. So na ya bụ oku akpọrọ na ya aza anyị oku a, and I bụ the members of this great body ga-akwụ gị n'azụ. Ugobuzo na n'Igbo agbara nza ya ka Chukwu biko bịa. Odumagana bịa. Biko unu tiri 1 or 2 words here ka unu gwara m Igwe why ọ ga-eji wee zaa ya oku akpọrọ ya. Biko.
Imperial Igwe nke mbụ bụ na nke a bụ nke anyị. Igwe ọchịchị na-esi na Chukwu, and ebe na-esili anya si gị pụta. Nke mbụ bụ a politician, mana nwoke melu business wee megide ya n'onye factory manage isi ọwa dị na factory product gị baa afịa not just n'ọbala afịa product gị na-win so many gịnị awards. Aga m atụ uche egwu adọrọ m n'anya ma okwu a na-akpọ gị na ị ga-emenwu ife dị ya. Ọ bụrụ na ị ga-emenwu ife dị ị ga-emenwu ife ma gịnị dị ya. Wee na-asị gị ngị bụ onye izizi na Imperial na-apụta ịzọ ọchịchị not just in Imperial, ị ga-abụ my senator. Yes, because na esi from south, nyawasi from south, n'ọzọ obodo na Iyembos. So ị ga-abụ my senator. Mgbe na-asị na ije ị ga-eje ga-abịa Ijeọma.
Ise.
Ị ga-eje Abuja from ife ị na-eme ebe a amalugo m ife ị ga-eme na senate. Agbanyere na senate bụ a larger field. Mana inwe the character, inwe the quality, inwe all it takes, because n'ihe na-ajọ njọ bụ OS member. Mana onye mmalụ what he is made of jenya bụ ije ọ na-adị ejeti efe mgbe na-asị na ọ ga-adịla na mma. Oge atụsị na gị nabata ya anyị kwụ gị n'azụ, Imperial kwụ gị n'azụ, ọzọ bụ niile kwụ gị n'azụ, ekwusigo niile kwụ gị n'azụ. And onye ọbụla bụ onye Anambra ebe a ma isi central ma isi north, because if I were central, north and south anyị cha niile ma gịnị so gị n'azụ. So ijebego nke abụrụ ijebego nke ndị politician. Maka mụ ya abago nkata before lụtụsieli aka ọ sị m na ọ ma gịnị na ọ dị nkwadobe. So otu ọ dị nkwadobe ife afọgori agụ Chineke ga-eme ka ọ bịa na mmezu n'aha Jizọs.
Amen.
Kampenu nye igwe hapụrụ m ọzọ bụ itinye na 1 naira na ọzọ bụ ma rice o ife niile a ga-eji mee kampen ọzọ obodo just hapụ ọzọ obodo jee na-eme kampen ebe ọzọ. I will deliver it for you.
Biko aka wụba. Ada elegbu ya.
Ọ dị elegbu ya. Ugbu ugwu eze.
Otu aka ọ dị.
Anyị kwụ gị n'azụ. Ma a na-eme election, ọ bụrụ gị nwa, ọ bụrụ anyị nwa. Jete ezigbo ife. Jetekwa ife ga-abalụ the Imperial Philantropic family.
Amen.
Mpụta nsị, this is my senator. We say na we will support you body and soul with prayers and everything. I will na asị n'oge luo nke onye ya eme, especially mụnwa. As a special moment, the whole family got put that. Myself, OFR, set up for your Zobo. More about all cats out to Martin set up for Musada. OFR, I had up with you there. We say Kachineke Gozegi, Obama, Bakam, you are not a politician. So, if you are not a politician, I will reject you. So God will help you. The result will be very wonderful.
Amen.
And Ndi Wama forget. Now for Jesus Christ in any way.
Amen.
Okay. Because if I can achieve primaries. Bika emere our primaries ya igwe jide ticket anyị ga-eke ọlụ eke ndị niile si from south ọgbata ọzọ ọra ị ga-ewere anyị okpo na ego gị ka nkụ a ga-eke enwe na ana ticket ya it will be our project,
our mandate,
because na enwe a senator will be the envy of every other
organization.
Igwe the journey masị gị na ọ ga-adị too smooth mana anyị ga-emeri. Ndị gị na-afa na-emekwa bụ gladiators nke na-eme aka ifa Chris Uba not Andy o Chris kenke ihe ala bụ ezigbo mmadụ nwoke ego amazi mafia ferika mana anyị ga-eme gịnị anyị ga-emeri. Mmeri bụ nke anyị so obi etinye ga-eti anyị ga na-etinye ya n'ekpere. Ndị primaries ya na ana ịma na nye ya ego ịma na ya ejewego daalụ.
His Royal Majesty, because ọ na-eme ofu onye siela ọhụhụ licha mana ha siela ofu onye anyị elicha anyị bụ ọhụ sie n'ala ana anyị agwa na ihe eje mikrofon na na-enye kịta abụrụ ka ịtụghala anyị okwu ọnwụka maka ịgwa anyị na ya bụ ihe anyị gwara ya bụ mkpọrọ anyị nyere na-enabata gị ya na ịgbazie ichela anyị igwe nabata ife anyị gwara n'obi ọcha niile ka atụpụrụ nkịta ọgwụ n'ezi hapụziela anyị ọgụ ya na ndị mmụọ igwe. Respond to this. Yeah? Igwe, respond to us.
Imperial
one family.
Imperial
one family.
Imperial
living for humanity.
Imperial
one family.
Imperial
one family.
Imperial
living for humanity.
Presido.
Igwe.
Nke a ka a na-akpọ ambush.
Ọmalụgomaro.
Ambush. Mana ndị ekenere m unu ndị na-ekwuru okwu. Ekenere m unu. Mgbe ọ bụrụ ma nke ụkwụ nke ọ bim mana ife m na-ekwu bụ biko ihe ọbụla mma asa n'ihe a enicha ife anya ụba ewe nsa ya biko enicha ife anya ụba ewe m nsa anya bụ okwu biko mana anụrụ m ife unu kwuru mana ka enicha ife anya ụba my very good friend enicha ya 22nd nyezie answer.
Thank you, Igwe Ofuma. We will respect your decision and we will stand by it. Mana, we will not have this assembly again. I'm not asking you to go back to what you have said. But actually,
mehem ihe ewu na iwo
Please, let's have the report of the screening committee chairman, please. Please, for the want of time, on behalf of the Imperial Philantropic family, I do hereby receive the report of the chairman, the report of screening committee from the chairman of screening committee in the person of High Chief Ignatius Agowo, Ozijele, Ugobuzilebuzin in Kenibo Kingdom. Thank you. God bless you. The Imperial, Beacon, and something very vital we need to treat before I get to finance. Very, very important. The mood of members of this great family and the commitment of members of this great body is low. Enwere ọtụtụ ife anyị chọpụtara na-eme na this great family as people who are the pilots of this organization. I did 229 in our register. Man, I discovered that the number of active members in this organization, the less than 150. On the watch here, our condolence platform, that number has never exceeded 100. It tries between 90 and 98. On the watch here, most of the events are in Nigeria. The same set of people Video had 5 years ago, but the same people Nigeria, the same events. The pictures are they change. There were some members of this great body I have for once in a year. Some I have for once in 2 years. I will have an AGM, here the white and white, or in the Imperial. Or one after the AGM, how come Madam Kitty throughout the year. We don't know what is the problem. We don't know what has happened to this commitment. We don't know why they have decided to be this way. And we don't want this. Ego dimba. We don't want this to continue. Ego dimba is what I'm doing. Inactive. For the past 1 year, I have been an event here. Okay. Because we cannot continue as a body like this. Very few members now carry the shoulder of this great body. We cannot continue as a body like this. We feel it is time. The hour have come and the time is now. Imana Azafa, Nekunebo onye Imperial family. Man onwere ebe a na-afọ, onwere ebe ị na-eje. Akpọkwa ego akpọ ndị kpọla ego since 2 years now. We don't know what has happened. Man, it is surprising. But these same people are there. These same people are there. These same persons are there. Turn them mad ego. And what I know if my digital president. My digital president, oh, I just lost my mother. I lost my father. Oh, Asimian don't want them. Also, President Chokwan continue date here on the 1st of April. Asimian no maka. Obanyua phone. Oga 3-4 days. Also, President, when he had with an invitation card, I want this member. Asum preze mani game ya ko ye ife. Preze mana na ye meni akodi ki ife ndo to ai. Imago mu ye platform anu anu bosa aga abia ka eme ko ye ife. Ona ma gwata me ha go fodo. Nnabu ha na ala hola. Because I got me hindi mmadụ chọrọ ka ime magic. Ma ka isi n'enu ma ka ngoli ndị mmadụ. Year to year, again with series of events 10, 15, 20. Ime chisi, ime nyanya. Ime platform iye tili ndị mmadụ ego. Ọ bụrụ na ị ga-etinye itinye na ịnọ na benchmark 100,000. Iwe ṅụọ iyi n'ụwa na ihe ọ masị mmadụ mee na ihe ya na-enye ya bụ 100,000 naira. Mana ọ dịrị gị kpọọ prezo si ya prezo kpọọ ọkọlụ kpọọ malite kpọọ ndị mmadụ ka amara ife a ga-eme ya ka o yie ife kedụzi ka ọ ga-esi wee yie ife ebe ọ bụ na benchmark bụ ihe eji wee mara. We want to put a stop to this and we want it to be a resolution of an AGM. We want to recapitalize Imperial Kaimalandaya na Hayi. Ufu. Ebo, we want to put a condition to the event and acceptance of our invitation officially. Call a resolution of the AGM. Ka President Nande Marukosi Soku, ko happens Ebo Bawalakanangu versus Collins Okorie. Call a resolution of the AGM versus Collins. Aye nwere iwu aya ha anaghị na-abịa location ego aya anaghị ego na ịbịa hụ aya anaghị ego na ịbịalụ mana we want to put a cap to this ka okenye kwụsị ịghọrọ ibi ya. The cost of ịgba flight ijelu mmadụ function na east without inye ego kịta ịkwụsị inegharị anya na iru ebe ị na-eje a na-enye hotel free na economic n'imekata economy na-asọ onye gbara obere oche wee je ọkwụ na 700,000 o wee bụ na for the past 5 years n'ofu nde ga na-eje ije ọ jọrọ njọ and we don't want it anymore. And the question is, kedu ihe anyị ga-eme to put a stop on this? Because I will want few input from members so that I can quickly make a decision on this. Onya chọrọ ịbụzi a member of this family. Ọmala ebe ọ ga-eje nya jebe. Mana ịchọ ịbụ a member of this body, akpụ oku afọ. Akpụ oku iri ọ bụ na afọ ahụ na 8. Ụbọchị ọbụla ịkpọrọ anyị anyị eje. Let us review this. Agree in principle in this. And cobble a working tool and a working document, cobble a term of reference for things that will happen after now. Please, let's discuss this, very important, and briefly. Thank you. Enable an interested matter on this, interested party on this matter. Boni sonandia mahafu nubero. Itunya hanu kuono agwamunde mare niso. Agwamunde mare niso. Nyenzo oji Mike. We have to put a stop to this.
My name is Engineer Kagwanu, still standing on the existing protocol. President, this matter is very, very critical. My suggestions are thus. First of all, our secretariat and the financial secretariat will have a lot of job to do on this. A very clear register. Only on the platform because phone can, phone will make a virus lose some informations. No, at every time, make contributions to help one of our members. Let me say that contribution, I print out as per donations people make in a file. Can a physical record of what only matters will contribute to ego. That's one. Then number 2, Obona Boku Abakonya Ayana each time at the location. Sikabaro they keep a record of that location. And they keep attendance in a separate file and a Then, using your example, Onyana Abiazuria, 5. Imana Omade qualified is in Yana book. At least 5/10 cobbles down a pass mark. Then, I get more special consideration funding in diaspora. Because now, although possible, now each time I will occasion is in the diaspora anata. I don't remember in diaspora. When I suggest Nkefabulu once every year. Senior record of attending occasion Nkefabulu at least once in a year, irrespective of how many as it concerns attendance. Because in the diaspora more than once in a year, or depending on but as it concerns Soto, there were any excuse because you got to from where you are. I believe now, these shootings with other things, others I suggest we should be able to find a solution to this. Thank you, sir.
Wonderful submission. More input.
Imperial,
one family.
Imperial,
one family.
Allow me to stand on the already established protocols. I want to add my own voice. You know, I have wanted to speak to you as regards this for a long time. My name is Okwi Ogbuefi, Ebubaguna. So, I think we have to do something about this. When we started, I was attending every function from Ukpo. When Ukpo was still very passable, I don't know what is happening in Ukpo now. But those days, I went to Ukpo for the first time. So, even talk, my own personal opinion is this. Always some functions, I suppose you may not the compulsory. A benchmark ego ayato for the person, or do compulsory for everybody. Because you should say na a lot of people will not do that. So I think it's better for us to accept this. Or not 200,000 will benchmark. Or Kalesia or 250 for everybody. Now madam wall mad at everybody at all you no other clubs are me like that. You will benchmark ego na I at all from Mbalo again. So opposite no it to carry that like that. Etokalia. Woko ego nke club ya map out why you whip the way you as no compulsory this in Nigeria. Manine make a man on your son. A lot of people will not contribute. Who will be very adroit? Now, do the way for no affair. Where he make it to go with ego. So, my suggestion is this, my personal opinion. Can we benchmark 250,000, 300,000? Everybody must pay it in an agent. When they go in the car, nature equal carry like that. Thank you.
Imperial,
one family.
Imperial,
one family.
Imperial,
living for humanity.
Okay, my name is Chief Nnamdi Emeshebe. Actually, I wanted to adopt what Nzoji Umoji said, because if we are to go by what Oga Inanibo said, it's going to be difficult because ndị na-eme occasion na Imperial Kanko, and for everybody to be able to do the contribution is going to affect some people, I think so. So I want to adopt what Nzoji said. So that's my submission. Yeah.
Thank you.
Imperial,
one family.
Imperial,
one family.
Because after Chief Anthony Fayuma, if I know about with Basala Ayama, but I think to the glory of God that now since this Imperial, we are multitude, we are more than many. Many of us actually, I think we have to cry for ourselves. It's not easy. because I wouldn't go to a club or family more than 2 hours something. I will be for good 5 years or 6 years. It's a thing to give thanks to God. So if I know it could be okay. But I would have made a number of burial somebody attend the guru. Maybe before I can open a platform for that person like 20 times or 40 times. And then when we go some of us here, that does not mean I'm anything. I think burial of a thing if now must know be. It has nothing to do with na it taxes as a living. Because of the members. Of members in Kahadish. But I wouldn't anybody. It's kind of willingly, and it's something a thing of joy for somebody to witness that social occasion. But in Kenya, it did not participate. I think that's where the issue, and there will be a problem for everything we are doing. Thank you.
Ọnwa n'ọgbọ ịma na ekwu na mma na-ekwu eziokwu echi ma ọzọ anị chie nke ndị ụka ọnwa you have not attended any imperial event in the past 1 year. Ọnwa na ịtụwa ntụ tụkpodo anyị ntụ Neana, oh man, 1 year, 4 years, and I go over 1 year. Neana, be guilty of this offense and overflight and so I think you lack the capacity to discuss this matter. In the past 5 years, Imperial we got about 97 events. I don't think you have participated in more than 2 out of 97. He will 0 pass mark. It didn't mean you fine. Did you worry too much? So you question equal. You microphone. Okay. Go on.
Imperial
one family.
Imperial
one family.
Imperial
living for humanity.
The Imperial ekene mmanị n'ebe a ndị Imperial. Afamo bụ nze onye kachukwu Nelson Ibawa. Eze Akoba. Ogazika agụ mma. Biko I like him okwu apụta maka na as na have one family. Mana most of us mego occasion, you be a witness to this. I don't think na that one family I have na ina abia na ebe ibe anyị ha no. Mgbe na-ekwu na okwu nwanne nwoke bụ nze ọjị ụmụ ojukwu dị mma. Mana ka ọ makalịsịa maka na ama nke eze ya maka president na executive esi eme. Ọ bụrụ na ọ makalịsịa executive jiri aka ha wee gwa anyị ihe a ga-eme ka e wee ike imove everybody maka na ọ jọgburu onwe na ọ na-aba abịa location ọ bụ ndị a na-afụ bụ ka a na-afụkwa mmadụ na-abụ na ịtọ ọ bụkwa nọ the same people a na-afụ ka a na-afụ maka anyị nwabụ ihe na-eje occasion. So ana m ayọ ka ebe president with executive ya unu jide aka unu wee wepụta maka na unu wepụta ya aka mma nke anyị na-ekwu ekwucha onye ekwugharị ya wee ike at the end of it nwere ya resolve. Ọ bụ na ọsọsọ m asị ya bụla ego titi ihe ego onye abịara 5 times anwa onye abịara 50% of ihe anyị mere na ihe ekwu ego na ọ ya akwụ or else unejiri aka egwa anyị nke ya aka mma ama na unu kwuo na ya aka weba ndị mmadụ ntị. Imperial
one family. Thank you so much for that contribution. You've been a very visible face in 80 to 90% of our function. The Lord is in our thank you so much. You are doing well.
Yes, of course.
Yes,
of course. Imperial.
One family.
Imperial.
One family.
Imperial.
Living for humanity.
President, I'm a Mokwaneku. Yes, I can cook Kubuna. Yaman and Baby Safriha. Afambo Chukuka Tibia. A good impossible. As in Kankuobim, because I don't go to many clubs. Marande is victory because of one or two things. And I believe I want about 70 or 80%. Here, because now are they happy. This October, I'm going to Chekube, Bulianobi. Executive will take na 1 million. Say no, the man I have kukaje mwadija bati andu. My parents, they less than 70, early 70. Hancha kanondo. And most people when you can China, maybe nande kwa kanena na manoro. Because this club, I believe, no way some clause 80. It's not the preferable because in a queba is na before the 100,000, before the 1 million, or they come with 100,000, but so I may not even remember to expect anything from anybody, the kind of person I am. Because when you can see 2 million, I could be a wa. A winner 500, I could be a wa. A winner could be a wa. See now, bako. See me this thing, president, by the grace of God, I will come. Because when I get the number, Imperial, I have known you for over 10 years before today. Insecurity. When then I have BP, yes, when I'm fall, and then I look at the bar, we can be before now, so I avoid the above when I get man, I will be an arm. I will say it with no fear or favor. I will go and come back. Agent see, made this thing called it free. But sin now para expect and the mother no so many who phone a kenemo no phone na me gene a happen one. And the committee over 100,000 because see what for all these clauses, all this law and maybe organization, it close, because I'm early 40s. I want to live long. I want to be happy every day. That's why I'm here. All these clauses is too much. See, look, by the grace of God, you could find but I know it's not easy because you spend it wisely. Because see what for all these clauses. Amen. 20. Oh, one day I will come. And when many people may take risk here, then I will go. Please, all these clauses, seek out why Bikoni. Oh, yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Imperial, one family. Imperial, one family. Imperial, living for humanity. Because I remain Kevin Ifebuike Ikengiwolo. And I'm saying my mind
Imperial is a foundation of which I was told before I become a member. To God be the glory, a commander. Because I had over 200 people. I have formed this association because we want to go to burials. I formed this association because we want to create something different from what others are doing. Club of other clubs. Otu anana isim mama nine na eba macha from everybody. And I'm on the one more than chama. So though my president, Kaineluaya, now our constitution, which has not supported that we must go for every burial or every occasion. If we're going to amend it, we start to amend it. Ihai kulugo, olugu ijelo nyaha. Aineluanya na our association, enwego ane hemere. Ine ejele mmado, makana ndebe anyị si na ọgaranya jele mba, anụ juru akpa, bụ ndị ọ na-ejere enyere ya. Ka anyị ghara iji ihe a jide onwe anyị n'abalị a, maka ọnwụ dị, and ọnwụ ka ga-adị. Ekene dịrị onye ọbụla.
Thank you, Kengi Wolo. Because I think it falls within the purview of my office to do justice to this matter. When you become a microphone, but we don't want this repetition. If whatever you're saying is in line with what has been said, there's no need. Here I go 12. I have a few things to do, and I'm with Johnny by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Imperial one family. Bikono afamo awo super high chief Chukura Samuel Ozebeko Abagana. Achome iyo onyo ona neba. Egemo okunde mmadu kwuru. But nke eziokwu na nchọrọ ime onye ona neba amala one thing. Yes, I'm an a right or fee etilia, but we need to encourage those that sacrifice their time. Only a good boss menu pull. What chogu BP? Ye chogu BP never. I check your one dibun kahanaba. In a gika yejene jecheta, on the jig kahana beba. But we still sacrifice that time. Imperial is not just a flag. Imperial one in person. Only their time, their money, the risks. I just Imperial today. I'm sorry, my president and the executive and the commanders. To be honest, I be a member today. Among many people know an Imperial member. And from many people today on the first time. Na junda wundi Imperial. Umube memai jebe. I can't remember Imperial already 20, I be 19. I'm an orphan. Papa ma doze, mama ma doze. Go already come on the gym. I go see ya. Mona mam no pamolo. Can you hide me? Many people had you because now half I say I support each other by such an invitation, by such an occasion. I suggest the president to I can a submission card because I see this thing as a play game. When you're not one day I'm not going to be sign a papier, mamma, and mind you, most of you never their parents are go old. You never have mommy and the less than 70 years. And with the pandemic of the hard economy of this country, for the higher many things no quatato. And no, I just want to be honest.
ọzọ salile ka nwụ. O nwere ihe na-eme n'ebe a. Afọ m na o nwere onye ndị mmadụ ya aga ha fụ na their parents nọ n'ọya ife ha gba tiketi bịaba mmemme bukuo mazi bukuo word of tawa afọ bịaba ụbọchị o mezere ha asị anyị ịkpọ anyị sị anyị na nke nwawo anyị ụbọtụ onye akpọwa na fon ka ebe ịnọ ebe kuo mbịa mewe vidio mbịa solu jebe listen to me president onye ọwụ na nna fọzụ na mmemme bịa ebe ahụ even anụgwo na họtel mma a na-okwu ya onye adobu abịala anyị ọbịa go anyị he go stores o play ya anyị ụmụnne m oke na amaghị egwu a na alụmala ka ọ dị ka m gwakwulo onye kalụ mmemme ebe a nnabịaghị ya personally ọ ya awụ na ma amahọ ihe nwata ji echekwala otu nne ahụ ka ọ labịa ọ ka ọ debere ya nne ya ka iwepụ n'aka na aghụghọ ke n'ụdị ihe dị ihe a ọ dịka onwe ndị mbulu ka mma ka ha bulu awa si eji na insecurity because onye nne ya lara ahụ ya eje ụlọ ahụ je buru ya. Ụmụnne m ka m gwuo n'ofu okwu anyị dị opportune anyị dị favored wee nweta such an executive dị otu a wee nweta president dị otu a. This man onweghị mmemme anyị jere he fortify us with a security onye ji security wee tụọ asị onye awa onye aghụghọ ọzọ salile ka nwụ president onye ọwụ na-eji security wee tụọ asị ebe a anya na 5 million naira ọ chọọ ebe ọzọ baa. We are not here to play game. Achọgo m drop interest ịbịa mmemme ndị Imperial ka nnọkwa ka ghost member ndị ọzọ ncheki ego m na-etinye n'ije anwa nwere egolu kọmanda anọrọ ebe a ka ihe dị ya ego ole ka eji ego kọmanda 10 million ncheki ego ọmụmụzi nchekite ihe ntiri na-eyi almost 11.7 million n'ihe gbasara Imperial. Gịnị hụ na m enyezu 10 million na ọnụ ọcha anwa lahụ ezigbo ụla nwa 30 years bikono Imperial Imperial ihe nna ayọ ihe awọ na nna eti mgbu ọwụ na nna aba mba bikono ụmụnne m ihe nna ayọwụ ka ọzọ ghara imezi bikono ọzọ emezina ihe njiwe na-asị ọzọ emezina wụ anyị nwa ka anyị ha wuri ndị Imperial hapụ na onye ọwụ na okpu na-agagharị ebe a. I know who is an Imperial member. Onye ọwụna n'ebe a nna nwa ha afọ ya wụ ezigbote onye Imperial eji that almost 65% ihe n'ebe a. Onye ọwụna m fụrụ ebe a mkpọ nna gbọrọ ezigbo afọ ya tụọ ya afọ ọwụ ezigbote onye Imperial ma onye ọwụ. So ihe nji agwa ụlọ ihe anwawo biko na ụmụnne m president ihe nji wesị ka m voice out anyị nwawo ihe ndị bụ ibu a and anyị nwawo ndị na-ata ahụfụ ya ọwụ nọ na from South Africa anyị agba tiketi bịa ọwụla ebe ofu ihe ka anyị na-afụ ụbọchị nkali mmemme onye nnafọ mmanụ ụbọchị m fụrụ onye ahụ njide aka na trouser na anya ego m n'oji m ụgwọ bikono ihe nji wee ihe anwa bikono I want to energize everybody. I want to motivate everybody. Bikono ụmụnne m ihe anyị ji wee nọkọ ebe a ifo anyị nọwụ as a family and that family when your brother is crying you are crying. When your brother is rejoicing, agba m tiketi bịa ma wede na ego na-eji ije ebe a na that Catholic Anglican Church na ebe a ego dị mkpa ọ na hotel ka m nọ ego ole ka m kwụrụ
ebekuo time round up ebekuo time.
Thank you my president. Biko ka m ghara iteki time unu biko ụmụnne m ana m ayọ ndị na-awụ ndị Imperial na ebe a try ya nụkwa unu wụrụ ndị Imperial because na enwere uru nọ n'Imperial
by by force.
Thank you and may God bless you all.
The Imperial The Imperial, because listen to this. Listen to this. No more submission. No more submission. Ndị mmadụ akọwago geenụ ntị ụfọdụ akọwago na ihe ọ masịrị ume n'otu aka ha esi wee mee ihe niile anyị akwụsịcha. Ifụ ndị a na-abụghị ndị Imperial, ndị kwu na ihe ha bịara ebe a bụ every October ha bịa nwa aṅụrị ihe a niile ya ebe. We will have to define ndị bụ ndị Imperial. We will have to recommit ourselves to this project. Kaimalo naide. Okamma na for 150. Okamma na 120. I am one on kaide. Believe in the cause of what we are doing. But on this very issue, I want to say it loud and clear. Like I said earlier, that it falls within the purview of my office. The Constitution is silent on this, and the foundation principles of guideline is also not is silent on it also. Therefore, each time we have a function, I will tell the person name a functional, they have the prerogative of the executive committee to make a decision on it. But most times when we make those decisions, members feel not the peculiar and the president they call like here, man not like it here. That was why we want to make it open and make it a subject of discussion at this annual general meeting. And my ruling is this: any person who a member of this family, exclusion of the diaspora members in the Obodo Igbo, and what a 70% record with us on any past event, it was an invitation. May we dear my announce. May we announce. So all your choice, nyana bia jodoluana, no problem. There's no constitutional right in well anywhere, no right and I announce I remember. Although your right is a privilege. And once we enjoy that privilege, we will not accept invitation from you. So each work I wear, each work you may hear idea, I don't know why people are saying this. Also, no, I'm every person who a member of Imperial, Malonyo by Afia, Malo by your names. Nje 1,000 functions, that was why when I started and say, I am that articulate. So this we have to stop. Now for those of us in the it will limit the number of functions in the because imagine on down the that way our function will reduce. That is my ruling on this matter. So you try to tell them you well for mama and manya gallo. I call behind them and Alan Gadobia will be a party, moped money and a man so I view and the Yabolum police. Only they have a resolution of an AGM. Eda is one eye, easy I am one manya, I. Thank you. Because a very important one before we wrap it up. In the course of making our constitution, there was an exclusion from that constitution, which was, I don't know if we will call it an oversight or an error. I don't know who is to be blamed. I don't know if it's the Constitution Committee or will I say I'm also part of it, because this report was part of the original draft document that was supposed to be reviewed. But for some reasons, it was excluded at the foundation point of that constitution. and it will amount to rascality that we do not do the needful. And based on that, we decided to read through this addendum to the Constitution, agree on it, adopt it, and add it as an addendum to the Constitution of the Imperial Philantropic family. To make it fast and make it easier, I think I will read this document by myself. Please, let us get a hold of the document that was given to us a few minutes ago. It says, constitutional provision for Commanders Council of the Imperial Philantropic family. Because let me read swiftly. Because this is going to be an addendum to the Constitution of the Imperial Philantropic family. 1. The Commanders Council is a creation of the Executive Committee as an advisory body with the sole aim of getting expanded views on various issues that concern the Imperial Philantropic family, and shall consist of Grand Commanders, Ranking Commanders, Commanders, Chief Priests, and Ambassadors. A Grand Commander shall be the highest ranking member of the Commanders Council. B. A ranking commander shall be next in ranking to the Grand Commanders, followed by Commanders. C. Chief Priests, and thereafter Ambassadors. The difference between the Grand Commander and other commanders is that he shall become a life member of the family. 3. Ranking Commander. The executive shall at its discretion give stars to commanders who have been very active, supportive, and committed to the affairs of the Imperial Philantropic family. 4. Chief Priest shall be the ceremonial image maker of the family. 5. The pioneer executive committee members of the Imperial Philantropic family shall, upon the completion of their tenure, become automatic commanders and members of the Commanders Council. Become automatic members of the Commanders Council. Subsequently, all past presidents of the Imperial Philantropic family shall automatically become commanders of the Imperial Philantropic family. Functions of the Commanders Council: to offer advice and suggestion to Executive Committee. 2. Shall be permanent members of the Presidential Advisory Council. 3. To act as mediators, and their resolution shall be subject to the Executive Committee's ratification. 4. Members of the Commanders Council shall be removed by a 2/3 majority of members of the Commanders Council. 5. The Council shall be the financial backbone of the Imperial Philantropic family. 6. The Council shall pay 100% more annual dues than other members. 7. All members of the Commanders Council shall attend at least 50% of the Imperial Philantropic family official functions or be removed by the Executive Committee on the recommendation of the Council. 8. Ambassador shall be the face of the family. The Council members shall be privileged members of the Imperial Philantropic family and shall be offered preferences in all affairs of the Imperial Philantropic family. Qualifications for appointment of a Grand Commander. The Grand Commander must have been a member of the Council for a minimum of 3 years as a commander before he can be considered a Grand Commander are the sole prerogative of the Executive Committee. Tenure of Commanders Council Chairman. The tenure of the Commanders Council Chairman shall be 3 years. He shall be elected or removed by 2/3 majority of members of the Commanders Council sitting in a meeting properly constituted. The Commanders Council Chairman shall only convene the council meeting with the approval of the Executive Committee in writing. Like I said earlier, this was supposed to have been embedded in the Constitution earlier. It was part of the original document, but like for some reasons I said it was omitted, and it will be an act of rascality for us to go and put it there why it was not originally innate and adopted with the Constitution. Therefore, we want to carry out that AGM rule of formally adopting this document and adding it as an addendum to the Constitution of the Imperial Philantropic family. The Imperial
Living for humanity.
Amadu Kolabiago, onye na aghọtara ife this document kwu or ife ode ka onwere onye oyibe den ya be too ambiguous for understand. I heard people now keep myself. Because in the, do we have, okay, go on. Go on. The Gideon.
Imperial,
one family.
My name is Dr. Gideon Chidebere Osi Ikenga Ishiago. This document, as critical as it is, in order to give legitimacy to the wonderful and humble men seated in front of us. First item, the Commanders Council is a creation of the Executive Committee. This is what it used to be. Now that you want this to be a constitutional matter with powers driven from the Constitution, I believe that the first line should have been the Commanders Council is a creation of the Constitution as an advisory body to the executive. The ESCO cannot create a Commanders Council that will advise them. We must have check and balance. The Constitution is more powerful than the ESCO. And that is why the Constitution can create a council, Commanders Council, with an appointive direction to advise the ESCO. Based on that, if you go to functions of the Commanders Council, number 3, that is subsection 3, you will see that to act as mediators and their resolution shall be subject to the Executive Committee ratification. It means if the Constitution have created them, then they can advise the ESCO. The ESCO will choose to take their advice or not to take their advice. But if we say the ESCO should create, they will advise the ESCO, and ESCO will still choose to take or not to take them. It will look like a child's play. They must have their power driven from the Constitution. If the Constitution has given birth to them, then they cannot play that advisory role to you people as a mediator, so that if a member feels aggrieved, the person can run to the Commanders Council, and the Commanders Council can look at it with the eyes of elders and advise the ESCO. This is the best way to go about it. That's my opinion, sir. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for that wonderful inclusion. Any other issue on this? Please, let's talk to Nzejo Moji.
Engineer Ikeagwan is my name and still standing on the existing protocol. First of all, I key into the last speaker's suggestion, 100%. Secondly, this document did not tell us what qualifies one to be appointed as a commander. Vis-a-vis, you could come into Imperial Philantropic family today, and maybe tomorrow you can be appointed as a commander. I believe since it's going to be a constitutional matter, as it is for grand commanders for 3 years, so also I think should it be for someone to qualify for a commander. There has to be a number of years or maybe other criteria created by Constitution for someone to be able to qualify as a commander of the IPF. Thirdly, President, sir, if you can please tell us the difference between commanders and ambassadors and the commitment of ambassadors whenever there is an AGM, because the commitment of commanders is that whatever the members pay, commanders will pay 100% over and above. But in ambassadors, we do not know the difference between ambassadors and commanders and their commitment to DIPF on AGM. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me address some of them so that it might clear the doubts and sort out some of the issues that is prompting us to raise our hands. First of all, I will start with the submission and observation of Dr. Osi. Dr. Osi, if you go through the constitution of the Imperial Philantropic family, the president is at liberty to grant honor or create committees or subcommittees at any time. Some standing committees, some ad hoc committees. The president has that backing. The Constitution also went as far as stating that the president reserves the right to even grant honorary membership to any person so deserving. So it is a creation of the executive. They are all being honored by the executive. It is an honor well deserved, a creation of the executive, not a parallel association or a parallel government existing in Imperial family. Then back to what you said, Engineer Zoji. The ambassadors are members of the Commanders' Council. Whatever that is applicable to the commanders is applicable to the ambassadors and chief priests. If you look at this AGM, the members paid 1 million, the commanders paid 3 million. Even the ambassador and the chief priest all paid 3 million. That's why they are listed as the financial backbone of the family. If you also look at another line there that says that they shall pay 100% more annual dues than all members. It means that if the annual due of the family is 1 million, that they are going to be paying 2 million to have been honored with these privileges and this decoration. So I don't know if that have answered your question. Did I answer your question? Okay. Yeah. Which one? Now that's where you are getting it wrong. This is a creation of the executive committee. We are at liberty to honor whomever we want at whatever time we want. It's the sole prerogative of the executive committee. It is a right of the president to honor whomever he deems fit, as long as he's a full financial member of this great body. Sorry, somebody, give him microphone.
President, you are just an intelligent man. I appreciate that. Just to point out what the doctor said, Augustine Oko, it's just to protect the office of the presidency. You know, I think if you look at what, you know, the number one, you know, that creation, who knows who's going to be the president tomorrow? Okay? It's just a conflict of interest. You're going to appoint, the president is going to appoint who is going to be his or his advisory body member. So that means the people that are tuned to the decision of that particular person is what's submissive. So I think I in line with what he said. Let the Constitution be the creator than the executive. Thank you.
Let me cite a constitutional provision for you to wrap this up. You know, and also answer a question that was coming from the background, from a reputable member of this great body, in the person of Engineer Osi. He says, does the tenor?
So, because if you go with this, President, that means once...
I've not answered your question. You're saying if I go with this,
No,
you cannot
I'm
say
saying
and
the creation. Go with what is written here.
What is written here?
Just, I'm still reading number one.
You have made a point. You allow me to clear it.
No,
we are not in a lockout. You say if I go with this.
Okay, sorry. So if we go with this, if we go with this, that's the creation. That means if I have advisory body and then the tenure of that executive finishes, that means the advisory body has to be dismissed.
I need to address this. That's why I said you needed to allow me to address this, okay? When you say listen carefully, listen carefully, listen carefully. Let's look at this from this direction. The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is going to offer and confer on certain persons the honor of OFR, GCON, and the rest of them. Those honors bestowed on them does not end with the president. It's an honor. It's not a right or a privilege. So if it's bestowed on you by a president, it is a lifetime honor. It is not, does not expire with Tinubu. The ones that was given by Obasanjo, those members, those persons are still OFR and OON. It is not tenured. That is why it is a creation of an incumbent president. When you honor people who honors are due, it does not end with the president. But if you create a standing committee, the honor ends with the president. Like I said earlier, these are honors to members by the president. It is a lifetime honor. It does not change. It is applicable everywhere in the world and in every organization. Is he answered? Please, let's stop dragging ourselves and wasting our time. Like I said, we'll have things to do tomorrow. I am a president you've elected to stay here and lead by the books. I will not at any point in time knowing fully well the level of your intellectual property and commitment to this organization, act out of rascality. Whatever I do and whatever I will do in the future will be derived from the Constitution and existing conventions from international best practice. In the absence of any other query, Igwe, you're a member of the Commanders Council and we've gone through this. I want to move a motion so that we'll continue. Eh? Igwe, you're a member of the Commanders Council, you're an interested party. Igwe, we're not having issues here. This is, I'm acting within the purview of my office. Yeah.
Ihe o ji doka mgbara nke depona bụ an interested party. Mana area nne n'anya bụ ebe ahụ ede 3 years. Ebe ọ bụ na ọ bụ creation of the executive. Ka eme ya na tenure ha we expire with the tenure of the executive may have appoint. Ọ bụ na eme ka mbịa. Ọ bụ na eme ha ya etu anwa. Agaba with 3 years. 3 years. Commanders if I may expire, onye na-achị no aka na-achị appoint kwa new one ọ ha appoint as kwa no 3 years ya abazi na 10 onye ọzọ una ghọta ihe nkwu na
You are confusing yourself, and I'm surprised you are saying this. You are trying to create a confusion. You see, you are shooting yourself in the leg. The commanders are not tenured. What is tenures is the commanders council chairman, which the commanders are electing their chairman by themselves. I said, leave this issue.
Okay,
questions you cannot answer, and I will leave you to answer this question.
Okay, so 3 years under commanders.
This thing was approved in the commanders council. Why are you revising this matter here? You make it very difficult.
Presido, if I have reference okwu, ikwu ama ibezia. Kamara mbose ina pade Okita ka otrano. So aye we have tenor. In short, Chirigaba.
To allow you, it becomes a debate. It becomes a debate. No. Please, not on this matter. Please. The Imperial
living for humanity.
Please, let's move emotion and let's move on. The problem I will let you know, but when I will free day tomorrow, I'm a one way. But you so why will tomorrow, but morning I be by 7 o'clock, be by motor by 8, Kai way to the airport. It's a very big commitment. So the earlier we will wrap this up, the better. The Imperial.
One family.
The Imperial.
One family.
The Imperial.
Living for humanity.
I thereby move a motion that this document pending before us, which says constitutional provision for Commanders Council of DPIF to become an addendum to the Constitution of the Imperial Philantropic family. Members who support that this be done, say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Please, the next thing we have on our agenda is finances. Please, can you share the finance document? Give me one to quickly interpret it.
Signor. Everybody.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, no. The Imperial,
one family.
Because one house, you get one to one banana ego, get one to one banana ego, one banana ego, okwego na basotu, okwego na esoku, okwego na ejikotu, get one to kono water. So I told when came a letter, came the procedure and the right channel to attend to it. This is the Imperial Philantropic family account commencing from the 18th of October 2023 to the 28th day of October 2024, which means that this account captures, please, one house, school guarantee the Henry Kubiko, Otaka, or for the Puahi Agena Biapala, he na account. Now my beg had the one until because this account, our last AGM account was on the 17th of October 2023. And this account now began from 18th of October 2023. We're posting at 28th of October. Today about 31st of October. It means that all the income and the expenditure account of this great family from 17 September last year until Tuesday evening, they captured in this account. And if you go to the back page of this account, our statement of account from that 17th of October 2023 until that Tuesday, they also represented in this booklet. The account balance for the account as at the time this statement was printed is actually not the true reflection of the account as at this minute, because there has been more funds that came into that account between Tuesday and now. So we have about 200 and something million on that account as at now, after all the expenditures I made for the AGM have been done. Because I want a procedure of managing accounts. Go through this account properly. If for any reason you found anything wanting on this account, give it to your auditor. Please make your recommendations to the Finance Committee headed by Sir Henry Orabuchi Ikengoberu. He is the chairman of the Finance Committee. Please don't come to the ESCO so that you'll be able to get clearance on whatever you want. If you found this account wanting in any way, please report to the Finance Committee for proper briefing and a possible audit if necessary. For want of time, we might not be able to treat this account page after page, but it's not a close-ended document. It's not adopted. So feel free to go through it. If you have any issues, please report to the Finance Committee so that they will look into it. Thank you. Account is a very vital part of every organization. On America, share this document every year. I may print 200 copies. Over 159 copies or 60 at one table. All the very bad, they have account. Every member will say, well, hello, or good nurture go OT and a file. You see back at now, after 2 months, you join a food joint and I'm word of it. I want to have my account to name it by account and I'm a big God. I don't know able to house. I don't know one bridge you put in there. But let us try to have documents. Ade ama one chagwalo busi. Ane kusi yes not going to me ham and he not do to not do to. Very, very important. See our rappers now documents in table when na. He on our ceremonial. No, accountable for every kobo received and every kobo spent. Thank you and God bless you. A few details about our movement tomorrow. Our various hotels, Oriental Hotel and Lagos Continental Hotel. The bus will depart at exactly 9 o'clock to the airport. If you are not ready by 9 o'clock, it means you will find your way to the airport and the flight might not wait for you. Will not wait for the slated persons. And if there's any reason why you will not embark on that journey, but your name is listed on that flight, please reach out to us this night. Because now a lot of our members book after I reach the limit of that aircraft, can we interest to embark on that journey tomorrow morning, but what is the availability? So I think it will become a sin to us now able to that flight for some reason or the other. Upon I am a jersey and I each want to the mother camp. Other members we can use that flight or that event. That flight will depart by 10 a.m. and if we get to Asaba, proper arrangement has been made for inland transportation. i.e. vehicles that will pick all members, the whole 138 members on that flight, EAPKI from airport down to the venue of our event. We have also made very powerful security arrangements, security aids, army gun trucks, CTU commands, and the rest of them that will guarantee the safety of members from the airport to the venue and back to the airport. We will leave the venue of that event by 5 p.m. Our flight back to Lagos is scheduled for 7 p.m. So by 5 p.m. we will leave that venue. However, something is likely going to occur. It will definitely occur. Event I will be near and Imperial Nabago. Iwe general ebe na ito na no moto a we move onya akpọkwa na phone president chelu na na abia papa me nwekwa flight na Asaba makes the nkwa flight aka onya amakwa no on his own adịrị ha je tụwa ahụ nni na baa na moto na ya na ọkwụ na abụkwụ na fon m mgbe anyị adịkwa off onye ọbụla nọ na moto a ejikwa ụkwụ wee bịa Lagos n'abalị ya. There is nothing about it. And the number of vehicles IG, the number of convoy IG, the very, very, very large, that it will be difficult for anybody to stop or sichele one. Tomorrow, by the special grace of God, we have made adequate arrangements for about 37 vehicles, brand new vehicles, to convey us from the airport to the venue of the event in a majestical way. So it will be very difficult to break and control a convoy of 37 vehicles. We have that convoy move, all the cars were one color, and black. I'm came on email, I'm not one neighbor, I'm not one non neighbor. I'm not trying to be near and Konyo Banabakamoto Juebia, Kaimweke, Jane Nudo, Wenata Nudo, Kadisho, and the security architecture and umbrella Juepo, Bukuyaka Juenata, because all the very, very vital. The transportation system IJJ will be very excellent. The security, the more than enough. Almost one armed person to 2 members, more than enough. But you can only secure that safety if we move in a convoy. And no other events they want to attend tomorrow, you will not be able to divert that vehicle in anemia. That vehicle must convey you straight to where we are going. However, when you can pick up another vehicle, but the vehicle cannot take you to wherever you are going. Manambaiji Choyanalu, I move Biko Unebukwana Presdo, a warm control over the aircraft and that convoy once I know in motion. Biko Onyano Nyaka Olomania Kaimwe Keje Natakwanudo will continue the rest of our program. Very, very important. The aircraft is going to carry about 138 persons. Not everybody indicated interest to go. The people who are on that flight booked for the flight. And the list of members who booked on that flight is displayed on our social platform. And that is why I locked that platform so our members will be able to look at it. It's not there. Who deleted? It's there. It's on that platform. It's there. Somebody, one of you can repost it. One no, so repost to it. It's there. So, because let's all be properly guided. Then another thing about our next year EGM, we on the executive level is proposing that our EGM of next year will be done outside the four shores of this country. And Nkiba Zoa Kaisi Kwado, Nkiba Zoa Kaisi Kwado, Ayaha Kwadi Kigali, Ayaha Kwadi Zanzibar, Ayaha Kwadi Omoya and Jakase, Aye Jenny, and Aya Kwadi of Ma, Aye Jenda Galanya, J. Biangale, Onyabuneka Genuku. Come April, May next year, we are having our AGM in a location that has never been visited before. Ebunu ya funde boatalo. Ono makifa na de. Ono makifa na de. Malaka isa qualify. April, May next year, in due course we'll announce a date, but it will come between April and May. Because fall into the time the money family a vacation. And because Kaine now announced this program, ije anyị na-eje bụ this ije ma ịchọ ije ma abroad bụ ije ụmụ okorobịa. Anyị akpọrọ ndị nwunye anyị eji ya, mana anyị ara asọ nwaanyị, mana anyị akpọrọ ndị nwunye anyị eji ije a. Unu aghọta ihe m kwuru? Anyị akpọrọ ndị nwunye anyị eji ije a, mana ije asọkwa nwaanyị. Ọ ya anyị kwuru. Igwe ihe eso ibu igwe ihe ya nọ na Naịjirịa. Igwe anyị eso ji ije. Biko o nwere ọda ka mkpụrụ ọtọ onye mkpụrụ ọtọ okwu ya mkpụrụ ọtọ. Anyị nwere very vital information and very vital because I am enwezi opportunity I will a very vital information as regards our Saturday function. And this information in the is coming up with a fine. A fine. And if that fine left for me alone, that fine might go with expulsion. I am a problem. I try go on the executive level to manage over the years. It's been difficult. But as a president, I find any member wanting of what I want to tell you now, I will use every possible power. In case when I yatamon it's in me, the shall I expel any member that fall victim of this. I na kwado annual general meeting. When we meet in New York, we looked at what the inflationary rate in this country is. Last year, members paid 1 million naira. At that point, that same time last year, Lagos Continental and Enyai room at 77,000 naira. Cost of meal labor for us then was about 11,000 for breakfast and 17,000 for dinner. We paid 1 million. This year, the hotel bill about 200 and something thousand, but for us, we get at 140,000. And meal ticket about at 38,000. At 140,000, members got on a room for 4 nights, which is 560,000. Every member that checked in here was given 10 meal tickets, not at the cost of 380,000. If you put 380,000 plus 560,000, it gives us about 940,000. 960. And here for Nimego Habo, 40,000 naira. Akami naira. When they keep the famma. But at the essence of the benchmark, because we keep a part of what we are doing. Most of us in the academy, now being at this organization, near 1 million naira benchmark. Here we have opposition parties in the opposition. Hapuanazo, had you a platform about more than a cruise, more than a me more than a club also, 10 million, more than 15 million. We don't have an issue with that. We have always had a way of surviving. That same person putakwa na hall. Obambo. Well, na beri mangole. Me yenye crystal. Or lacha crystal, 400,000 one bottle. We come with 3 bottles. Oba crystal ogu, obana gold. Oba gold ogu, obana 26 years. Eba no for the ojabari angoa. Nearly 1 million naira kona angiha. We don't have an issue with it. Obi angleka inenwa. But ebe mmaliga na we laputa onwe abu. Onya akwuru 1 million naira biaba. Ogwa nwunye oburu koka na ya hotua. ịnọ amụrụ enyebeghị mmanya na ọnwebe enyere mmanya ebe a ị na-eme anya were kristal debe n'ihi ya gwa ị na-atọ ọnụ na-echi ya azụ kristal ahụ emi ya na ma akpọ ya akpọ onye ọzọ gwa na nkwa mmadụ na tebụl ya na-enyekwa ya mmanya ebe a nwa enyekwa ya mmanya ka ọ wee bụ na memba na-enye memba mmanya o burukwa ya tawuo na mgbomgbo akpa ọkpọ prezident na ya adọrọ happy with this party a na-eme ebe a na o nwere na-enye ya mmanya na ya mara ife a na-eme ewerekwa presidential order wetakwara onye a mmanya otu ihara nke ịta akpa nwunye ya eju mgbe ihe eji wee mazi ife na-eme na Imperial family bụ ruzie mgbe agha na efuzie nwaanyị ya na akpa na anụ ọ na-aga iche akpa na-aga iche o ruzie na geti ndị DSS jụọ ya sị ya nwaanyị ọ gịnị ka ibu na akpa obodo ba do you know me makwa onye anyị bụ makwa ndị anyị bụ who do you know me president ndị a na-akparị ya this year anyị akparịkwa mmadụ nke dịkwa egwu anybody I find the one thing of this ma ị ṅụfọrọ aṅụfọ ma ị kpọrọ akpọ mmanya anyị gafta ha na dọọ inye anyị 5 million naira mmanya anyị gafta ha na dọọ ma ya bụ na ekpobu na bọtụl gafe ha na dọọ ahụ inye anyị 5 million ọ ka mmanya ịṅụrụ ya ka o gbuo gị egbuo ka anyị wetekwa price mmanya ahụ ịṅụ mana ọ bụrụ na ya aṅụ ya mmanya ahụ ama agafe dọọ ihe njikwa ihe a bụ ka anyị dị properly guided ka ụnụ maa na ndị a na-ewe ife ha na uche ha dị ya anyị na-egota mmanya hinne dọba mana mmanya ahụ ọnụ fụrụ anyị dọbara adọba ọrụ eme emesịa eji ma ya eburu ya gafuo ma ya eburu ya ṅụsịa anyị na-adọbakwa ya for subsequent AGM because ịdọba whiskey ma champagne the longer it stays the more matured and the more expensive it becomes anyị adị etufu so ụnụ afụza na anyị butere ya hinne dọba ya for that reason na-ebutere ka ekesa ya ihe anyị ji bute ya bụ ka anyị ghara inwe reason isi na ndị Imperial na-eme ihe ọ bụrụ na mmanya ezuru oke onye kpatara anyị ji ebute ya otu ahụ biko let us be properly guided for ndị na-enwero is not an issue but egwu unu nke bụ eziokwu as a president ndị niile ama nwere ego nye m 1 million ana m afụta ụnụ as opposition parties ọ na-ewe m ezigbo iwe an act of wickedness na most of you na-alarụ ebe a 300,000 ịmanị na abịala ha ebe a 4 nights inye ya 1 million naira ma 1 million 1,000 ịfụ m ituo m digital presido ihe m na-agwa gị ọbụla nọ n'opposition anọ ka onye na-eme ka ekwesị akpụ ya biko anyị na-eme ha na-eme ya na-agbụ ya ihe ụmụnne ka anyị maa na-enwe records and it speaks for itself o nwere ihe president mee asị na onwe ndị ọfụ n'anya nwee ndị ọkpọrọ asị o nwere onye ọfụ n'anya o nwere onye ọkpọ n'asị I might be a small boy, I might be younger than most of you, but being your president, I'm the father of every person not here, so I love everybody equally. Mano omume bụ ihe na-ebute mgbake biko anyị na-enye onyinye na-enye support ka anyị na-eme onwe anyị nyewu ka anyị na-eme onwe anyị mmegido ọ dị mma onye na-enwero anyị mana o nwero ndị nwekwanụ anyị mana ha nwe ihe na-ebute ọgaranya ji abịa ọbịa occasion enye azụ oche ọ bụrụ okwu mere eze ọsọ na ọgaranya ọbụla jere occasion MC ama onye bụ bouncer ama ahụ ndị na-akụ egwu ama ahụ nụ ihe gosiri ebe mmadụ nkịtị ka ị bụ ozu tanka nso ka onye bụ mana n'ụwa ka anyị nọ ihe ọbụla mmadụ mere ebe ihe ọma ọ ga-anata ụgwọ ọrụ ya nke anyị mekwa n'ebe ihe ọjọọ there will always be a payback time mana ụnụ akpọzina digital president unu nyere m ego ọ bụ na ihe m ego efu m gafeela onwere ekenezi na onwe ndị ekene agha eme ego ka anyị ji alụ ọrụ anyị ama enwesị mmadụ na-ese mmụọ anyị nwesịa ndị mmadụ anyị eje na-ebi ego biko uche m na anya m dị ya mana onye na-enwero anyị ga-akọmodeti ya anyị ga-anagide ya daalụ m Because immediately after our AGM, I will an upcoming wedding. One of our members, we published that IV before now, but because of AGM protocol, we will not be able to publish that IV until after our AGM. On the 16th of November, na Villa Park Hotel, our member, please can you come out for recognition? Ego Nejiji Buku na Aba Akwụkwọ on the 16th of November. Mwena Ayobiko, as many of us as possible, Ghana. Personally, I will present that day. Kai Putano, Bananyeria, Kai Bakwanyeria Ugu, Kai Bamek, or the Imperial Philantropic family. Abanyakwa, Nego Nejije, Alatana honey before the moon. Thank you very much. Latter honey, latter moon. Was there a idea about the Akebe? I don't feel comical or hot while I hear. On the two Senade, Mboye Jibinia, or let us honor him with our esteemed presence. It became very important. And in the same vein, on the 30th of November, applicator, you go, Pierre Gana for I forgot about where you go. As we know, if you be about. Because on the 30th of November 2023, Akodana Nwomochu abdicated Nwomochu Juwedi Ebupe. Say na nni ya na-esiri ofe unu wotu ogari. Mana nyaba abdicated ebe na akwa nni ya ka ọ dị na mma. Wee kwuo na nya umame ya ejiji ya nke ọma in a grand style. Abdicated nke ikpeazụ a kwụ n'ike karị. Ike ndị Pentecost dị. Also na ya adịjọba na ntị. Also ọ bụrụ na anyị bịawa ọnwa onye achọghị n'ana nya nọrọ na ya alụ kpọtasị ebe ya ba ndị Imperial niile na bịa ebe anyị ya nọ na bụ na ya achọghị na. And ya lụrụ over 2 kilometers of road anyị agbagodo na ya wee bịa wee na. Abdicator has been a front runner of a high name Imperial family. Abdicator were 97% attendance in most of the events that we have attended. 97% attendance. Bikono, onye maluko oyade, nyade. Enwemo 90 rooms reservation na Oka between the 29th to the 1st of December 2023 for members that will be attending this event. We are also providing inland transportation and adequate security with enough army gun truck that will take us to Umuchu and bring us back. I don't compromise on security. And at the same time, kaisi kwado nke ikpeazụ a edekugente kaisi kwado nke ikpeazụ a ịma na ikwu na mgbe anyị batara aha ọfụ a na ya hejezi ije si ya na mọ ije mụ mpịampe ife a. Also to make this journey a very powerful one, akpụnyekwa m 20 brand new vehicle in that convoy ije ije. So ije anyị na-eje dị ije ndị ọgaranya bụrụ ije wetara anyị ọganiru bụrụ ndị na-ewetara anyị mbunye elu. Nke ikpeazụ nwere ka anyị si wee kwado anyị akwadosigo fire like anyị ha enwere choice. Adaesi dị bongo biko on the 30th onye ma ka ọ ghara ya ma ege na adị. Thank you. Biko, in line with what we had in Easter, I will a formula I try out in Easter and he paid out so much. During Easter, Igaraga, I email magic. We keep our members in our hotel for a period of over 11 days. We want a coordinated house. I do our event na Easter. We don't have an event in Easter. Only after now, if we work before gonna give me and this same Christmas, we have plan of replicating that same magic. On the executive committee level, who is doing this? On the executive committee level, we have approved a total of 100 rooms that will be booked for members between the 2nd of December till the 15th of January, free of charge. But it comes with a clause. It comes with a clause. It comes with a clause. It comes with a clause from 2nd of January to 15th of January. But it comes with a clause. Gekwananti. Obo nebia. I wear your room. Nyegi folili, nyegi bine warang nebe na bache oko. Iwe wole room I wear for 9 days. I wait your event I have from 2 million naira. So you will have a room. Moban will be if I have money so I major event. Nto hana from na one event ila hona room in 2 million. So you know room a bakoya bakomano icholiwe kon icholiwe. January 3rd was the first function after second. And you did that by in the China room I have one. Another thing very important we've started adopting, and all the very important, indeed that thing in the conscience of members, so that people understand where we are going. It has to do with our events. Guarantee. Because I need their patience on this. Burundi eji ife dị mma wee malụ. Burundi eji uko wee malụ. Mana o nwere ihe nchọ ka anyị inculcate in the art of uko and nganga. For too long, we have been taking drinks, half of which we cannot verify their sources. In the recent times, most times, Maya and I'm going to have 50-50. In we keep 25, 23 years, 10 carton. Or bono 2 carton nimia, where OEM, original manufacturers, warranty, then cause them we keep bono has China, Mona has Europe. How one early and the cost of our functions to members is also increasing day by day. Because of our love for these drinks, $1 naira. As of today, I think the cost of 23 years alone is 6 million, if I'm not mistaken, or more. The cost of crystal champagne is also about the same cost. But now, the problem I brought the cost because most of us who came in, but the problem now, if verify the originality, the genuineness of those drinks has become a very big problem. I'm beginning to think how we can reduce the cost of our events while still adding glamour to the things I name. And at the same time, finding a way to take things I am mining a way, but I sure that not be from direct from the factory. That was what gave rise to the acceptance and the confirmation of Creekover as the official drink of the Imperial Philantropic family. Because, one, na onwebero fake na ebo sabia. Two, the quality and the taste they were similar, if not better, than Ehara and Abagala. Thirdly, that the cost is 5-10 times cheaper than Eba and Abaje. What am I trying to say? Oboni and Achi hosting the Imperial Philantropic family. Obono got cost to get 5 cartons of whiskey and 5 cartons of champagne. And the whiskey is for 7 million and the champagne is for 6 million. You go attain 60 million, 70 million, or 130 million. Actually, if you go and buy 10 cartons of Creekover, that same 70 million will turn to 13.5 million. And I know why I am. That same crystal IJ go 3.6 million. Obona I go ta Carafia Volares Gold for 3.5 million. Yes, so you try here. Volares Gold. We can get that 3.5 million, half of that price. It will serve us a better purpose than drinking a fake bottle of crystal champagne. That way, that event that would have costed you 100 million, 130 million, we can also attend that same event or cost to the member less than 40 million. Or well, 70 million for Tina there, we may for so. Or na brute coming from the stable of same Creekover. Bikonu, Obron I am an crystal, I have ban, and I have 23 years. Manayana Talonka, Kayana Talakwan Kozo. Over time, Makandoi are reducing the cost of our events. Majority of us, man at the stage, Ebayana Zomwine or to invest in Obodoibo, Ayana Kuwako in dollars. Name expenses each. Now plan for our old age. So I negotiate crystal. Ne gotakwa 23 years ka ne gotakwa mwende bu original. Personally nisi onwe mi nke ikpeazụ a mụ na aṅụzi ihe ndị mmanya mma ihe dị n'ime ya. Aha ma aṅụzi name, aha ma aṅụzi brand. Ihe na aṅụ bụ content nke mma ihe dị n'ime ya. So biko, let us start looking inwards on how to reduce the cost of our events. Ka ọ dị member easy, dịkwazịela nwaanyị easy. The Quasilan dry na our internal organs easy. Because na agbacha egwu onana n'ukwu. Bikon, let's start looking back home. Ka anyị na-aṅụ na ihe ndị a dị sure ya. Thank you. I'm from. Because any other business. Because I was something but for want of time and because of the other events for tomorrow, so we will need to wind down and also take some rest. Wejebe event tomorrow. I will a very critical agenda which will take time and a lot of effort, which has to do with the recapitalization of Imperial Philantropic family. We want every person who is a member of this great family to show a new commitment. Go say neha go mam mano manwoke mawai. Most of us battalion add for the value of what we are doing, and that is why they have not shown significant interest in the affairs of this family. But for want of time, we will send this matter, we will not treat this matter at the executive level, we will take this matter to the Commanders Council, have a review with them. Whatever we make out of it, we will communicate to you via our official platform. But recapitalization is for real. We need to become big, we need to become stronger. But we will not do it alone so that it will be all inclusive. We will have a meeting with the Commanders Council, which will make us number up to 60. Take a decision on this and sent to the general platform, and it will be binding on all of us. Do we agree to this? If you're supposed to say aye, those against say nay, the ayes have it. So whatever be the decision of the council will become the decision of the general house on that issue. Motion for adjournment. AOB. Because for want of time we need to shut down. Let's take 1 or 2 AOB. 1 or 2. Do them fast. We need to shut down. 1 minute. Because make it snappy. You want to carry the journal?
Imperial.
One family.
Imperial.
One family.
Because as can all the members of Imperial family. More about Cosmos, Shuameka as a one attack and weekend as out. Because if I'm born to you, Boya Basaram, here come diaspora. Obona 2 million naira is okay. Manobonaga enebanya banya de month. Come weekend ayaka. Thank
you. God bless you.
Then,
the diaspora is excluded from that. You get on to
okay, fine.
Then we exclusion, so it saves us time. And also, diaspora is not part of it. I could exclusion because of the diaspora.
Okay, because if I don't show you, I believe Basara education more about your near Basara education. All due to here on non-government attack more attack na more bia bagoroso near Basai bia owner.
Because for once of time, because I know pressure from the management. I've been
raising my hand. Come on, speak because thank you. If I was a much I could because here by this Nzuganya. Can buy any hotel, Makandi Hotel, Noka. I saw na location KKK na I believe would not get for one dinner hotel. Then I believe Basande na Bata Club. When your man on a BP, yeah, but as the Imperial. Thank you.
God bless you. One family.
Just a small thing, Anthony Kubiko. I remember since how many years ago, I have a certificate. And therefore, but today was a certificate. And you came there, I went to small certificate. Thank you.
Our EA was certificate with a fine of 100,000.
No problem.
Because they all go say, from day one, they modify them. He had a meeting and he had and the certificate last year, all members were picking the certificate. Somehow, if they don't want to will delay. So in Kenya, I'm there, what is here? He had 100,000. Where will you?
Imperial, because Imperial. Ahamu Chief Basil Kano Akaka Anna may move for
no. Because one announcement. Because a friend of this great body who happened to be friends to members of this Imperial family. He's not our member, but in the last AGM, we resolved that Naiganati had the invitation. And now saw on our platform. No one members in the for that day, KDGA. A member name at the 5th of January. And the Owatala, 1 bottle of Louis XIII and a carton of 23 years Glyphidish. We will know Gamasia near where the honor and the presence of the members of the Imperial Philantropic family. And that invitation, I am Natalia, we will not get on our platform. And if the date gets nearer, that the members of the Imperial Philantropic family, thank you. The rest of the details will come on our platform. Motion for adjournment.
Imperial Ahamu Chief Basil Kano Akakaka. And I may move motion for adjournment of this AGM.
Seconder.
I, Barrister Chukunonse Uze, I second the motion for adjournment. Thank you.
Closing prayer from you. Fast. Na one among so.
Otogrina na one among so.
Oto to bua ko ga de lu mbo ebi.
Biko ngano nte ba na aba na ekpe mmadu ada efu.
Bebe anwa na nkwo.
Ka Chineke nna pụrụ ime ihe niile. Eze anyị na-ekpesiara ọgwụ. Anyị na-enye gị ekele n'abalị tata anụwa. Anyị mere AGM. Wee na-asị ka gị nwa bụ Chineke nna nara otuto. N'aha Jizọs Kraịst bụ onye nwe anyị. Wee na-akpọku gị nwa bụ Chineke nna. Wee were ụmụnne anyị na-eje njem tumoro wee wefa na-etinye gị nwa bụ Chineke nna n'aka. Ka ojije ha na mbata ha bụrụ ọnwụ na great family n'aha Jizọs Kraịst bụ onye nwe anyị. Anyị wee were our party Saturday na-etinye gị nwa bụ Chineke nna n'aka. Ka the party gaa successfully. Ka Chineke nna nara otuto n'aha Jizọs Kraịst bụ onye nwe anyị. The grace, by the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God and fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now forevermore. Amen. Now for now one among so. Amen.
I know Bula is going to Bula in a business class. Happened the other one. We had distraction. Time for 9. 11 couple.
My brother,